we're back, folks. This is Channel 7 KREM on the Now Elections 2020. I'd like to let you know that sitting beside me in studio is the Mayor of Belmopan, Mayor of Capital City, Khalid Bilal. Welcome to studio, Khalid.
Good morning, Daedra, and thanks for having me.
And over at KREM, I believe we still have Mose Hyde with us. Mose, are you there? Heads down. I don't think he's hearing me. Well, Khalid, welcome to studio. This is a big day. Everybody says this is the elections. How do you feel about these elections? I'm
glad that we made it to this day. I know there's been a lot of anticipation for Election Day 2020, and it's our opportunity to have our leaders hear from us directly. You know, Election Day is that time that you get to come and exercise your franchise and make your voice heard.
Well, the campaigning is pretty much over for the day, and you just arrived here in the city coming from Belmopan. Tell me what that tempo was like in our capital city this morning. It's three candidates vying for that seat. So tell us what the sentiment was.
It was off to a frantic start based on what I could have picked up moving around the city. I was at the polling station at 7 o'clock sharp, and the line was a little longer than what it has traditionally been. I think that has to do a little bit with the social distancing that's being enforced, of course, but residents of the capital were up bright and early this morning and in those lines ready to cast their votes.
Well, indeed, we saw those long lines. We saw people not letting COVID deter them. I know we had to go through a lot of modifications to ensure that this election was going to be safe from a health perspective. And then ETA came and introduced an added complication, like we really needed her to do us an extra favor. What has the flood COVID complications been like for you guys as you work the ground?
Well, fortunately, I mean, as best as it can be, fortunately, we had been aware that COVID was going to affect this election some months ago. And so I think all parties involved were able to adapt, adjust, re-strategize, come up with their plans as to how they would carry out this general election campaign with this virus amongst us. ETA, of course, you can never quite predict the weather, and so I don't know that anybody could have seen that a storm would have come along, caused severe flooding in various parts of the country, and so I think that probably was a little harder to adjust to, but political parties being what they are, of course, they will find a way to do so because they want their voters out on the most important day, Election Day itself. And so while it's been a tremendous inconvenience for many families across Belize, I am certain that anybody who was determined to come and cast a vote on Election Day will find a way to do so.
Well, Khalid, sorry, Mayor Bilal.
No, Khalid, please.
You're sitting here beside me, and I have to ask, one of the persons vying for the seat of Belmopan was a former councillor on your city council. What does that dynamic mean for the UDP? It
remains to be seen. I think that's one of the great questions that is going to be answered later on this evening into tomorrow morning, is the impact of Ms. Anabana Guy's candidacy in the Belmopan constituency. Of course, she had been a long-standing UDP member, served on the council twice, I believe. And of course, the question is, where will her vote share come from? Because she's certainly going to get votes. How many votes it will be and from where those votes will hail is what remains to be seen. We just have to go. We just have to allow the voters to have their say today, and later on when the votes start coming in, we'll see just how much of an impact she made on that Belmopan race.
Definitely. Well, Mayor, let me give Mose a chance to chime in here. Mose, I was trying to give you a little shout out just now, but I don't know if you were hearing me. Are you getting me now?
We were still at break over this side, but I'm hearing you now. Morning, Daedra. Morning, Mayor Bilal.
Morning, Mose.
The Now coverage, and we do have folks lined up with reports, so I just want to get a little clearance to get some of that footage rolling and live reports from our correspondents. But welcome to the coverage, Daedra and Mayor Bilal.
Yes, Mose, definitely. Let's try to get our correspondents in here if we can. We're glad to see that they've been beating the streets in all different geographical areas. So Corozal Southeast is coming up, and we want to hear from our correspondent. Could we have the report, please?
Good morning, Belize. Good morning, Belize. We're here live from Ranchito Government School grounds, polling area number 45. And this morning we have a pretty warm morning. As you can see, the voters had been coming in a good amount, and long lines have been taking place at this time. And from even at this time earlier, from 6:30 this morning, according to the returning officer, that the voters had been waiting before even the polling area had opened their doors as well. And we have the candidates for the Corozal Southeast for this constituency, which is Florencio Marin Jr. From the PUP, Tony Herrera from the UDP, LM Ellis from the BPF, and Edna Diaz from the BPP. Let me mention to you all that the Ranchito Government School will be the counting station for today. So all votes will be, all boxes will be delivered here, so that the final count and we can know who will be the successful candidate for today, and it's a successful party as well. And the number of total voters for the Corozal Southeast are 7,012 voters for the entire Corozal Southeast, which is expected on polling area number 45, which is in the Ranchito Government School, expected to be delivered 1,181 votes for today. And as well as we go along, we will keep you updated. And as well, let me mention that there was a fight in between the both party supporters earlier this morning, whereby from the PUP and the UDP as well, where the returning officer had to call in the special forces to place order here at the polling station number 45 at the Ranchito School grounds. Belize 2020 raised to 16, Misael Castillo for
Sorry, we had to cut that report there, but we were getting a lay of the land that was going on since the morning in Corozal Southeast. Right now, we're going to go live to Marisol Amaya, who's at Cayo Northeast. We'd like to to Plus TV, sorry, for us to get a report from our partners there. As you know, we have a broad network and a broad collaboration. Here we go.
Good morning. Good morning once again. We are at polling station 90A, which is Monsignor Romero RC School in Valley of Peace. Right now we have with us the chairman, the three-term chairman, Mr. Juan Arias. Good morning to you. What's the turnout been so far?
Good morning. Well, right now everything is pretty calm, and actually we are happy because we are getting the response of our people, and because we are seeing that the people really need a change, and I think we will have it this term. So, and I would like to thank all the people who are supporting us, and I think we are doing good.
Okay, so we know that Valley of Peace have a total elector of 977. How much people have come out to cast their votes so far?
Well, actually, it's almost 20 to 10 yet, and we already have about 250 voters. We are doing good because people are responding with us.
And for the people who haven't come out as yet, what would you like to tell them?
Well, I would like to encourage them. We really need every vote counts, so we need their votes, and I know they are with us, so they just need to move to the polling station and just to give the votes.
Okay, you were telling us about the street condition and all of that. Your views on that?
Actually, well, before this term, this village council term, I accept to get into the village council again as chairman, because we really see that we really need better roads, and actually this government has really abandoned us. So, and we have a hope.
I think that's going into campaign zone, so we got to cut that. We really need to just have people understand it's not that we are attempting to be rude, but it's important that we do our best to restrain ourselves from our inclinations and understand that on the election day itself, the campaigning ceases. The voters must be given their space to do their thing. And we know that coming into election day coverage that you will have multiple infractions of this nature, but we try to keep it to a minimum. And when it happens, we haul out the machete and we cut it off.
Indeed, Mose.
Daedra,
The tempo is high, and we're always going to run into that. So we just have to be the watch guards for that. Right now, we have Marisol Amaya live on Zoom, and she's coming to us from Nakayo Northeast. So let's get Marisol on air with us. Marisol, come in.
All right, so good morning. We are out at the polling station in the Sacred Park. And there's a very dicey situation out here currently where we are being threatened as media because we are getting what one candidate is saying is the behind the scenes. That is Ms. Nancy Marin, who is alleging that the unity camp is paying voters who are brought in from Unitedville to vote in this division. And as a matter of fact, someone who knows people from Unitedville, which is of, I believe it's the Kayo South Division, knows some of those faces and they can recognize them as being from a different division. And so the allegation is that they're being brought to a house a few yards, I would say several hundred yards away from the polling station. And one gentleman in the yard is saying, "This is my yard, do not record, you don't have permission," and threatening to break up our personal equipment. I'm saying we are in public. If you don't want to be recorded, then you can go inside. But that is the house where they say that supposedly people are being paid to vote in this division. I can tell you that since we started recording and came to the area, we do see that people are coming out of the yard, and as a matter of fact, coming up the highway, the road going to Benke, starts around maybe about 10 or so voters brought in groups to go and into that particular yard, right? But then when they saw that we were recording, they ended up turning back those people because obviously you think it's a situation where you're catching on to what's happening. That is the situation currently at this polling station. What we're going to do, because Ms. Nancy Marin here, so we're going to speak with her. I know that this is an overlap.
We could talk to she.
You can, yeah.
Sorry? You wanted to ask something?
Yes, Marisol, I wanted to ask you, you're seeing certain things and your camera is picking up what you're observing. Have you been able to try and reach out to the camp to test that allegation?
Sorry, I'm going to cut across you a big bus passed, and it's pretty noisy, so can you repeat the question?
Yes, I was asking, were you able to meet anybody from the camp that is being accused of the allegations? Have you been able to query that? Your camera and your eyes are picking up certain observations. The independent candidate in the area is making the same. Have you been able to do any interviews to confirm or negate, or at least get their perspective on what you're observing?
No, and that is something we're going to have to, because we just got here and we were setting up to start doing our interviews. We stopped because we saw Miss Nancy Marin, and she is for the Kayon Northeast Division, so we wanted to get an interview with her. And Mr. Orlando Habeta as well, whom we haven't spoken yet. I know Cherie spoke to him earlier, he says, but there is one oh yeah, there's one person from the UDP camp who they say is the person who's taking the voters there. So what we are going to do is to try and that would be Mr. John August for Kayo Northeast. We did speak with him earlier, and I saw him very, very active in the Esperanza polling station. So it's very likely that he would be in that location. But we're going to go down from here, walk down. We're going to cut this transmission, and then we're going to try and get back to you. We do want to do that interview with Ms. Nancy Marin. And as I was saying, the other candidate, the incumbent Orlando Habet, is making an allegation that they are also bringing in voters from Armenia.
But Marisol, it will be.
Yes, I can hear you.
Go ahead,
I wanted
Mose.
to ask if there is an allegation that you have electors voting that are not on the are not registered to that area, that is an issue for the elections and boundaries and for the presiding officer. If those voters are on the list, then those voters are legal voters for today. They can vote.
And you know what arises there, right? That the re-registration process is riddled with deficiencies. If that is in fact what is happening.
Well, the re-registration, but if that is the list, if that is the list, that is the list. What we need to ascertain, because something like that should be able to be picked up as soon as you walk into the polling station and the election officials are doing their role. Your name should appear on the list. If your name appears on the list, then you are of that division, or you should be of that division. And if your name is not on the list, I do not see how a vote would be allowed to continue to cast. So that is something that you may want to seek out the elections and boundaries officials to really get an official response on that.
On mute. Okay, so we're going to try and work on that for you guys.
Great, thank you very much. We appreciate your report. Stay safe in all different areas. Be safe.
All right. Okay, so.
Well, Khalid, that was an interesting exchange there, and she will continue to change that, to chase that story. And now we have Giovanni live with us to bring us his Zoom report.
Good morning, Giovanni Brackett here, reporting out of the Fort George Division for the No 2020. Brother Mose, Daedra, lovely hearing you all on the radio. I am in the Fort George Division. Can you confirm you're hearing me loud and clear?
Hearing you well, Giovanni.
Yes, so I just got the latest count. At 8 o'clock, it was 177 voters who have participated so far in the Fort George Division around 8 o'clock, and at 9 o'clock, it's 214. It will be very interesting because I think this area has 1,776 registered voters, if I remember correctly. And in the 2015 election, I believe that they had a 52% voters turn out. Earlier this morning, the lines were long, but as you can see, if I can have my cameraman turn, there's no line inside it. I went to cast my vote just to know if you can see my finger. And I can explain to you in the studios that, first of all, I had to wash my hands, and then you proceed. And again, you are sprayed, you are sanitized, and you show your identification card. You get a separate pencil, just as the election and boundaries had explained. And then again, you sanitize. So it is very, very healthy, friendly, I should say. And so far, on Barack Road, we'll move around there. The UTP office candidate, Melvin Hewlett, we are waiting to get an interview with him to speak. He's a newcomer, but he's been in politics for many years from a young person. So, and I'm waiting to get an interview with Will Mejia, who is the BPP candidate in this area. But that is the latest update that we have in the Fort George Division. I'll be getting the numbers as we go along for the Pickstock Division. Yes, Daedra.
I wanted to ask you, Fort George has Will Mejia, who is an independent there at this time. What are you noticing with his camp? What are you noticing with his organization? And do you see any robustness around the movement of his camp?
Well, I've seen 2 of his tents. He is up a little bit from me, but in terms of robust, there's about 7 or 8 or maybe 10 folks I saw this morning in his T-shirt across from his tent, but that is as robust as it gets. In terms of in the line, you don't see any green shot. And when we were over at St. Mary's, there is practically dead in movement as well. I gave an earlier interview where we looked at the 3 areas, and he had about 2 personnel under the tent. So I would use the word robust for the green machinery in the Fort George Division at this time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that report, Giovanni, and we'll stay in touch with you again.
The No 2020.
we have another interview from the UDP camp, which is the Prime Minister Barrow's wife. We're expecting to speak with Mrs. Kim Simplice Barrow and to hear her take on the elections. As you know, it is bittersweet for that family because the long-standing leader and Prime Minister of the country is now retiring. She was a very active person in terms of children and women and different social issues in the country. Do we have that interview ready, Jules?
Okay, Mrs. Barrow, this is your final day as First Lady of Belize. Tell me how you're feeling. You've done so much work here in Belize.
Well, it's all I can say that it was an honor to serve, and I've always been of the thought that we have to go in and do the best that we possibly can for people. So.
Okay. And will you continue your work after this?
Well, I was doing it before I became the Special Envoy for Women and Children through Lifeline Foundation, and I plan on continuing working with Lifeline and doing more, actually.
And Mrs. Barrow, my final question, or maybe a statement, you really established the idea of having a First Lady in Belize. You put that out there. For you, how do you feel about that?
Well, I think that the previous wives of the prime ministers, they did do a lot of work with the visually impaired, Mrs. Musa, and Lady Kathy with mental illness, mental health. And so I think we're living in an age where social media and we have more media engagement. Things are instantaneous, so it's a different feel. Yes, I feel like maybe I've done a lot more. I've covered a lot more of the issues, but the work started with them. And I mean, I stand on so many amazing women's shoulders. So I have to say thanks to them for inspiring my work. And hopefully whoever comes next will be able to build on whatever it is that I was able to do.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mrs. Barrow. Congratulations.
Indeed, she's been very visible in Belize with the work that she's done through the Inspiration Center, through Lifeline Foundation, and of course through her Office of the Special Envoy. So we have to, I'll give you a few words to say something towards her, to her service to the country before we go to the interview that we have just outside our studios.
No, certainly I think Mrs. Barrow has really put that role of First Lady in Belize, taking it to new heights, so to speak. I'm glad that she took the opportunity to acknowledge the work of Mrs. Musa and Mrs. Esquivel before her, because they served in a time where you didn't have social media, where, you know, we weren't as in tune, weren't as connected. As she said, the information wasn't readily available as quickly as it is now, but she has certainly done a tremendous amount of work. She's had her critics over the years in terms of wanting her to respond to every little thing that happens immediately, but I noticed that the response has always been there, and that's a credit to her. You know, it might not happen at the time that Belizeans want it to happen, but she has taken the time to analyze a situation and ensure that she makes her voice heard. And so I think she's done well in that role, the time that she has, the time in which she has served in it, and certainly whoever comes next definitely has rather large shoes to fill.
Indeed, Mayor Belize. Mayor and Mose, we have an interview with Courtney Menzies, who's talking to Paul Thompson. We're in the heart of the Albert division, and he is the PUP representative for Albert. He's running against the UDP incumbent, Tracy Tager-Panton. So if we could have that live.
Hello again, Belize. We're here in the Albert Division this time with PUP Standard Bearer Paul Thompson. Mr. Thompson, I believe this is the second time you're running up against Miss Tracy Panton.
Yes.
What's the feeling like?
Oh, the feeling is much different this time. We're very upbeat. As you see, the turnout has been strong this morning. The lines are very long, and I guess that's due to the pandemic that's in before us, and because of the social distancing, the lines are very long. But we feel very good this time.
How are you mobilizing your people?
Well, the usual way. We have their numbers. We have time set up for them to come out. We go and pick them up. They come out. You know, there was a big surge this morning for us to go to vote as well. And so that has been done already.
So you're recommending people to come out a little bit earlier because of the pandemic and also the curfew?
Yes. Something happened this morning. I think most people were thinking that there's a pandemic. I want to go early. I want to get this over with. And so hence the long lines and hence so many people out here so long, for so long. You know, normally things would have been a little bit slower, but I think the turnout has been, from my just eyeball view, I haven't seen the numbers yet, but just from what I see, it looks like there's a good turnout so far.
Last time around, Ms. Panton, she won by a good number of votes. What's your strategy this year?
Well, we asked the question, is your life better after 3 terms with the UDP? If not, then we have certain plans that we project to them. 60,000 lots, new homes, free education. And so we believe that those things are what people want. People don't want to have, they don't want you to take you to the moon. They want the basics, and we believe that going back to the basics is the way. And people like that because those are the...
Thank you very much, Courtney Menzies, for that report with Paul Thompson. Indeed, the last general election saw Albert bring out 63.7% of the votes, and indeed it was taken by UDP. We're going to be having another live report, but female, he's running up against a female in the Albert division. Your comments on having the female perspective in the party?
No, it's a rematch of the last general election, both in the Albert division that we're in presently. And I think, believe Minister or the AR Panton has acquitted herself fairly well in this present term of government, or the past term of government. But Mr. Thompson is certainly a candidate to be reckoned with. I believe they have both been working in the Albert division since the days of the Honorable Marcus Spot. And so they're very well known. And we have to wait to see if, as Mr. Thompson predicts, that people are now looking for what he and the PUP are offering this time around.
Indeed, Mayor. It's left to be seen until tonight when the counting is happening, but the confidence is going to be in every camp as we go there. We're going now to Lake Independence, where we have a veteran politician from the side of the People's United Party, and we have a newcomer in the person of Miss Diane Finnegan. That constituency brought out 69% of its voters in the last general election. So let's bring in our correspondent who's live from Lake Eye.
The Now Coverage Elections 2020, KREM Radio, KREM Television, Channel 7, and our affiliates. We are here in the Lake Independence constituency in Belize City, where we have the incumbent Colonel Hyde being contested by the UDP's Diane Finnegan. In the Lake Independence constituency, there are 2 polling stations at St. Martin's de Porres School, which are polling area 17 and 17B. Polling station 17 is responsible for 1,983 registered voters. 17B is responsible for 2,880 registered voters, for a total number of 4,863 registered voters in the Lake Eye constituency. We have figures from since polls open up until 9 o'clock, and the total amount of registered voters that cast their ballots are 341. What you're seeing right now behind me, what you're seeing is a lack of adherence to the social distancing measures that everyone should be following. People to the entrance of the polling area are shoulder to shoulder, and there is no police officers in sight to make sure or to enforce the social distancing measures. What we have seen in terms we have seen some people actually have their masks under their chin, and others who are not properly social distance. So this is of concern here in the Lake Eye constituency. No police officers in sight. What we saw earlier was a police mobile pass by, but there was no enforcement any at all. Our coverage of elections 2020 will continue right here on KREM Television, KREM Radio, Channel 7, and our affiliates channel. What we are going to do is that we are going to be trying to get in contact with the candidates, Cordell Hyde for the PUP and Diane Finnegan for the PUP, for the UDP, pardon me. Additionally, what we can tell you is that at the tents from both political parties, there is no adherence to the social distancing measures and no adherence to the 10-person limit, any at all. More coverage comes your way right here on the Nook with Orson Picard, Trevor Yard, on behalf of KREM Television, KREM Radio, and Channel 7.
Thank you for that report, Urson. And we have another interview coming up. Mayor, what is that interview you have there in front of you?
We'll be going to Orange Walk North, where we have an interview with the People's United Party candidate, Ramon Monchi Cervantes.
Present here with us, we have the PUP's standard bearer, Ramon Monchi Cervantes Jr. Good morning, Mr. Monchi. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Kirani. Good morning, Orange Walk North. Good morning, everyone. I'm doing fine, thank you. I have health and life and health, and the people are coming out to vote for a change. Thank you.
And speaking about the people coming out, a few moments ago, we saw a very long line of persons coming out, and we understand that this is not something that's usually seen during the morning. Can you talk to us about that turnout so far?
Well, the turnout has been good so far in that people have been streaming in consistently and constantly. From the morning, there was a long line, and when the polls opened, the people went in to vote, and the line has been keeping growing and growing. So the people are coming out to vote. The people want this change. The people want betterment for our country. So that is the spirit that we are seeing today.
How is your machinery in terms of bringing out your people today, the mobilization?
Well, it's going well so far. We are bringing out a lot of people. As you see, the line attests that we are bringing out our people, and the people are coming out. So it's an early start, and yeah, we will keep on this pace and keep on increasing the pace during the day so that everyone, all our supporters, come out to vote.
Now we know that this election in particular, the circumstances are different due to the COVID-19 pandemic that we are currently experiencing. What information can you share in terms of your team adhering to all the protocols that are in place, getting your voters out, having them wearing the mask, sanitizing, and so forth?
Yeah, we are adhering to those protocols as best as we can. No, the important thing is taking out the people and safely, and the safety is primordial, and so that is what we are doing. We are keeping a good safety level.
From your perspective, how much voters who are registered in this area are you expecting to come out? What percentage?
Normally it's about 85%, so we are expecting maybe about 2,200 people or something like that to come out and vote here in Trial Farm. Yes. Mm-hmm.
And then, as we mentioned before, there are lots of people who are coming out today. So you're expecting that bulk to come out during the morning, or you will see maybe the majority come out in the morning and then the rest coming out in the afternoon?
I think the people will be flowing in steadily. It's a holiday, so a lot of people are that would have been working are not working right now. So I think that makes it easier for the people, and I think the stream of people will keep on flowing constantly and consistently. Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Monchi, anything else that you'd like to add in terms of what's happening on the grounds today?
Well, I want to ask everyone from the Orange Walk North Division to please come out and vote. All the PUP supporters, please come out and vote to your polling areas, whether it's Trial Farm, San Jose, Douglas, San Roman, San Antonio, or Chapel School. in Otrobenque. Please come out to vote as early as possible so that we don't have a long line at the end when 6 o'clock gives. So please come out to vote and vote for your humble servant.
Yes, thank you there for our partnership in Orange Walk with CCTV, it is, right? So we had to cut that because, of course, campaigning is not allowed today. Mose, we're about to put over some footage that we've been receiving from Lake Independence. So this is just right down the street from you, and this is a stomping ground of your neighborhood. So let's see what's going on there and have your commentary on it.
Yeah, well, obviously you have huge, not just lines, but huge presence on the street. The energy that we have seen here is being replicated all over the country. We have not seen every single constituency, but definitely when it comes to the amount of people who are out here, out on Partridge Street, because this is Partridge Street, it definitely comes pretty close to what we saw from the Belize Rural Central, Ladyville area earlier with Wanda.
Yes, Mose, I think one of the things that, that people might be concerned about is that this is election in the time of COVID, and so the social distancing and the mask wearing is very important. But as I was sharing with the mayor, as we listened to Monchi Cervantes speak, is that this is election, it comes with an energy that is hard to temper, that is hard to corral. And so we will have these kind of responses. Mayor,
I don't want to put on my talk show hat right now, but definitely it's one of the reasons why I felt strongly that we should have made adjustments such as expanding the days of vote to maybe 2 or 3.
But most
that
you
could very well have been
that really would have tempered it, because whether or not I vote today or my neighbor goes tomorrow, that fever is still on. Elections is like Christmas. Christmas just takes you over, and even if you're broke, you find the money for spend and you're out the look, even if you're just the window shop. Elections has an energy that just comes with it. Mayor, your take on that?
Yeah, I hear Brother Moses' commentary regarding having found some other mechanism to be able to put into place for the conduct of the election, so you didn't end up in a scenario that we see unfolding in Lake Eyre there, where you just have the multitudes of people. I believe Lake Eyre is the largest constituency in the city, not only in terms of the numbers, but also probably geographically as well. And so you were bound to have, especially with candidates, especially one of the candidates who has such a tremendous following in that division, you're bound to have these people coming out, especially early. Like you said, elections is like Christmas. It has that same enthusiasm behind it, and people want to get out and participate. I know a lot of people want to come out, vote, and then quickly get home so that they can reduce their exposure. But I would have to agree with Mose that maybe we could have made a better effort at finding some other mechanism to introduce to try to mitigate circumstances like that unfolding in that division right now.
Indeed. Mose,
and I think we still have an opportunity to underscore to listeners and viewers, to people who are potentially going out to vote later on, especially going into the evening, when the tradition is that around 6 o'clock, you have people coming together of the various camps, and there is an energy to it. And I think, as Jules pointed out earlier on, people have been deprived of their traditional coming together events. People were unable to go to Placencia and Kikaka and San Pedro in Easter. They were unable to come together for September celebrations and Carnival. So we are deprived people of these mass gatherings. Now we have an event that is essentially sanctioned by our leaders. So nobody is going to, and by aspiring leaders as well. So nobody is going to spank you for coming out, and so the temptation is too great. And as you have pointed out, Daedra, there is an energy around the election. There is a hype, there is a vibe, and in certain divisions, it's a bit more elevated. I can tell you that the tradition here on Partridge Street, because this is where I've been on election day for many elections. there's usually drumming, there's usually music, there's usually dancing, there's usually quarreling, there's usually just that vibe going on. You can go to Cayo, where you have similar divisions that have that big speakers. I can remember the last time with the division that you have Minister Montero, and I think last election it was Mr. Silva who was contesting that division. You had speaker on top of speaker, some clash in Belize going on. We are scheduled to hear, we don't want Riga feel like we're not there. We are going to be getting a report from Riga shortly. And you know, Riga, another area where coming together, energy, it's November already. The vibe is fertile ground for violation of the advised social distancing, mask wearing, and all of that. And
you're so right, Mose.
You know,
the whole campaign,
the whole campaign season, and this might, I don't know, my people might be too conservative, but a part of the campaign season is kind of like a mating aspect. Young people coming together and that happens, man. We can't act so uncomfortable with our own biology. Communities have their various events and traditions which incorporate opportunities for people coming together. You know the deal. So that's a part of the vibe that you're looking at as well, and we have to call it what it is.
Yes, Mose, thank you very much for that, because it is true, and it makes me anticipate what we could be seeing happening later tonight when victors start emerging. We just only have to hope that our people protect themselves, that we remain safe, and that if they are cautioned by the legal authorities to take action, they do take action, because we wouldn't want to see any flare-ups. We don't want to deprive anybody of any celebration or otherwise, but we do want to keep them safe. Mayor, we
celebrate at home, Daedra. We have to tell you what is celebrate at home.
Yes, exactly. Celebrate at home. And if you need to do that with just your family, remember too, you can't be having a party. So you have to celebrate with those that reside in your particular home. So all of those things are tempering what we're normally used to for the elections. But I'll have the mayor introduce our next correspondent who's coming up.
We will go to the division of Stan Creek West and our correspondent, Marco Lopez. This is, of course, one of those divisions that was razor thin the last time around, so it's going to be interesting to see what the result is this time.
And don't we have an old stalwart of the UDP coming back in that division as independent? I understand that Melvin Flippin House is back on that scene.
That's right, and I believe it's the division with the most candidates. I think 5 people are running for that seat in the House of Representatives.
Indeed.
Lopez reporting for the now 2020 general elections coverage. I'm here at St. Matthew's Anglican Primary School, the polling station in Pomona Village. As you see, I don't have my shirt and my ID as yet. I haven't gotten my regalia to do this coverage, but we're here at this polling station. We see a lot of PUP shirts. We see 2 UDP tents as well, and a lengthy line here at the Pomona polling station. This is polling station 99 at St. Matthew's Anglican School in Pomona. The start of the coverage will be covering this division of Stan Creek West. Very vast division, almost 10,000 registered voters, with 2,000 voters in independent area alone. So we'll be covering this division for the now coverage 2020, and we'll be keeping it up with you guys. As I say, I don't have my shirt as yet, but I hope the next time I see you guys, I have my shirt and my ID, and we'll be bringing you the coverage from this division.
Thank you, Marco Lopez, for that. I just want to remind our correspondents to use the landscape orientation of their cameras so that we can appreciate everything that you're experiencing in your area as you do your reports. We have another interview coming up.
And we will stay right here in the Great Albert Division. We have an interview with Tracy Panton, done by Courtney Menzies.
Okay, hi Belize. We're still here in the Albert. This time UDP standard bearer Tracy Panton. Miss Tracy, you've held this area. You won it in the last elections. Are you still feeling confident this time around?
I think the The numbers will speak for themselves. Yes, I'm confident. And the reason I am confident is because we have worked in this division from the day I was elected. I haven't left. And my office is open 5 days a week, 4 weeks a month, 12 months a year. And so we continue to deliver services to the people. And I think once you support the people will support you.
Do you think there may be a situation where, you're a little too confident so you don't put in your all in your strategy, or you think your strategy will work?
My strategy will work because my strategy has been about serving the people. I am not at all complacent. I do not take my opponent lightly. We are fighting for a fourth term in office. As you know, that's not an easy feat for any political party or for any candidate. So I have certainly not approached this from a place of arrogance or a place of overconfidence. We are fighting as though we are the underdog because we want to deliver this division for the United Democratic Party at the end of the day.
And I know COVID-19 makes it a little bit more difficult to do that. So how have you had to work around the pandemic?
Well, yes, it has been difficult. Visiting homes have been a little bit more challenging. And so we've had to use other methods to communicate with voters, either, by telemarketing or by the internet, or we make, instead of campaigning in large groups, we've made special visits at a specific time when homeowners are comfortable for us to visit, and that kind of thing. And of course, we have observed all the proper safety protocols.
And what was your advice to your voters? To come out early, to spread out?
Yes, definitely to come out early. Come out early, vote red, and stay safe. And so that's simple advice. I am very pleased by the turnout this morning. I hope it will continue throughout the day, because our objective, as I said before, is to deliver the division for the United Democratic Party.
Thank you so much, Ms. Panton. UDP Standard Bearer, Ms. Tracy Panton for the Alberts. She won in the last general election, as you heard, and now she's here again trying to win once more against PUP's Paul Thompson. Dano, Belize, General Elections 2020. This is Courtney Menzies.
Thank you very much, Courtney Menzies. I see Tracy is skillful. She dropped in that
she
vote,
slipped
that
in
vote,
that bit of
she slipped in that
campaigning.
bit of campaign on us. But I mean, it's unavoidable almost. You just have to be on your P's and Q's. We want to go to one of our other divisions. Yes, Moses, I hear you.
We're not quarreling nobody for dropping on ETs, but because some people want to bring one whole dump truck. So that the way we have to stand against, you see?
Yeah, I get you. That's when the machete need to come out, right? Mayor, we're going to go to Belize Rural South, which is where currently Honorable Heredia sits. Who are we going to be seeing in the Rural South?
We will be going to Miss Natasha Stewart with a live Zoom interview in San Pedro Town, of course, as you said, in the Belize Rural South constituency.
Now that constituency has a new person vying against veteran Honorable. So let's see how that's going to fare off during the day. Could we have the live Zoom?
Good morning, Ms. Stewart.
Good morning, Natasha.
Hi. Good morning. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys see me well?
We're seeing you just perfect.
Okay, great. So I have the official number of the votes cast at this point in time. So from the official returning officer, Ms. Geneva James, I have, as of 9 o'clock, 330 votes casted in Keecocker out of the 1,092. So that's about 30% voter turnout so far. And that's as of 9 o'clock. And for San Pedro, we have a total of 895 voter turnout in San Pedro out of the 7,394 voters. That's as of 9 o'clock. So far, I have not seen Mr. or Honorable Manuel Heredia, but I have seen Mr. Andre everywhere. I have not seen Mr. Thomas Greenwood as well to interview him either, but there is still quite a lot of people out here. It is very calm. Everybody is still practicing their social distancing for sure. I'm sure that number will be dramatically more in the last, like from 9 to 10 a.m. So as far as now, everything is looking good as far as voter turnout. And those are our numbers as of right now. So 330 voters for Keycocker and 895 for San Pedro as of 9 a.m.
Thank you very much, Natasha.
Yes, you're welcome.
So that was our report from Belize Rural South, and I made a quick note of numbers she was giving us. She reported that out of 1,092 voters registered in Keycocker, 330 had voted as of 9 a.m. And of 7,394 voters registered in San Pedro, 895 had voted. I did some quick math. That represents a total voter count to this point at 9 a.m. at least of 1,225 voters out of 8,486 registered, representing roughly 14.4% of the registered voter roll there.
Thank you for that recap of the numbers. As we look at the last general elections, Belize Rural South had Manuel Junior Heredia as the incumbent there, and that constituency brought out 69.4% of its vote last year. I hear some noise in the background. Are we trying to bring in an interview at this point? I guess. Okay, yeah. What we're hearing in the background is Rhonda Crichton in Hattieville for the Belize Rural Central Division trying to get in to file her report. Rhonda, are you there?
Okay. We have made our way to polling area number 33 and 34. And in this area, there is a total of 1,195 persons that can cast their vote. We are not sure how many have done so yet. We have been unable to get that information. But if you are in this area, this is the perfect time to come out because there is no line. There is no wait. You know, it's peaceful, it's quiet, it's going. We see on this side, we see the red machinery. And then on the far end to the left, we see the blue machinery. I mean, and everybody's just holding their corner, watching the numbers. And if you look at that sign there, not necessarily the colors per se, but it would give you a good idea of who the persons that are running in the usual central electoral division. We have 4 persons, and 4 of these persons are represented out here today. So just a quick one to tell you that if you are coming to the Hattieville Government School, if this is where you should be voting, that it is going to be quick, easy, fast, so you can come out, cast your vote, and go back home and enjoy the remainder of your day. That's going to be it for now from Hattieville. When you see us again, we'll probably be back in Ladyville, or we might just stop into Boom and give you a little bit of the sights and sounds on that side.
Thank you very much, Rhonda Crichton. That division also has a third-party candidate from the Belize Progressive Party, who is Karen Banner. That division spans 2 highways and several communities. There are some news stories with that division because Freetown Sibun is a very, very small community, and then right over from that is Gales Point, Manatee. Hattieville at this time of data, we also remember that Hurricane Hattie had just left Belize this time in 1961. So there's a whole lot of convergence of history and history politically and otherwise for that constituency and that particular part of the constituency, Hattieville. Mose, you were saying?
I was saying bye. This is where I get off the bus for a little bit and I come back this evening at 6 o'clock.
Well, not Canada. Hold it. I just want.
All righty, Mose. Thank you for hanging in with us and get some rest because tonight I see that you have some very long hours ahead of you.
A couple hours. All right. Have a great time while here on Dano, and big respect to everybody that's making it possible. The great coalition, Dano.
Thank you, Brother Mose. We will go to a Zoom interview with Marisol Amaya, and we're told that she is in the beautiful village of Esperanza in the Cayo Northeast Division.
Actually, that would be in San Ignacio, and we're still outside the Sacred Heart polling station. We now have Mr. Orlando Habet. I hope that you have been able to play the interview we did with the returning officer, Mr. Middleton, responding to the allegations about people being paid, but from another division by the Red Camp. But we want to start there, Mr. Habet. What are your observations? Of course, he is the incumbent for the People's United Party going at it again. What are your observations of what happened this morning?
Good morning, Marisol. Yes, we were watching the other side, the UDP people coming in. Actually, we noted that there's a safe house where they are paying the people to come and vote, and maybe paying others, of course. What we noted, which was really obvious, was that they brought in some people that they had illegally registered from Armenia village, and they took them, the entire group, maybe about 15 or 20 of them, went directly to that safe house to collect, and they were in line. It is nothing strange. In 2015 and 2012, they did the same thing. As a matter of fact, they had rented a house that had a burger bar, and people were in line, and some people thought that it was a Chinese restaurant where they were getting food, and then they noticed that they weren't coming out with food, but they were coming out with money in their hands. So it's nothing strange. We also observed that another bus came from Cairo South. This was led by...
Okay, so the one you spoke of at the start of the interview is Armenia that you told me about?
Yes, some people that were illegally registered from Armenia, registered in Cairo Northeast, and that's the first group that they brought. And subsequently, they brought another bus van full with people from... That was the van. Then they brought a bus, actually, that came in from Cairo South. Most of them that came in, apparently, are, when we checked the register, after they had voted, they were people who they brought from Unitedville and the rest of Cairo South.
No.
Those were the people who they brought in illegally, registered in Cairo Northeast in polling area 72.
No, you were calling it an illegal registration, but there's a process, and that process is to challenge via objection, which goes to court.
Thank you, Marisol, for that report. Again, some allegations being raised there, but we have not had the benefit of the other side to respond. And so we interrupted that interview because we do want to make sure that we're being fair and that we're not allowing allegations to be dropped out there, and very serious allegations at that, to be dropped out there without a response. At this point in time, Mayor, we're going to switch over and we're going to go to a veteran politician who is also retiring for the United Democratic Party here in the city, in the constituency of Pickstock. He is the Honorable Wilfred Sedi Elrington. He served as our Minister for Foreign Affairs all through that term, the 3 terms of the United Democratic Party. I'll give you an opportunity to chat a bit about Mr. Elrington and your collaboration since you're both of the United Democratic Party.
No, certainly the name Sedi Elrington has been synonymous with UDP politics, and probably before that, probably NIP politics before the creation of the UDP. Been around a very long time. I recall he was a candidate going as far back as, I believe, the '93 election. I think he had contested the Pickstock division against the Right Honorable George Price. And so Mr. Elrington is no stranger, as you said, a veteran politician on the political scene here in Belize, has represented the Pickstock constituency for the past 3 terms. And now that Prime Minister Barrow rides off, he seems to have decided that it is time for him to move on as well, leaving a void in that division where we know Mr. Marla and Mr. Martinez are probably out there toe-to-toe in Pickstock at this point in time. So let us see what the good gentleman had to share.
Indeed, Pickstock is one of those historic constituencies in the city. And you mentioned that when the Honorable Elrington, well, he's not honorable anymore because the House has been dissolved, but when Mr. Elrington stepped aside, Wilfred Elrington stepped aside, it created that void indeed. And for a moment there, we were wondering who would take the place. But slipped into there was Anthony Martinez, who had said his goodbyes in Port Layola and was drifting back into retirement, but asserted himself forward and now is in Pickstock with his ground commander, who is Mr. Finnegan, who is another old stalwart who slipped into retirement and saying his goodbye to electoral politics. So indeed, let's take a look at that interview with Mr. Elrington.
We just had a quick interview with Sedi Elrington, the former foreign minister here for Belize. He is no longer running. He is retired. He is out of politics, but he's still in the game, as he told us in the interview. And he gave quite a good interview, stating that he's willing to help and he's here for Belize. So this is Sahar Vasquez reporting for Channel 7 and KREM, Danao. We are here. This is Sahar Vasquez. I am here with Seti Elrington. Mr. Elrington, tell me, how are you feeling today? You're not running. You're not in the election right now. Is it a bittersweet feeling for you?
I don't think we could have had a more perfect day. Okay. You see how beautiful the sea is? Absolutely beautiful. This is also Veterans Day, the people who laid the foundation for us. And then this is election day. You see people going around very peacefully and very orderly to cast their ballots and to work for their respective parties. It's a wonderful day, and I couldn't feel better. Remember now, I was been in politics since 1964. It's about time I take a little break. So I feel so good, very, very good.
And how do you feel about your constituency? Do you think that the UDP will take that, or?
To be very honest with you, since I declared that I would not run again, I have not visited the constituency. So I really am not in a position to tell you how they will go. I have not sought to influence anybody one way or the other. I've just dropped out of sight. So I am not in a position to say what will happen with the Pickstock constituency.
Okay, and overall, how do you feel about this day for Belize? This could be a historic day for Belize, you know. I mean, we're giving this election during the COVID pandemic. The PUP could win, they could come back into power, the UDP could maintain power. For you, what's the feeling?
Having been around, as I said, since 1964, I'm old enough now to understand that much is not going to change for the regular people, no matter who wins. It's not going to be fundamental change. As a matter of fact, my own sense is that we may have, as a nation, lost our way, and I think we have to do some course correction. So I really am very concerned about tomorrow. Pandemic, the economic situation, the debt situation, the unemployment situation, the violence situation. Those are not going to go away just because you have an election. Whoever wins, what I'm more concerned about is what is going to happen tomorrow. Very concerned about that. And I will not just drop out of sight tomorrow. I will certainly be monitoring the situation and try to, as much as possible, to do what I can to make the life and livelihoods of Belizeans better.
And you're a household name. Yeah. So you must be a bit sad to be out of the game. You've been in it for a long time, and how was the run for you? What can you say about it?
I don't think anybody in the history of this country has had a better run than I have had. As a matter of fact, I was a senator for 5 years in the 90s period, and then I had 12 consecutive years as foreign minister. At a time when perhaps Belize spent the most money, the government of Belize spent the most money in the history of our country. The last 12 years, we have spent, I think, billions of dollars in the development of our country, and most of it was driven by government. So that I have been very privileged to work at perhaps the best period in the history of our country. And you will notice that we have done a tremendous amount of infrastructural development. You go north, south, east, and west, Belize has never looked better.
And are you willing to give advice to whoever is the next foreign minister?
This is my country. I exist and live to do whatever is necessary to make my country better. So I will be right here all the time and give all the advice that is asked of me. This is my country. I will never cease to be actively engaging in its welfare and well-being.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Elrington.
You're welcome.
To say to Mr. Elrington, thanks for his service to Belize and the Belizean people. Certainly. I was just looking back in the annals a little bit, and I went back to the 1993 general elections, and in that election we had two Elringtons running. We had Mr. Wilfred Selby Elrington in Pickstock going up against the Right Honorable George Price, Father of the Nation, and we had his brother over in the Lake Independence Division. So there were two of them there. In that election, he lost to Mr. George Price, The division was always small. There was just a little bit over 2,000, a little under 2,500 electors, voters in that constituency back then. And so we say thank you for your service to the nation. We're a grateful nation for the service that these people have given to us. Whether or not you liked him or you didn't like him, he spoke his truth.
Right.
And he made his position known, and he didn't flinch. I'm getting signals that we're going to a live interview for one of our correspondents in Cayo, Cherise Halsal. Cherise, come in.
Good afternoon, Cherise Halsal here in Sokots. I'm accompanied by Mr. Wilson Putt. Mr. Putt was once a village councillor here in this community. Mr. Putt, tell me about the little altercation that happened in Benke this morning, similar to the one that we heard about in Esperanza.
What happened in Benke is that there was not just a fighting, but it's a small trying to erupt from a little misunderstanding of putting banners. And the UDP has set some banners, and then the PUP came and set one. It was covering some of the images of the UDP. So the PUP came, the UDP came and said, "You move the banner, I'll move it from you." It didn't escalate it far, but they managed to settle it peacefully, and everybody went to their corner, and now they can proceed with their election.
Now, when it comes to the election, let's talk about the three candidates that we have in play. We have Mr. Milin, we have Mr. Erwin Winchi Contreras, and Mr. Ayala. What are you seeing when it comes to these candidates, and who's going to come out on top today?
Okay, it is a first time in history here in Cayo West. Majority of us consider them the good, the bad, and the ugly. It is a run, and people are saying, well, they're the first newcomer, and he's trying to do his best, but he's hiding. He's not coming out meeting the people and trying to express what is his sentiments and what his plans for on his party. So he's being like sideways a little bit, and the two major parties, Miling and Erwin, are fighting now. So it is a battle between them. As you can see here in Sokots, here in the Cayo district, it's kind of funny because sometimes one party goes high and then all of a sudden it goes down. So it's very funny, very confusing to see where people are going to vote and who will be victorious at this election. There's many issues affecting both parties. If I stay in here and complain, it will take me the whole day to complain on both sides. Okay, but like I said, they have several issues on both candidates. So those two candidates are fighting now. Not fighting peacefully, but they are fighting, diplomatically. And well, it's the people who move the machinery better. They will win.
Let's take a minute just to talk a little about the newcomer, Mr. Ayala. Who is he and what does he mean to Benke and Sokots? Okay, Mr. Ayala is a teacher by profession. He was retired now. He said, well, he's had enough of teaching. And he's an educated person. But he came and his vision is good. His vision is talking about corruption and everything. But no, sir, just cutting off because we can't really go into that whole campaigning thing. What's your perspective on the voter turnout here today in Sokots?
Here, with the COVID and everything influencing here, it will be good. I'm seeing that people are coming out. They're getting their social distancing. They're protecting themselves. Now and then you see small group gathering, but just to discuss something and then they scatter. But it is something to be careful of because people are everybody wants to be to protect themselves. Everyone wants to be safe. But we have that tendency because here only last night we have 3 more cases erupting here in Sokots.
Yeah.
So it's kind of funny to see, and to make it even a little bit worse, we don't know who they are. So they might be coming here, they might not be coming here, but we don't know. So it's a issue that we need to all to be protected from this COVID because after this, whoever wins, I hope that no more COVID cases being erupted because with this gathering, everybody's pushing around everything. So it might be spreading out easier.
Well, you heard it here first from Mr. Wilson Putt. Election day could become a super spreader event. We will be bringing you more from Benke and Sokots in a while. speaking to the returning officer in Benke, and I'll be back with that shortly.
He was talking about the division where we have the Honorable Erwin Contreras. He's facing a new candidate.
Yes.
But Erwin Contreras has been very good for the UDP in terms of bringing in the elections. The last time he brought out 76% of the voters.
Right.
Now I'm being told that we have Daniel Ortiz.
Giovanni Brackett.
Yes, Daniel is in Hope Creek at this point in time, so he is down south. And Daniel, can you come in, please?
Hello, everybody. I'm Daniel Ortiz, and I'm in Hope Creek to bring you the Now Elections Coverage 2020 by Channel 7, KREM, and our broadcasting partners. And we're here with a voter who just went into the booth to do her thing. Mom, first of all, we know that it's a very difficult time, and a lot of people were worried about the challenges of COVID and the flood and all that stuff. What brought you out to the elections?
To be honest, what brought me out to vote is because everyone, you know, it's your right. So being able to vote, it allows you to have a voice in everything that is going on in your country. And if it's not, you don't have to. It's your choice, honestly. But to me, I think it's a good thing because then it allows you to know what is going on and you have a say. So if anything good happens, then you can say, oh, well, they did this for us. It is for us, the Belizeans. And honestly, I think it's one of the best things. This is actually my third time voting in the elections.
Okay. Now, talk to us about your level of comfort being in the polling booth and the social distancing aspects of the safety measures.
Well, my comfort is very good because all the people in there actually have on their masks. They sanitize everything. They have all the pencils in a container, and when you are finished using it, they sanitize it again. So the fear of corona isn't actually here. And then there are also officers stationed outside having everyone standing 6 feet apart, you know, to go with the social distancing precautions.
Okay, now, just a quick prediction, ma'am, if you will. You think we'll stay, you'll have a UDP 4-peat or a change in government? Just off the top of your head, just a quick guess.
To be honest, I cannot say because it's with the two people running here for Hope Creek, it's a very tight race. So that's the thing.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for that interview, Daniel.
All right, Sahar Vasquez.
We would like to go straight to Orson Picard, who is in the Collett Division.
Here with OJ Elrington. And OJ, tell us, how are you feeling today? You are running against Francis Fonseca, who has been the leader for this division, Freetown, for 17 years.
And been absent for 17 years. And so I think that the people of Freetown are excited, like myself, to give true and real representation to the constituency and to really and truly offer the people an opportunity to have a representative who is there for them. And so I am very confident that with the work that my team and myself have put in over the years, that we've showed the people of Freetown that we have a plan, that we have a vision, and we're willing to work hard to execute that plan and that vision.
Okay, and tell us a little bit, we know you've been campaigning hard, food pantries, you helped kids with school. Tell us a little bit about what your team has done, how you've been mobilizing on the campaign trail.
Well, really and truly, when persons ask me when we're going to start a campaign, I tell them we believe in a campaign all year round, every single day. What we believe in is giving people real and true representation, and whatever form that takes, that is what we do. So if it is that persons need educational assistance, we do that. If it is that persons they are in need and they need food assistance, we do that. If persons they need to be picked up in the middle of a flood, that is what we do. We are here to provide the service, and we are public servants, and that is what we do.
Okay, and my final question, as you said, Francis may be absent, but he continues to win. And I'm looking around here and I see a lot of blue.
A lot of blue, but you notice, look, if you look over there, that is not Freetown, my dear. That is Pickstock. This is Freetown. And when
still a lot of blue.
And the people, they are voting. And so the truth is that it is an entirely new voters list. And so whatever one might say he inherited from his predecessors no longer exist. And I think that really and truly the re-registration process will prove true. And remember, I'm saying it now, the re-registration process has changed the political dynamics in Belize significantly, and you will see significant changes today.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. That definitely was not Urson, and that definitely was not was not Colette. That was O.J. Elrington. He's a first-timer running in Freetown against the former PUP leader, Francis Fonseca. Francis Fonseca has marshaled that constituency, and as we heard, O.J. is predicting that with re-registration, it's a different ball game.
Well, that remains to be seen. We know the powerhouse that the current area rep in that area has been over the years, but OJ has certainly put together the best campaign he possibly could, and one thing about his campaign, it's certainly been full of energy.
Yes, indeed. We can't argue with that. We're going to go to Fort George again. It's one of the smaller constituencies in Belize. It has 3 candidates going for it. Coming down to the wire of the elections being announced, we had the Honorable Said Musa, former Prime Minister of Belize, deciding that he was going into retirement, and that gave way for Henry Charles Usher to come forward. And Henry Charles Usher is grandchild, I believe he is, to the Honorable Jane Usher, God rest her soul, who was also a politician and also a minister in government, served for the division of Pickstock, I believe it was.
I believe it was.
And Mr. Price took over Pickstock when Honorable Jane stepped back. We also have an anomaly going on in Fort George where Will Mejia, who resides in Punta Gorda, decided to throw his hat into Fort George and claims that he's a son of Fort George as well. And so we're going to see what that green introduction has for Fort George. So Giovanni, let's hear you.
Yes, good morning. Reporting for the Fort George, Giovanni Brackett for the No. Daedra with me, I have, we said newcomer, first time running in the general election, Mr. Melvin Hewlett. And Mr. Hewlett, first of all, it's your first time. Tell us that feeling going into today's election.
Well, Brackett was full of excitement, you know. As a son of the soil of Fort George, there's nothing but jubilation and excitement and the anticipation of Fort George going red after so long and delivering Fort George and dignity to go back in Fort George. So I am thrilled, I am excited. Everything is going according to plan and we will deliver.
You have organized many events coming up through the jungle area and through the different parts. In fact, you're not new to politics.
No.
You participated in different elements of the political arena before. But today is different. Speak to your machinery. I mean, you have disabled people, you have people who may just not want to come out. How is your machinery dealing with those?
Well, first and foremost, with our machinery, we have prioritized the safety precautions and safety measures in these difficult times faced in the pandemic education. So my machinery, everyone is equipped with sanitizing kits and protective gear. And we have, throughout our 3 polling areas, everything is organized. We have adequate amount of vehicles, devices, wheelchairs, and so on to assist the elderly. So we are fully oiled. Our turnout since 7 o'clock this morning has been more than satisfactory to me. And we will continue to turn the wheels and as I said, deliver Fort George.
No, the division has been in a lock, I think, for more than 25 years. And the Honorable Said Musa, he has definitely left his mark as a winner. Can't argue with that. And how do you plan to, without today's a no campaigning day, are you intimidated by that legacy that is left behind?
No, intimidation, none at all. None at all. I mean, the fact that, as you said, it's undeniable that the Right Honorable Said Musa, which I know personally, and I could attest his winning streak in Fort George. But as I said, intimidation is not even a factor. When I declared my candidacy, I offered myself knowing at the time that my opponent, the incumbent, was Said Musa, the Right Honorable Said Musa. So our plans have been in motion from day one to make sure that we are executing. And it took a David to bring down Goliath. And that's our mission today. So although the Right Honorable Said Musa said his market in Fort George, but we will deliver.
Now, Melvin, finally, the last election was a turnout of 52%. Today, well, after the re-registration, there's a decrease in the number of voters in the area. That's one. Two, there's the COVID-19 circumstances. Now, how do you predict in terms of, do you think you'll get more than 50% voters turnout today?
Well, I mean, I anticipated that pretty much is going to be overall for George between 50 and 60% voters turnout, but that's overall. But my machinery will bring out absolutely over 80%, 90% of our relatives and support.
David, thank you. We'll be speaking to you as the day progress, Melvin. And so all the best there. There you have it, folks there, the students and our viewers. That's Melvin Hewlett, the UDP candidate for the Fort George division. Daedra, any questions?
You spoke to him and he said he feels quite good about his day. He feels he's a David who's going to face Goliath in terms of PUP having won that division. The last time it was won by UDP, the mayor is telling me it was back in the time of Dean Lindo. Have you been able to find Henry Charles to find out how he feels today taking over from the Honorable Said Musa?
Well, I've spoken to Henry Charles earlier this morning, and he was on a rush and he gave us a brief interview. And so he feels confident as well. He feels that he has grown in the area. He feels that he has participated, helped assisting his dad when he was running. So there's confidence all around. The only one I've not been able to speak to so far is Will Mejia. You asked me about the robust machinery. It seems that his 15 has dwindled to about 3, but I'm looking for him right now.
Well, please do try to find him. We would like to hear, because his presence in the Fort George is a bit of an anomaly. And while it may have happened before that somebody from another district ran in a constituency, this one is very glaring. And it really made people sit up and take notice, not because we expected for it to shift things any great deal, but it is a first. And so it's something that we really would like to hear his take on it now that he's running the election day.
Well, Daedra, like I said to Will, that there's a new Sarstoon that he needs to traverse. And he's my very good friend. He's my very good friend. So we want to see how he'll be doing on this Sarstoon here. But, you know, it's a big day and I know. And so we look forward to be seeing the different highlights during the course of the day. I'm going to be giving you the numbers as for those who have voted in the pick stock within half an hour from now, guys. With that, I'm going to say goodbye. We'll be back shortly. Now, 2020.
Thank you, Giovanni. What caught my attention with what Mr. Hewlett says was about David facing down Goliath. And it's not the first time UDP has put a young guy to face a Goliath situation. I remember when they did it with Derek Aikman.
1984?
When he faced the
Prime Minister.
And a political stalwart, a historic figure, and won that constituency. In fact, it is joked that he chased Mr. George out of Freetown and sent him into Pickstock. So anything is possible on an election day, clearly.
Yeah, it is, and you have more recent surprising upset stories. Hoche in 2008
Definitely
versus
against,
powerhouse Ralph Fonseca. You know, it happens. It happens. It happens once in a blue moon, but it happens.
It happens. This time they're telling me it's really Urson Picard that we're going to in the Collette division. So let's see if it's Urson we have this time indeed.
This is Urson Picard and videographer Trevor Yard reporting from the Collette constituency at polling area number 19, Gwen Lizarraga High School. This particular constituency has 3 polling areas that are spread out. Polling area number 18 is the Frank Lizama Training Center on Magazine Road. Polling area number 19 is where we're at currently at Gwen Lizarraga High School. And polling station 20A is at Grace Primary School at the Farbers Road Extension in Belize City. Frank Lizama Training Center is responsible for 715 registered voters. Gwen Liz, 2,568 registered voters. And Grace Primary, 449 registered voters for a total of electorate in this particular constituency of 3,732. Now we have figures ranging from when the polling stations were open at 7 this morning, from 7 to 8 polling station, 18 registered, 35 and 34, 19 registered, 25, 35, 43, 36, 38 and 40, and 28 registered, 44 persons who cast their ballots, for a total of 330 from 7 to 8 this morning. The figures for 8 to 9 stands at polling station 18, 55 and 41, polling station 19, 32, 40, 44, 31, 40 and 52, and polling station 28, 41, for a total of 376 persons who cast their ballots. The total from the time the polls opened this morning at 7 to 9 o'clock we have is 706 persons who cast their ballot. This information came from Mr. Rodolfo Gutierrez, who is the returning officer. Now, particularly in this area, in this particular constituency, the candidates are Patrick Faber, who is the leader of the United Democratic Party, and he is going up against first-time candidate for the PUP, Oscar Arnold. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. We will have more reports as we continue the Now coverage here on Channel 7, KREM Television, and KREM Radio. On behalf of videographer Trevor Yard, I'm Orson Picard.
Let him talk to us about that crunch that he performed.
Yeah, he gave us the raw figures, actually, 706 voters up until 9 a.m. But what I missed was the total voter count in that division eligible to vote so that we could have determined roughly what percentage of voters had already turned out at 9.
That college division is very important for your political party, for the United Democratic Party, because that is where the new leader of the party is the candidate, is the incumbent.
That's right, it certainly is, and of course the Honorable Faber would be expected to hold on to his seat in the House, being the party leader. It's not that party leaders haven't been felled in the past. You just spoke about the Right Honorable George Price in '84, Sir Manuel Esquivel in 1998. So being party leader doesn't automatically mean that you get to keep your seat, but it, I believe, does bolster your chances of doing so, and certainly expecting that the Honorable Patrick Faber would be able to hold off what I'm certain is a spirited challenge from his opponent, Oscar Arnold, a sitting Belize City Councillor, who I've had the opportunity to interact with, of course, and been fairly impressed by it, to be quite frank. So let us see how Colette plays out.
Colette, the Honorable Patrick Faber, the leader of the UDP, also takes over from Faith Bab.
Yes.
And she always tells the story of him being this young boy that came out a strong stalwart for her and campaigned for her, and she's returning that loyalty today.
That's right. They've been joined at the hip since the early 90s.
Like mother and son. We're going home to your constituency, I understand. So let's look at Paul Lopez and what he's offering us from Belmopan. The mayor has temporarily relocated here with us, Paul, in studio here in Belize City, and you're in his home front. So please let us see what is going on in the capital city. Relocated here with us, Paul,
yes.
in studio here in Belize City, and you're in his home front. So please let us see what is going on in the capital city.
Yes, in fact, when I spoke to the mayor earlier today, he informed me that he was heading to Belize City, so I'm glad to see that he made it safely into our studios, and I'm glad to see that he and yourself are both doing well in studio and doing an awesome job covering the Dano 2020 general election coverage. So just for a brief update in terms of voters turnout here in Belmopan, first of all, the total number of registered electors in Belmopan is 8,758. So 8,758. The numbers are down by
456 voters when compared to the number of registered voters back in the 2015 general elections in Belmopan. We had well over 9,000 voters registered in Belmopan in 2015, and I understand that, and the mayor can correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand that we had well up to 10,000 registered voters in the municipal election. That is in 2018 municipal election. We had as much as 10,000 registered voters. And then, as you know, we recently went into the re-registration exercise, and so now the number currently stands at 8,758. And of that number, we have approximately 769 voters that came out between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. So since the polls opened up to 8 a.m., we had 769 voters total in Belmopan. And then between 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., we had a total of 849 voters. And so that brings us to a total of 1,618 voters out of the 8,758 registered voters in Belmopan. 1,619 voters have so far come out to cast their ballots to vote for their candidate of choice. So we've seen a large number of voters turn out this morning, over 1,000, actually over 1,500 voters, and we continue to see voters turn out. And so we have a steady pace in terms of voters coming out. When we got this information from the returning clerk, the elections clerk, when we got this information from the returning clerk, we questioned if whether or not the decentralization of the voting poll in Belmopan, if it is causing any sort of difficulties in terms of them getting up-to-date numbers, and we were told no, it's not, that they are getting numbers in on time. However, it's 11 a.m. and we still haven't gotten those numbers for 10 o'clock is yet, or 11 o'clock, but we will keep checking until we get it down to the last voter in Belmopan.
With us, is the pace of voting still brisk? Is there still that steady flow of traffic into the voting areas?
Yes, repeat the question kindly.
Is the pace of voting still brisk? When I saw you earlier this morning, there was a quite steady stream of voters coming out. So I'm just wondering if 3 or 4 hours later now, you're still seeing that steady stream of people coming out to cast their vote.
Yes, well, we have a correspondent also. Well, remember that the Belmopan constituency now has 4 polling stations divided into North, East, West, and Central Belmopan. We're at the North zone, where we definitely see a steady flow of voters. So if I could do an estimation, I would say we are well above 2,000 voters having already casted their vote. But of course, that's an estimation. We'll wait for those official numbers. But while we were in the east, and while we were in the north earlier, we also saw a steady flow of voters. I'm getting information from our correspondent across the other 2 zones in Belmopan, and our correspondents across those other 2 zones are as well saying that we see a steady flow. So the COVID-19 pandemic and the recent floods does not seem to be a deterrent in Belmopan where voters are concerned.
Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you, Paul. We appreciate that. The mayor was crunching the fingers as Paul was giving that report, because that's his stomping ground. So let's see what he has to tell us.
No, yes, as he reported, we have for this general election 8,758 registered voters eligible to participate today. And he reported to us that as of the 9 a.m. hour, 1,618 people had already cast their ballots, representing roughly 18.4% of the eligible voters. And like he said, that was 2 hours ago. I'm certain a few hundred more voters have been piled on top of that, so I would not be surprised if we're well clear of 2,000 votes cast in Belmopan by this point.
Exactly. We're at the 11 o'clock hour, so much of the day is still yet to come because polling stations don't close today until
6 p.m.
Until 6 p.m. So you have time to get out, and those numbers will switch. What we've noticed a lot on our election days, whether it is municipal elections or general elections, is that the afternoon hours, there's a burst, especially between that 3 to 6, and the lines get longer, and people decide, okay, listen, I want to be counted among those who are putting down that X. So we definitely expect to see those numbers grow, and Belmopan has been good for that.
Yes, certainly. I think it'll be interesting to see how that plays out today, just because it's a public and bank holiday. And so whereas you had a lot of workers who would wait until the 4 p.m. hour and then say, well, all right, that's it for my work day. Now I will go and vote. Because it's a public and bank, you basically have the opportunity to go and cast your ballot at any given time up until the 6 p.m. cutoff point. So it will be interesting to see if there's still that late afternoon, early evening rush to go out.
Definitely. 2020 is a different year in so many respects, from the minute to the major challenges and differences that we've faced. I understand that we're going down south. We have Jolene Pollard, who comes out of Placencia, and she's going to be breaking down some of the figures and situations that we have down in that southern part of the country. So, Jolene?
All right, so reporting from Placencia Village, the latest on voter turnout. According to our police inspector, 20% of registered Placencia Village voters cast their ballot between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. this morning. So the police inspector told me that they are really impressed with the voter turnout and expect it just to get better as people keep going into the Placencia Community Center to vote. The total number of registered voters here in the village is about 486. The number is close in St. Bite, and I'll be working on getting an update from St. Bite later today. So with that, I am Jolie Pollard reporting for KREM TV, KREM Radio, and Channel 7, Dano.
Thank you very much for that, Jolene. She referred to the numbers that she's seeing in Placencia. I believe that community fits into the Stand Creek West.
Stand Creek
right?
West Division, yes.
Indeed, and you mentioned earlier that we have 5 candidates who are vying for that. I'm curious to see what you think will be the take with that many persons vying in that constituency, and especially with Melvin House coming back into that constituency. How are you, from your perspective, just analyzing it?
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how that shakes out. Certainly, Mr. Hull's long-time presence in that division, going back to probably the late 70s, early 80s, at least in terms of being a candidate, will most definitely have some sort of following that still believes in him because of his representation of that constituency over the many decades that he has been involved in politics. It begs the question exactly how many, what will his raw vote total be? How many people was he able to keep loyal to him personally, because he's not representing one of the major parties. And it's the same thing with the other two in the independent, I shouldn't say independent, because I believe one of them represents the Belize Progressive Party. To see how the other two candidates, not from PUP/UDP, will do. The tendency is that you will see that their own families that reside in those divisions will support them. And then it comes down to friends and who else you might have been able to carry an effective message to. In terms of the effect on the mass parties, if it's a close election in the division, then those votes stand to make a difference. I think we saw that in 2008 in the very same Freetown division we spoke about earlier, when Francis Fonseca was just able to hold on against Michael Perifit, and there was a third party or independent candidate there who got more votes than the difference between the major party candidates. So if it's close, then you see these votes coming into play. If it's not close, then their name was on the ballot, the people supported them, their name is in the history books forevermore.
Interesting indeed. And I guess they will want to hope that they get enough votes so that they get back their deposits, right? So in that constituency, Stand Creek West has incumbent PUP Rodwell Ferguson. UDP, Ivan Williams, he's a first-timer for the UDP, if I'm right.
Yes.
We have the Progressive Party with Hubert Macaulay. Again, we have Melvin Hulse, and we have another independent, Mateo Polanco. And I believe this is probably his and Mr. Macaulay's first time in this ball game as well. We're going to go to an interview, and we're coming back from the south all the way back to the city, and we're going to be talking to the former PUP party leader, Francis Fonseca. You just commented on his constituency, and a little earlier we saw his competitor, O.J. Elrington, giving us an interview. So let's hear Francis' take, because we got O.J.'s earlier.
That's right.
All right, Mr. Fonseca, tell us how you're feeling. You have been the representative in Freetown for 17 years. You're well loved by these people. Are you feeling confident with the re-registration of voters?
Yeah, we're feeling good. We're feeling good. We're feeling the love of the people today. We feel very good. Obviously, it's early in the day, so we have a lot of work ahead of us. We're not taking anything for granted, but we're very happy about the last few hours. Our people have been coming out in large numbers, and we are very confident that at the end of the night, we will have a PUP, another decisive PUP victory in Freetown.
And do you think that people say you're absent from Freetown? They don't see you working around. We have Mr. Elrington, who has been putting in a lot of work. Do you think that will affect you in any way?
Absolutely not. No. I have a strong relationship. Anybody who says that is insulting the people of Freetown, who have voted for me in 4 elections because of the relationship I have with the families in Freetown. So nobody can come along and pretend to be a showman and think that that makes up for the strong relationship that I have built over many years with the people of Freetown. So we are absolutely confident that when the votes are counted tonight, we will deliver, as I said, another decisive victory for the People's United Party in Freetown.
All right, and lastly, how are you mobilizing your team? What are your plans? If you win for...
We are, we've done this many times before, so we have a strong team. We have an effective team. Our plan, our election day plan is underway in full swing. And, we will continue to do that until 6 p.m. And then after that, it's all about counting the votes.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sahar Vasquez. You certainly have been marshalling these reports, going from constituency to constituency, bringing us those interviews. Mayor Belize, Fort George is, Freetown, is one of those constituencies in the city whose elector total voters for the division in the last election, 2015, was below 5,000. We've been talking about redistricting and looking at the balance of power and the heavy presence of constituencies in the city versus areas like Stan Creek West that expands large number of communities, but also has a very large and hefty voters list in terms of registered voters. And so it will be interesting to see what the lay of the land looks like when we actually do that redistricting of these constituencies. Indeed, as Francis says, he's been there for a very long time. He's banking on a personal relationship that he has with the voters rather than the visibility that we have seen with O.J. Elrington. You have won your constituency in terms of Belmopan for mayor 2 times over. When you hear about acts versus relationship, how would you weigh that, having won twice as mayor and on a local basis? Because if you take the constituency and you shrink it down, it's very local, and the relationship is very local. So what would your experience let you say really in relation to that?
I've always approached it from the perspective of a 50-50 split. For me, personally speaking, that's a question you're asking me. The personal relationship is something that I have always valued very highly, even before I came into that office. I had been involved in UDP politics in Belmopan going back to the 2008 election and a little bit before that. And so I had been exposed to the citizenry working in the office of the area representative at that point in time. So I got to know a lot of people, and a lot of people got to know me. And that relationship has only grown over the past 13 or so years. at the same time, knowing people and being friends with people is not going to get it done in terms of ensuring that you continue to remain a viable candidate for office in any, whether it be at the municipal level or the national level. You need to deliver the goods. People need to see that you are actively making a difference in their lives. And so you draw up your plan, manifestos come and go, and it's oftentimes difficult to achieve all the things that you outline in a manifesto, but you know the larger picture goals that you set for yourself, especially in Belmopan over the past few years. The push has been for infrastructure. The city is expanding at a monumental rate. It's hard to keep up with. And so infrastructure is what was identified as one of the things that we really had to bear down on. And that's what's happened in the city the past few years, both in terms of things like street upgrades, opening new areas. There's a new housing area in Belmopan. And things like sporting facilities, you see the football stadium and that sort of thing. And those are things that make a tangible difference in the lives of your residents. So yes, the personal relationship is important, but at the end of the day, you also need to deliver.
Indeed, and I guess we are going to see how much those personal relationships and those actions that these aspiring politicians and also these incumbents have been able to put forward. I know the opposition party complains many times that they don't have access to resources when they're not sitting on the hill, and that stymies or curtails what they're able to do. And then it calls on creativity, and it also calls on your ability to identify additional resources for you to get out there and beat the ground.
That's right. Which is where some people run into trouble.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, we're not going to get too specific as it relates to that, I'm sure. But they're asking us to take a break. And it's important for us to point out that for us to be able to sit here and for us to be able to have our correspondents in the field, it costs money.
It does.
And we're talking about money just now. And Channel 7 has to have a lofty list of sponsors that make available those funds for us to do what we do. So we'd like to say thank you to those people for the support to the now. And among those lists are Oceana Belize, Belize Telemedia, Full Tech Systems, Price Premier Products, Brothers Hamet Limited, Full Tech Systems Limited, Universal Hardware Company, PAHO, the Pan American Health Organization. We are in the middle of COVID, and so their messages that they give to us as PSAs is very important. MacNab Visual, Crystal Auto Rental, Under the Shade Multimedia, and I will turn to your listings.
Certainly, Varilla's Auto Rental, VIP Wireless, Digi, and Smart.
Well, this is Daedra Haylock. We're going to be taking a break. We have with us Mayor Belize from Belmopan. Danao, we'll be back.
On Wednesday, 11 November 2020, voters in the entire 31 electoral divisions will be going to the polls to elect a representative of their choice to represent them in the House of Representatives. Be assured that the COVID-19 protocols for your safe voting will be in place. Let your choice be your voice. Voters must wear face mask or other face, nose, and mouth covering, maintain 6 feet social distancing, and sanitize hands before entering polling station. Having entered the polling station, the voter shows their voter identification card and announces his or her name in an audible voice. All voters will be required to temporarily remove their face mask or nose and mouth covering for the purpose of verifying the facial identity of the voter. The first poll clerk verifies the particulars of the voter on the voters list, while the second poll clerk verifies the particulars in the binder. The voter's name is then ruled off the voters list. The voter then proceeds to the presiding officer and shows his or her right index finger and directs the voter to sanitize their right index finger before dipping it up to the first joint in the indelible ink. Once the voter has sanitized and dipped their finger, the presiding officer initials a ballot paper and issues it to the voter, along with a sanitized pencil. The voter then proceeds to the polling booth and marks a cross on the right-hand side of the ballot paper, opposite the name of the candidate of their choice. With the ballot paper folded to conceal the vote, the voter shows the presiding officer her initials, places the ballot paper inside the ballot box, and the pencil in the container for used pencils for re-sanitization. The voter then exits the polling station. Remember, you are permitted to vote for only one candidate of your choice. Disabled, elderly, and pregnant women will be given priority. Let your choice be your voice. Always remember to follow all COVID-19 protocols to keep yourself safe. Electors are encouraged to take along their voter identification card to their polling station to facilitate the process. A message brought to you by the Elections and Boundaries Department.
And we're back. Thank you for staying with us. This is Channel 7, KREMANDALA now with our collaboration with Plus and CTV, Plus TV in Belmopan, CTV in Orange Walk. I have lost my sidekick. Now, Mayor Belize is heading back to Belmopan. I'd like to say a very big thank you to Mayor Khalid Belize for journeying into the city, sitting down with us for the past couple hours or so, going over what we're experiencing today with the 2020 general elections. We have a backed up list of broadcasts and correspondence to get to, but I am now joined by another sidekick, and he is no stranger to the airwaves. He's no stranger to the Belizean public. Mr. Nouri Mohammed is in the studios over there at KREM, our key partner in this broadcast. So let me ask Nouri to shout out a few words. Have you gone and do the deed as yet, Nouri?
As they say.
Well done, well done. You beat me to it because I haven't as yet. See, my fingers are still non-inked.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been listening to you and Mayor Belize, and of course before that, listening also to our brother Mose. It's been very, very exciting this day. I think everybody has said it, that the turnout seemed to have surprised everybody. I don't know, Daedra, if it's because of the holiday, but the area where I vote, which is the Pickstock area, I mean, there were lines going all the way around. I had to actually pull a card out of my senior citizen's cap and my press cap in order for me to jump the line, in order for me to vote, or else I would have been standing there for at least 2 hours.
Wow.
Very, very long line. But that's a good sign. That's a very good sign. I don't know if it's some are speculating as a result of COVID. Some have said holidays. And of course, the politicians are saying that their supporters are anxious to get to the poll, to either to get them in or to get the other one out. I don't know.
I think, Nouri, I don't know that the holiday factors in that much in terms of the turnout. I don't know. I think it changes the flow.
independent thinking part of our electorate. It may not be that large because people still think it's all about $50 and $100. But I think to me, as you know, Daedra, in the past we used to say, "Dollar bear, bring everything." But now we're recognizing that, yes, people are still prone to that mercenary kind of instinct, but more and more people, I think the conversation is drawing in more and more really concerned people. Maybe COVID has given us a reality check, but even before COVID, I get the sense that the talk about corruption, the talk about the exposures that we've been seeing is really also a motivating factor for getting people out there to vote. And then again, this might be a far speculation, but maybe some people are influenced by the election that took place in the United States because they see one change, and maybe they figure.
I think the general energy of the United States election.
Sorry, I'm getting a double speak here. That's why I took out my.
I know, yeah, this technology that we have to rely on now. I think the energy in the United States and the election of the United States, for us who watch it, definitely may have added a little bit more vigor to the fact that we were coming on the heels of them, and to see how much they were spurred to come out to their polls, whether it was by mail-in ballots or absentee ballots or in-person voting. We don't have mail-in and we don't have absentee. The only people who vote by proxy mostly in Belize are the public officers who are assigned to a different area or a different constituency on the day of elections. But definitely, I'm told we have an interview coming in from Belize Rural South, am I right? With the Honorable Manuel, with Manuel Heredia, past Minister for Tourism and Civil Aviation. And his constituency straddles the two island municipalities, San Pedro being a town and Keokuk still yet classified as a village. So let's get Natasha online with us. Or is it we're going down south to Alta Vista? Please. Okay, we're going to go south first, and then we're going to come back to the islands. We're going to go to Marco Lopez in Alta Vista.
All right. Good.
Hi, good morning. This is Marco Lopez. I'm reporting for Danao 2020 general election coverage. We're here in Alta Vista Village at the polling station at Alta Vista Community Center. This is polling station 100, and we see a very short line at the polling station itself, but we see supporters from the PUP and from the UDP as well, both mass parties. We're not seeing any supporters from the BPP. That would be Mr. Richard Macaulay, or we're not seeing Melvin House, a presence from Melvin House, or the other independent, Mateo Polanco. So there's 5 candidates running in this division, and as you see the line at the polling station itself, it's very short, and no need for social distancing because there isn't anyone here. But we'll continue to bring you coverage from Stan Creek West as this day goes on. This is Marco Lopez reporting for Danao 2020 election coverage.
Thank you very much, Marco, for that report. We're going to delay going to Rural South a little bit because we have Rhonda Crichton, who is in the Belize Rural Central constituency, and she has an interview with Beverly Williams, who's the incumbent for the United Democratic Party in that constituency. Rhonda?
We've made our way back to polling area number 30. I've now been joined by Miss Beverly Williams. Miss Bev, good morning. How's the morning going for you?
Excellent.
How's your machinery working?
Very, very good.
How does this election differ from all the elections you've been in?
I believe the voter turnout, at least the appearance now, and from what we see in our computer system, the voter turnout is going to be much higher.
And what does that do, not only for your party, but for this area in general, that they have more people on the road?
I believe it looks good. There are many people who say that when it's the incumbent is in there, that for a mass party, you're at a disadvantage. That's not what our computer is saying.
Well, we will see this evening.
Exactly.
What do you anticipate the rest of the day being like for your team and just being out here?
The entire day, ought to be consumed with getting the voter out. And so we've organized our machinery where all the zone leaders are in there, and they are bringing their people to the polls, putting them in the line. The elderly go in the front, you go back, you bring your other voter, and that's the machinery that we're operating with today.
How have you been managing with the social distance and the sanitizing and all the other protocols that have been put in place?
Well, we have been managing because we had a plan. Each vehicle that picks up person is fully equipped with sanitizer, napkins, wipes. Everybody that goes in have to have a mask. The driver has a mask and a shield. And so we believe that we've been operating the safety distance guidelines at the very, very maximum.
Thank you very much and all the best.
Yeah, thank you.
We are out here at polling area number 30. This is Belize Rural Central. What I'm going to be sharing with you is all the total number of voters that have come out and cast their ballot as of, I think, 11 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. It's about 3,000 persons out of a possible 7,441 persons that has come out. It's not even midday yet, and they're already at 3,000 total. Reminding you that Belize Rural Central encompasses Gales Point, Manatee, Ladyville, Lloyds Bank, La Democracia, Gracie Rock, Hattieville, 8 Miles, Western Paradise, Freetown, Siboon, Mahogany Heights. These are all the areas that is in Belize Rural Central. This is one of the areas that is spread out wide. So it's impossible for us to get to all of these areas physically, considering how far apart they are. But I'll tell you what, the aspirants, if you will, they are moving around. They are making sure that they put their face in each and every one of these polling stations because they recognize the importance. If you remember when we were out here earlier, the lines were from here to Salinas, which is, like I said, about 300 yards. But now the lines are very, very short. It's moving very, very fast. I would imagine that would reflect that a lot of the people came out early, got their business done. Now they're just trickling in. Like I said, it's easier, it's quicker. So we have, again, just for the reminder, we have about 3,000 people that has casted their ballots already. This is the biggest polling area for the Belize Rural Central. This is polling area number 30 with more than 5,000 possible voters out there. And out of all the voters, which is 7,746, 3,000 has already casted their votes. If you look, the line is flowing, people are moving. The machinery for everybody is working like clockwork. We're going to send it back to our studios. For Channel 7 and for KREM Television and KREM Radio, this is Rhonda Creighton.
Thank you, Rhonda, for that report. We're going to go to a live interview right now in southern Belize. As you know, over the course of the past couple of days, it was announced that we have a team of CARICOM advisors in the country for our elections. And Marco Lopez, our correspondent in Stan Creek West, has an interview with one of the team members. So let's toss to that live, and when we come back, I'll introduce our new in-studio guest who's sitting alongside me. Marco?
Okay, hi guys, this is Marco Lopez for the now 2020 general election coverage. We have a CARICOM observer here that just went into the polls to do observing at the Southwest Methodist School polling station 104. So we have some comments from the observer. Go ahead, sir.
So thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning. We're here in Siltgrass Village. How do you feel this morning observing our election?
So yes, we have we came here for the to observe the election process, and that is the main aim. That's what for we came here. So the observation is the main purpose. So we are doing our job. We are trying to do it properly.
What are some of the things that you've seen so far on the trail?
So I cannot comment on those points. So excuse me for that. Our observation comments will go to our chief of mission, and she will brief it further.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
how do you observe it in Belize thus far compared to elsewhere?
This is my first observation mission in Belize, and in our own country, we have also observed the elections, and it is almost the same way, same culture, same way the elections are organized, etc.
As far as the COVID-19 pandemic and how that affect this important oversight role for CARICOM, do you have a comment in that regard? How difficult has it been to do the work in light of the COVID-19 pandemic?
The work what we are doing is we take the precaution and we do our job as far as possible. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you as well.
Yeah. Okay.
So that was the CARICOM observer. We weren't able to get much from him, but we have G here who has some numbers as far as it relates to the whole stunk.
That interview froze on us, but indeed, Nuri, we have some observers in the country, and that's going to be very important and very interesting to hear what is their take on our elections. But before we get into any bantering, please allow me to introduce our colleague, our guest here with us. And also, he's going to be with us for the next couple hours or so, I take it, right, Jomo?
Yes,
please introduce yourself for our viewers.
Hi, good morning again, Daedra. Thanks for having me on the show this morning. My name is Jomo Miles. I would like to say that I'm here as someone who's representing the younger voters. Myself not, actually just coming out of the 20s. So for me today is a very important day. It's a historic day. It's a day that's going to go down in our history. So it's really good for me to be here this morning to discuss with you, what is happening on the ground, what is currently facing our country and what the young people, that voice from the young people.
Jomo, I just before you joined us in studio, I just made that comment to Nuri that it would be interesting to note what is so important to our young people. What is the tempo like? Are they apathetic about it? Are they energized by it? And what are the issues that are so important to them? I'm really interested to learn and to hear from your perspective.
Okay, I think currently we have young people that are really engaged. I would want to say probably it came after the heels of the referendum that we had, because if you look at the referendum made it a point to include young people, to seek them out and to have them be engaged in the process. So I feel after that we've seen a rise in consciousness of young people. They're no longer apathetic. And what I feel is the most important thing for them right now is to be included. Right? Young people they're seeking inclusion, and they want inclusion which gives them a prospect of a future, a bright future. So young people are really taking the reins, you would say, of politics in Belize, becoming more involved, becoming more engaged to see that, okay, well, we need to put ourselves out there, we need to become a part of this, especially if we would want to have a Belize that we will ultimately govern. So that's what I'm seeing right now on the ground. Young people are engaged, and from the different political parties, I could see that they made it a point to do several different, I would say, activities or different ways to have them engaged. So you see a lot of videos, challenges that are placed on Facebook. You see a lot of, I would say, posters, banners, whatever it is, that would seek to attract them. Because we can't have things that are, I would say, they would be considered boring. They want things that are engaging, that is fun. And that is what I think the political parties are doing today to bring the young people on board.
Well, Jomo, definitely thank you for that introduction to the perspective, and we're going to be discussing that a whole lot more while you're here with us. I noticed that from your finger, you've already done the deed.
Yes,
so
I did.
Congratulations on that. And before we continue with our discussion, Nuri, I'm being asked to toss over to Natasha Stewart, who is in Belize Rural South, because we have an interview with Manuel Heredia in that constituency.
Hi, good day. I am with Mr. Manuel Heredia Jr., who is the incumbent of the United Democratic Party for us here in Belize Rural South. I am Natasha.
more than the last time. Nonetheless, that is not the case, but people are still coming out. I see a number of my peoples in the line over here, and I am confident that at the end of the day, I will be returned for the 5th time as the area representative for Belize Rural South. And the reason why you ask why I'm running again is because I love to serve my people. I believe that I have gotten so used to my people on a day-to-day basis, helping them, helping the island to uplift itself in a way that everybody benefits from it. The important thing for me is that our children and grandchildren have a better future in years to come.
Beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Manuel. What are your objectives today? What are you up to today?
Today, my objective is to make sure that our electorate are out, that we get every single one that have pledged to support us. And if that happens, I am sure, as I mentioned, that I will be victorious. But importantly, the person that brings the most voters to vote is the person that will win.
Very awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Manuel.
A pleasure.
Thank you for that interview, Natasha Stewart. I want to toss to Nuri and have Nuri chat with Jomo a little bit, because we were discussing that youthful vote. And I know that Nuri expressed an interest to delve into that because of his observations as he went to cast his vote. Nuri?
Yeah, Jomo, welcome again, brother.
Morning.
Yeah, I did notice that both in the Pickstock constituency and the Lake Eye constituency, there was an overwhelming amount of young people in the lines waiting to get a chance to vote. And so Daedra and I were tossing back and forth that the youth vote, in fact, might be a substantial indicator of who will win this time around. What's your thoughts?
That I would want to agree with you, especially if we look at, for example, the size of our population, right? We relatively have a young population, people below probably the age of 30, 25. They're those who make up majority of our population, and I feel that they made it a point to get registered, those who are over 18, to go out and vote. And not only in the lines, what is interesting for me is that I've seen under the tents of the major political parties, there are young people who are manning these tents. You know, so it not only means that they're going out to vote, but it also means that they are, for example, more in a managerial, more in a control position. And I feel that is something that would help the political parties to bring out younger people, because if as a young person, if you're going up to vote and you see young persons under these tents, you know, you'll feel a bit more welcomed as opposed to an older person. So I feel, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, some of these persons might just be out there because they got a job. I don't want to get it into a talk show discussion, but I just, because I'll tell you, the reality is on the ground. While we want our elections to be about policy, about character,
right,
it usually ends up being one money thing. And that is very important to observe.
Well,
and so some people say the winner is usually the one with the biggest bank.
That's true.
But we have seen over the years that there have been a number of constituents that went in very, very wealthy. I could, for example, I won't name any specific, but the incumbent was very wealthy. And the challenger came in as a very weak candidate. And with all that money that the incumbent put into the race, they still lost. So it's not always correct to say the only thing that will determine the outcome of a race is who's got the most money.
I agree with
it could.
Sir, and I agree with you. I would want to say, for example, this time around, if we look at it, young people, straight up or off the bat, they have their parents to depend on. So, for example, maybe the $100 or whatever it is, I don't know, they're not ones who would, in essence, go out there and align themselves with a political party for money, because in truth, in my opinion, they don't really need it. You know, I feel they're out there because it is something that they want to do. They feel a part of it. They feel engaged. They feel it is a way for them to somehow be included in decision-making in their country. So that's what I would want to put out forward for that.
Interesting discussion indeed, Nuri. I don't mean to cut you across, but I got a signal just now that Daniel Ortiz is in Dangriga to offer us
That's what we're here for. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. I'm Daniel Ortiz, and I'm here in Dangriga in front of the Holy Ghost polling area. And we're bringing you Danao elections coverage 2020 from Channel 7, KREM, and our broadcasting partners. And we're here with one of the voters of Dangriga. Sir, first of all, if you will, just introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Anthony Petio.
Okay, Mr. Petio, talk to us about being a Belize, and this is always an exciting time when we get to vote and practice democracy.
Yeah, this is the time that people come out to choose their leader. And in so doing, we go to the polls to select one, but doing the right choice, making the right choice.
Understood. Sir, we're in a very strange corona times. We've never had an election in a pandemic before. What is your experience so far?
Well, so far, I've heard about people contracting the coronavirus, but thank God I haven't. But my opinion about corona is that it just do the right thing, stay safe, so that you don't pass on to other people.
So, given that the three candidates who are looking for votes from Dangriga voters, they haven't been able to come to your house and talk to you one-on-one. Have you had any interactions with any of them? What has that been like, if yes?
When it comes to the candidates, neither of the above have visited me, because what happened is that I was a candidate myself, just that I declined in this general election. So that doesn't mean that they shouldn't have come to hear my views. Mm-hmm. However, now, had they come, then I could have gotten something to gear up myself as to who I'm going to vote for.
Okay, understood. Now, sir, talk to us about what you expect. What is the usual behavior of Dangriga voters? What times of the day do they come out?
Well, I don't want to say that, but this is facts. Many residents in Dangriga, sometimes they come out late in the evening. That is to say, this is what I get to understand, that they want a little something for their votes. And hence the reason why, because in the evening it's crunch time. So when you look at the voters' turnout, then the candidate, well, he's monitoring that. And that is to say, if he think that he is behind, then he will try to boost up the other voters to side with him.
Okay, so you're suggesting vote buying?
I'll answer that one. I'll take the fifth.
Thank you very much for that. That's indeed an interesting interview. Nuri, we have some really backed up interviews. I'm being asked to go to Silkgrass for another interview that we had planned there. So let me toss that over, and then we can banter a bit thereafter.
So I'm here at the Silkgrass Methodist School. This is polling station 104 in the Stann Creek West Division. I have the representative for the United Democratic Party here with me, Mr. Ivan Williams. Good morning, Mr. Williams. Can you tell us about how you're feeling today so far?
I'm feeling very good, and I'm appealing to all the voters, to come out and exercise their rights to vote. Okay. And, we are living in COVID times, so, be safe, keep your distance, and sanitize.
As far as the machinery here that your party has had on the ground, how has that been so far?
Machinery have been working pretty well, pretty good. Okay. And I'm very, very happy. And I want to encourage everybody, let us do this thing in a fair, open, and transparent way. When I looked in the line just now, I saw certain things that are certainly not consistent with the rules, and I was able to bring it to the attention of the authorities. And, you know, we want everybody to come out, be safe, and vote.
Yeah, so we know Stan Creek West is the largest constituency, 5 candidates, and you're based in Silk Cross. You're originally from this area, if I'm not mistaken. You're here at this polling station. Will you be visiting other polling stations as well?
Yes, I just came all the way from the south. You know, I'm visiting all the polling stations. And, you know, and I'm encouraging my team. I have a very good team. I encourage them to keep the course, do what they have to do, stay within the rules and regulations, and, you know, we will have victory for the United Democratic Party.
You are no stranger to politics. This is not your first year. How is the turnout for the people thus far?
It has been very, very great. Very, very great. Here in Silgrass, the turnout is spectacular. And in the other communities, it's the same thing. I'm very, very pleased to see that we are able to bring out our people.
Okay.
Good. Despite the challenges with, you know, we can't bring out large numbers, we're restricted to the type of vehicles and so on, but we're bringing out our people.
As far as the COVID-19 pandemic and how it affects those voters who are currently in quarantine, particularly those on lockdown in Santa Cruz Village, which is a part of Stan Creek West as well, what is your comment on that specifically?
Well, you know, safety first. You know, we have to comply with the regulations, and I think, you know, I'm going to Santa Cruz right now to see and measure how we are doing there. I haven't reached there yet since this morning. I've been to other places. And so from what I understand, there's the same. People are turning up and voting. And yes, they are on lockdown, but, you know, they are confined to the area. And I think it's mostly with respect to the curfew, which is after 8 tonight. And so we want to encourage everybody to be safe, vote, and go home.
Thank you very much for that report down in Stan Creek West, giving us a lay of the land. That constituency, as we said, is one of the largest, if not the largest constituency in the country. 5 persons vying for the seat, bringing back in Melvin House, who is a stalwart for UDP in that area. 2 independent candidates, Melvin and Mr. Polanco, as well as the Belize Progressive Party. Ivan being a newcomer, so he's an amateur at the game in the sense that he's a first time to contest that constituency. In studios, Nuri, we're understanding that the numbers game is coming. We have some updates from Queen Square, Pickstock, as well as Kayo West. So let's toss to our correspondents there for a look at the statistics from Queen Square.
Okay.
Quick update from the Queen Square division. It is not even 12 p.m. yet, and almost half the voters out of this division have come out and casted their vote. Up until 11 o'clock, there was 1,265 out of Queen Square's 2,714 registered voters. That's about 47%. So we saw the crowds this morning. We spoke to Alan Pollard, the PUP standard bearer. We see that him and Sister B have been bringing out their people early this morning to come out and vote. And you know, I just voted myself. I'm from the Freetown division, and while I was standing in line, I heard somebody say the lady on the news said there would be a low voter turnout this time around. Of course, she was referring to Chief Elections Officer Josephine Tamai, who stated yesterday that she's expecting a low voter turnout, but it looks like people are coming out. So we'll just wait and see on that. Again, that was a quick update from the Queen Square division. 47% of voters have come out so far before 12 p.m. And we'll keep roaming these constituencies and bringing you these updates. The Belize General Elections 2020, this is Courtney Menzies.
Thank you very much, Courtney, for that report. I just want to ask you to do us a little favor. We do want to see a little bit of your face. So I know it must be hot out there, so the peak cap is good, but it's keeping us back from seeing the little of your face we can see using the mask. I think we should transition straight, Nuri, to Pickstock so that we can get a look at what those figures are looking at in the constituency. Queen Square is mighty small, just over 2,000 votes. My goodness.
That's right.
Pickstock is another small constituency here in the city, so let's see what the numbers look like there.
And welcome back. Giovanni Brackett here reporting for Channel 7, Dano 2020. I am in the Pickstock division where I have just got the latest numbers of the voters turnout since this morning. And up to 9 o'clock, there has been 634 votes that has been counted. And that has about 2 spoil votes. 634 voters in the Pickstock divisions up until 9 o'clock. We will get you more updates. This includes polling stations 16A, polling station 6 Central, that is located Central Assemblies of God Christian School, and 17A. And so those 3 polling stations are in the Pickstock division. As you can see around, let me my camera show, the lines are all the way around to the other street here at the St. Luke's Methodist. It is a very active day in the Pickstock division. You can see the machinery for the People's United Party. It is lively. We can move over here. The tent for the Anthony Marler, very active. And as you can see around there, the UDP has a presence as well. And you heard it from Brother Patrick Rogers early on, who spoke and said that they're not worrying about the machinery, but he believes that he's still hopeful that a change can occur. But with that, I want to tell you we'll be right back with more updates. I'm your reporting Giovanni Brackett from the Pickstock Division 2020. Dano.
Thank you, Giovanni. And we are going to go to Sahar Vasquez for numbers coming out of the Caribbean Shores constituency.
All right, Sahar Vasquez here at Trinity Methodist School in Caribbean Shores, reporting for Channel 7 and KREM. And currently, I am going to give you a little rundown of the numbers. There are a total of 4,634 voters registered in Caribbean Shores. So far for Buttonwood Bay, we have gotten the rough numbers. Over about 500 people have come out, a little bit more. At EP York to vote, 477 people have come out. These are, again, very rough numbers. We're still waiting for numbers on Trinity and ex-servicemen's league, but once we get those, we will let you know. Sahar Vasquez, Channel 7 KREM, Danao.
Thank you very much, Sahar. I have here on my phone a text with some updated numbers coming out of the Belmopan constituency, Jomo. We've seen 37% of those voters as of 11 a.m., 3,251 votes total. There are 4 polling stations in that constituency. East is reporting 1,298 votes, that's 35.3%. North, 661, that's 41%. Central, 799 votes, that's 34%, and West is 493 votes, that's 43%. I'm going to toss straight to Larry G. I know, Nuri, we're trying to get back to that conversation, but we have some numbers coming out of Stand Creek West from our correspondent there.
Reporting for Danao from Siltgrass, Larry Guerrero along with Marco Lopez. Siltgrass, polling station number 104. There have been 138 registered voters thus far, as of from 7 this morning when the polling stations opened. A total number of 9,864 registered voters are in this constituent, which is the Stand Creek West constituency. We have passed through polling station number 100, which was a combination of Alta Vista and Steadfast. As of 10 o'clock this morning, 111 voters have cast their vote at that particular polling station. According to information reaching us from returning officer Mr. Craig Moore, thus far 2,441 voters have cast their vote in the Stand Creek West constituents. Of that 2,441, 464 voters has cast their vote in polling station number 127, which is that of Independence Village. 137 voters has cast their vote in the Placencia polling station, which is polling station 128. We'll be around some more for more coverage, but for now, for Marco Lopez, I am Larry Guerrero reporting from Siltgrass Village, polling station number 104 in the Stand Creek West constituent.
Larry Guerrero, thank you for that update. There's a tag teaming going on in that constituency. As we said, it's a very large constituency. It's a breadth of area to cover, a breadth of communities. We have figures now coming in from Mesopotamia with Courtney Menzies.
Good morning, Belize. We're here in front of Queen Square Anglican. This is the Mesopotamia division, and we got the statistics, so this is a brief update.
834 people have voted between 7 a.m. and 11 a.m. That's out of Mesopotamia's 2,277 registered voters, which is 37% of the voters have come out so far. Earlier when we were at Shine's office, he said he was telling the people congregated in front of his office to make sure and get out and vote. That's the first priority. The first thing they need to do, vote early. We're here in front of one of their polling stations, and as you can see, it's pretty empty. There's nobody in line, so maybe it's expected to pick up later on this afternoon. Perhaps people are waiting. They think, oh, everybody's coming early, so they should wait till this afternoon. Well, we're here to show you that it's pretty empty. If you want to cast your vote, now is the best time if you're in the Mesopotamia division. We'll be roaming the rest of the divisions and bringing you other statistics updates on them. Now, Belize, this is Courtney Menzies.
All right, and let's go straight to Toledo with Yaya Marin. Coleman, she has an update on the statistics there.
Toledo District for KREM Radio, KREM TV, and Channel 7. With the swing back, would you come back from Bella Vista? So I stopped back in the Toledo Christian Academy. We have the Yeremi Grove Village and about 5 different communities under this particular polling area. Now, when we passed by like 2 hours ago, I'd say, the line me there, more or less a part today. Now, so I just said, well, since I passed back, see what they go on here. We have 934 registered voters that this polling area. And number 120A. No, I tell you no, I'm no mad person, but I don't want to lead thing, no? And in February 2020, they had 400 males and 426 females listed for this polling area. That may make it 826 registered voters. Now, on the calculations what I do, in all of the polling areas since re-registration, the numbers then gone up for registered voters. So in this case, in February 2020, 826. Now in November 2020, 934 registered voters. So that puts you at 108 voters more for this polling area alone. Anybody want to give me an interview? Tell me if you know. Have a mask on, if not, the people ain't got an umbrella down low, so I had to bend they pull the umbrella down. But people got a mask on, as you could see. And I could, I can say, large in this, and then if you could see somebody, they wash their hand underneath it. So they got a sink for them people wash their hands. So yes, people, Toledo District, Toledo West and Toledo East. There are 5 candidates. I look for heading a painting now and try to get some more interviews. Dano!
Thank you, Yara, for that report. Urson Picard here in the city with some statistics and information in the constituencies here.
This is Urson Picard for Trevor Yard reporting from the Collect constituency. We're here at polling area number 19 at Lizaraga to bring you the latest numbers. Behind me you can see voters still streaming in at this hour to cast their ballots. And what we have also seen from earlier is that some of the political helpers are out here with wheelchairs assisting the elderly in terms of giving them some assistance to get in front of the line to cast their ballots. We were outside us a short while ago near the tents from the 2 major political parties. They are properly social distanced and are adhering to the face mask wearing protocol, particularly here in the Collect constituency. Latest numbers from Mr. Rudolfo Gutierrez, who is the returning officer for 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock. Polling station number 18, which is the Frank Lizama Training Center in Magazine Road. We had 84. Polling station number 19, where we're at right now at Lizaraga, 239. And polling station number 28, which is Grace Primary, Forbes Road Extension, 72. That gives us a total of 395 persons who have cast their ballots from 9 to 10. Now, the total since the open of polls this morning is 1,101 persons casted their ballots, and that is representative of 29.5% of the total electorate in the College division. That's up until 10 o'clock, 29.5% of the total electorate for the College division have cast their ballot. Now, I've gotten the latest figures for the Lake Eye constituency. From 9 to 10, polling station number 17 had 160, and polling station number 17B has 186 for a total of 346. Up until 10 o'clock, Lake Independence, which the polling stations are at the St. Martin's, the Porres RC School, had a total of 1,052 persons who cast their ballot, and that is representative of 21.6% of the total electorate in Lake Eye, which is 4,863. And so we're hoping that the social distancing measures are being followed over at Lake Eye. In an earlier report, you saw clearly whereby that was not being adhered to, and under the political tents, there were much more than the 10-person limit. And so we're hoping that the authorities get that under control. This is Orson Pickard for Trevor Yard, the Now Coverage, Channel 5, KREM Television, and KREM Radio.
All right, Orson Pickard, for that. Thank you for that. I just want to remind our our correspondents, make sure you're hand sanitizing, keeping your social distance. Now we're going to go even farther east to Belize Rural South with an interview for Andre Perez, who's the PUP candidate in that constituency.
Good morning, Mr. Andre. How are you feeling today?
Good morning, and we're feeling great, awesome, energized. That's how we feel.
Awesome. So right now, early in the morning, it's been the first hour that the polls have opened. How do you feel about the voter turnout this far?
You know, I am not surprised, because the long 2 years of campaign that we have done, we have felt the pulse of the people that they are ready to make a change. And they kept on saying it when we went to their homes and visited them, and that they promised us that they will be getting early to vote. And so said, so done. So we believe that the people are true to their word and that they're ready for the change. And it's clear and evident. There's no question about it. Right here in Belize South is going to be a very high voter turnout.
Yes, definitely. I've seen it myself. I also would love to know, Andre, what has been your drive that has kept you in politics for so long? You have been running or been involved in politics since you were a teenager. You have been a councillor candidate, a mayoral candidate, where you only lost a very small margin of 38 votes. Today, you are running for area representative. What gives you this drive to keep on going?
You know, there's two things. One is the drive that the people give you, that when you went for the mayor candidate and we lost by 38 votes, and of course in the polemics and all the dust of, everything was shadowy. We carried, but it was a clear mandate that before, they were lose by over 1,000 votes, and all of a sudden we closed the gap in less than 3 years by 38 votes. That was a clear voice from the people. And back then the old voters was corrupted, but now I'm here, trusted up ahead for the area representative right there to run right now. And the second thing I want to tell you is perseverance. That is one important thing that we must have right now, and that is what I feel that have made me, brought me here this morning. But more is about the feeling of the people, the pulse that they want change, and that is my job to do that, to win, and to get to work the following day.
Very beautiful. What are you doing right now? What are your goals and your objectives right now as a candidate? What are you up to today?
The job right now is just to be walking around to meet our people. But I'm doing so with much confidence and feeling comfortable, because my machinery has done their job. We have done it. We have made lots of preparation. It did not happen overnight. And now it is so beautiful to see how it is developing right now, like clockwork. Everything is falling into place. And it is clear that the training and the work for our team is paying off. And I'm surprised that it's so early, it's beginning to show. So it's all about the win right now, feeling very confident about it.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mr. Andre.
Okay, great. Thanks, Natasha, for that. Now we go to Sahar Vasquez, who is in Caribbean Shores, for an interview with Lee Mark.
We are here in Caribbean Shores at the Ex-Service League voting poll, and right now we have Lee Mark here with us, who is going to be giving us an interview discussing his candidacy as running as the UDP standard bearer. Lee Mark, how are you feeling today? I mean, this is a big day.
It's a very nice day, first of all. Nice cool breeze, a lot of sun, but a little bit exhausted, but we're getting there. We're getting there.
All right, and tell us about what you've done. Do you think that you can win this race? Kareem Musa is a dominant figure in Caribbean Shores, and he has done a lot of work in Caribbean Shores.
Like I've always maintained, it's the people of Caribbean Shores who will decide who they want to be their next area representative. And I'm very comfortable that the polls will go my way today.
Okay. And if you weren't to win, would you run for politics again? Because you did it so in Freetown. You were a city councillor, but you ran in Freetown. Now you're in Caribbean Shores. Would you do it again?
Well, first of all, let's not get ahead of ourselves, right? Let's deal with today and finish off today and finalize everything. And what tomorrow brings, we'll see.
And how do you feel? I see a lot of blue out here. Do you feel intimidated by that?
How you say now? They have blue and they have red, right? And people will decide who they want to vote. But bottom line.
All right. Excellent. Thank you so much, Lee Mark.
With Lee Mark in Caribbean Shores. Now we jump over to Crooked Tree, where we have an interview with Steve Anthony, but because of technical difficulties with the flood, we have a voice and audio interview from Edmond Claire de Lancastro. Let's go to that now.
All right, Steve Anthony here with you and representing the now election 2020. I'm speaking to the area rep for Belize Rural North, Honorable Edmond Castro Claire de Lan. Mr. Castro, how's things going so far? It seemed like up in Rural North, the voting started quite briskly early.
Yeah. I am in Mascal. I can report here in Mascal and the World Road. We are doing very, very good, extremely well. I'm getting reports from other areas as we speak. I'm waiting some feedback from them, no?
Yeah. Well, so how has the flooding and things like that affected the voter turnout, in your opinion?
Well, I have to be, it's how to affect it to a great deal. We have the situation where the coverage is already cut off from the rest of the constituency, so we have to be voting people, those who vote from Rape and Ridge that vote in coverage, we have to carry them in, take them in, we have to deal with the other people coming in from other areas going to vote at the coverage polling station. Mm-hmm. And so also in villages to come and vote and do this, whatever have to do with what we have to do and do what we need to do to win.
Yeah, that's right. And with the corona, have you been noticing people have been social distancing, or how's that been going?
We try to do our best. We make sure we have the necessary sanitizers and spray and so on, and ask people to keep their distance.
Yeah.
We are doing our best to be socially responsible.
And what's your gut feeling telling you about the outcome of the election?
I think we should get to 16 first.
All right. Well, Honorable Edmond Castro, good luck to you, sir. We hope you have a good day today, and we'll be talking to you again as the day goes on, I hope.
Thank you, and I am urging my supporters to come out and do the right thing.
All right.
Clear the line, Castro.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. That's Honorable Edmond Castro. I'm Steve Anthony reporting for the now 2020 elections right here on KREM and Channel 7 and Plus TV and our friends up in Orange Walk. We'll be talking to you again soon.
Thank you, Steve Anthony, for that interview. Jomo and I had a wide-eyed take just now with those numbers,
yes,
Jomo.
Exactly. From what we've seen, out of a total 4,721, they already have 4,100 people so far.
And you still have a 5.5-hour day ahead of us.
It's
so
crazy.
That's amazing.
It's crazy.
And the areas we remarked, particularly Crooked Tree with the causeway
with the flooding and all of that, you would have expected that there would have been challenges in terms of getting people out to vote. But it seems the flood waters have nothing. People are coming out and voting. They're serious about this.
Well, we gotta say big up to those people. We gotta say,
It's remarkable.
Congratulations to our Belizeans coming out to vote. Our democracy is working, and we're happy to see that. We have another interview with one of our Channel 7 correspondents, who is Cherise Halsal. She is with the returning officer in Cayo West, Mr. Jamor Lopez, and he's going to be giving us some take on the statistics there.
Cherise Halsal here, reporting from Benke for Channel 7, KREM TV, KREM News, Dano. And at this point in the day, we're here with Mr. Jamor Lopez. Mr. Lopez, what's it looking like out here in terms of voter turnout?
Morning, Cherise. Morning, Belize. Morning, Cayo West and the rest of the country. So far, we have a turnout of 34% up to 11 o'clock. I believe when we get the count from 11 to midday, it's going to go up a bit. But to give you breakdown, for polling area 82 Sokots, A to CH 173, CO to J 189, K to PI 161, PO to Z 179 for a total of 702. For polling area 83 here in Benke, A to CA 152, CE to D 84, E to H 155, I to MA 117, ME to O 155, P to SA 154, SE to Z 152 for a total of 969. Polling area 84, which is Benke again, the infant school, A to ME 135, MI to Z 113 for a total of 248. Polling area 85 Cala Creek, which is at the compound for the Seventh-day Adventist Church. We thank them for allowing us to use their compound. A to Z 116, and in Arenal 126, A to Z 155 for a total of 2,190 out of 6,465 registered voters for the entire Cayo West, 34%.
Sir, as a returning public officer, how would you say that the enthusiasm this year measures up to previous years when we didn't have all these challenges that we do now?
It's my first time working in Cayo West. What I've been told is that Benkeños will come out early to vote, and there was a large gathering early this morning, and now we're seeing a trickle. I'm not certain if it has to do with the sun. It's high up, it's getting warm, but we will see what it will look like. If we look at the way the day is going, we are near midday and we're not at 50% just yet. I am surmising that at the close of the polls that we could be somewhere around maybe 60% thereabout. 60, maybe 70%. If there is a mad rush, it could go higher. But based on the stats that I have, it would appear that we might have a voter turnout for around 60-65% thereabout.
Now, sir, when it comes to the closing of the polls, what time can we expect that to happen here in Benke?
What do you mean?
What time will the polls close here?
Okay, the polls will officially close at 6, and there is a possibility that people could be in the line at the close of the polls. So if you have a long line like what we had this morning, we'll have to ask a police officer or officers to stand behind the last person. There is a possibility that when the polls close at 6, the last person could cast his or her vote at 8 p.m. Quien sabe? But we're hoping that everyone will come out early, and that at the close of the polls at 6 p.m., there would be nobody in the line. Wishful thinking on my part. I'm hoping that I could call the results before midnight, but we will see.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Thanks so much. Reporting for 7 News on this election day, Cherise Halsal for Channel 7, KREM TV, KREM Radio. Dano!
Definitely, Cherise. Thank you for that interview with the returning officer for Cayo West, Mr. Jamor Lopez. We're going to be looking at Daedra in just a few. That constituency is being challenged. Frank Papamena is being challenged by Dr. Louis Zabane. Last time around, it was Mr. Anthony Sabal.
Right.
There's also a third candidate this time around who's in the person of John Swazo. They brought out 69.2% of their voters the last election. So let's see what this interview with Papa Mena paints for us in terms of the lay of the land as we sit here.
Hello, everybody. I'm Daniel Ortiz, and I'm in Dangriga to bring you Danao Elections Coverage 2020 from Channel 7, KREM, and our broadcasting partners. And at this moment, we're with the UDP candidate, the incumbent, Mr. Frank Papa Mena. Sir, you're going for your third elections, 2015 by-election, 2015 general election, and now you're back to ask for the voters to support you a third time. Talk to us about how that process has been going.
Daniel, first welcome to my neck of the woods. It's good to see you and my good cousin Cody behind the camera. This has been a journey of its own. It has taken some curves and it has crossed some speed bumps and went through some ravines. But nonetheless, it has been a journey that it's been a learning experience. I truly have been trying for my people. The political structure, the way government is set up, sometimes it's painful, and it is a matter of understanding how that works and how that could benefit your people. And so it has been baptism by fire, but nonetheless, I've tried to make the best out of whatever situation I've been placed in. So.
Okay, understood. Sir, this election specifically is different from the ones that you're used to because we're in the corona times and you can't meet and talk to people the way you would want to. So how did you and your team reach to the electorate? Please, no campaign. That's the one rule I have with our response.
COVID has really taught us a couple of things. One, it has taught us to really cherish and reflect on ourselves. It has also enabled us to get real creative. And so during this campaign, we were able to use the internet, a lot of phone calls, a lot of private visit to homes, and of course maintaining the social distance and wearing the mask. And what has been difficult that we are a community and a society that is very interactive and sociable, so the hugs and all that. And sometimes it's difficult because you can't stop people from hugging and meet the elders and so on. They want hug and up, and so they want hugging, and you can't push nobody up. So it has really been challenging, really challenging.
No, sir. Even though you are a young parliamentarian, your party has been in government for 3 terms now, and conventional wisdom suggests that the momentum might have already been building against you guys and that it may swing to the other side. For you, what is the sense that you are getting from the voters for this elections today?
My people are grateful, you know. Papa put in work home, and the people then come and think, oh, where Papa do? And I become a blind eye, James, you know. And even he could say, well, my people know that I reach out for them. And I live here, I grew up here, I want dead here. So I always there for my people. Now, if my people want to decide that they want to throw all that out for a total stranger when they live here, then boy, that's the message where my people send. But I am confident that my people will give me the love and respect. Because I've always given them that love and respect.
Thank you for that report, Daniel Ortiz, and that interview with Edmond Claire de Lancastro. I was telling you, Joma, I was worried about his energy in the beginning of the interview because he sounded a little bit down, but at the end, the man came back. Right. Sorry, Papa Mena, Frank Papa Mena. He came back, you know, strong, and the Papa we know surfaced. So
I think that's probably because of lack of sleep. You know, they have been working relentlessly, both sides, so Let's give him that. Maybe he's just a bit tired, needs some sleep.
Well, we're going to come back home. In the heart of Albert is where we sit, and Courtney Menzies has some statistics for us from this constituency.
Good afternoon, Belize. We have another update for you here in the Albert Division. 1,254 people have cast their vote for who they want to see in the government. That is out of Albert's 2,886 registered voters. That's 44%. And this is the statistic from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. So up to 11 a.m., 44% of voters in this division have cast their vote, and that's pretty visible. We showed you this morning, Albert had some pretty long lines, and as you can see behind me, there's still a long line here at Wesley Lower. So if you're here to cast your vote, make sure to bring a hat, an umbrella, maybe some water, a snack, because you will be out here a while. And we'll continue going around the different constituencies and bringing you more updates. Now, Belize, stay tuned in to Channel 7 and KREM, as well as our partners. This is Courtney Menzies.
Thank you for that, Courtney Menzies. Jomo, you have an interview for us coming up, and I'll let you tell us that in just a few, who we're going to be talking to. But I have information here in front of me that is showing 34.1% of the voters nationally has come out so far at the midday mark. Okay. So we have just about 5.5 hours more to go, and we're going to head, where are we heading for this next interview?
We are going up north to Corozal Bay for an interview with Pablo Marin, UDP representative.
Okay, so good morning. We're here with Honorable Pablo Marin, the three-time era rep for Corozal Bay. Honorable, this is your third election. How are you feeling this morning since the poll started at 7?
Well, I feel confident as usual. I know that I have done my work, and once you do your work, that means you know that you don't have to worry. That's the main thing. So I am so confident that today we will have another victory for Corozal Bay.
Okay, thanks for that interview. Now we jump to all the way down south, Toledo, San Felipe, for an interview again with Yaya Marin. To check in with Yaya.
Dano, Yaya Marin Coleman reporting for KREM Radio, KREM TV, Channel 7 in the Toledo district. So para vehicle bust the curve there, one on the left, PG. All right, on the right. See that building back there? That's St. Philip RC School, the Cattle Landing, polling station number 1, and polling area 109A, 110, and 112. So 3 poll areas, this one building. There's some people line up, not a lot of people, but goodly numbers. Now, for this polling area, for the 2020 general election, they have 442 registered voters. Now, I'm no mathematician, but finally 1 or 2, I don't know. I said that in February 2020, which will be before then do the re-registration, they had 424 registered voters for this poll area. So they have 18 more now than they did before the re-registration. So certain people in a line, I don't even go say, make I see if I enlarge it, that woman, they wash your hand. You see the area there part, yeah, people wash their hand. People have their masks on, they space out, then they follow the COVID-19 protocols. And that the political parties got a lease set up and so. All right, Transporter Warren, he not a ride right there, so we head down the road, and so we'll stop the Big Falls next. Stay tuned to Dano.
Thank you for that, Yaya Marin Coleman. We're going to toss over to our colleague there at KREM Studios to give us some messages. Again, this is made possible because of a partnership. We've been going one after the other with these reports because we're really backed up, Nuri.
Yeah.
I apologize for that, but let me give you some few time to get your messages in.
No problem at all. We are here specifically for those correspondents and not so much to listen to us, but we do have to thank our sponsors, our official sponsors here, Smart, Oceana, Citrus Products of Belize Limited, Digi, Belize City Council. Our premier sponsors are Brothers Habet Limited, Freetown Drugstore, Pan American Health Organization, as well as the World Health Organization. Part sponsors are Delmar Hardware, Jaime Price Piling, Al's Upholstery, also La Popular Bakery, Tipsy Tuna Sports Bar,
Jules,
Brown's Butane, James Bus Service, Shells Spa, or excuse me, Seashells Spa, Kahalpech Village Resort, as well as VIP Wireless. Our contributing sponsors are Baya Suites, Crystal Auto Rental, Tusami Garifuna, as well as Grace. This is Grace Restaurant and Holiday, as well as Valora's Auto Rental. Those are our sponsors, and we appreciate that very much. Back to you.
As actual.
Yes, I know. Then don't tell me about that yet.
Yeah.
But very much for that, Nuri Mohammed. We'd like to just chat a little bit with Jomo. As you watch this come in, and from a young person, this is your first general election vote, or is this your second general election vote? How do you feel this time around in this race?
This time around, I feel the stakes are high. You know, you could feel the intensity out there on the ground. You could see that, you know, there are those who didn't vote the last time around, they're voting now. You know, we don't know what is the push factor behind that. But overall, I just see a number of Belizeans coming out in their numbers to vote, right? The young people including.
And I guess that is a good thing.
One of the things,
particularly in Nuri, as we were saying, that our population is a youthful population. You were saying?
Yeah, one of the things that I noticed, Daedra, as I said, what I saw today was 70 to 80% young people in both polling areas. But as Orson Picard noticed, and I too noticed it, there was not much social distancing. Quite a few of those young persons did not have on their masks, or they had their masks worn in ways that was like no use having on a mask. So I'm a little concerned about that in the aftermath of the election day. The energy is great, but at the same time, the pandemic reality is still very much there. Yeah, very much there.
No.
We do want them to be safe, don't we, right?
Yes,
so
yes.
We want their participation,
so.
and we want their expression of their what is probably the most sacred right as a citizen, as a national. I'm being told that Courtney Menzies has some updated statistics for us in Albert. Are we ready with that? No, okay. She's not quite ready with that. So we're going to go all the way up north to Ranchito with a partnership that we have with CTV3 for some statistics.
Good morning, Belize. Good morning, Belize. I am Misael Castillo, bringing you the full coverage from Ranchito Government School Grounds, polling area number 45. At this time, we have been delivered official reports by the returning officer, Ms. Miriam Codd, that 559 voters had casted their votes on the entire Corozal Southeast. Let me mention to you guys that the candidates for these elections are Florencio Marin Jr. from the People's United Party, Tony Herrera from the UDP, LM Ellis from the BPF, Edna Diaz from the BPP. The Ranchito Government School will be the official counting station for this constituency, Corozal Southeast. And as well, we have a total population of voters that will cast their votes on the entire Corozal Southeast are 7,012 for this polling area, for this entire Corozal Southeast as well. And what is expected for this specific polling area, number 45, is 1,181 voters for today. And as I mentioned, we'll bring you all updates on as the day goes along, live from the Ranchito Government School Grounds, polling area number 45. And let me mention to you that earlier they had a fight in between both party supporters, whereby Ms. Miriam Codd, the returning officer, had to call in the special forces to place in order here at the Ranchito Government School Grounds, polling area number 45. And as well, Belize 2020, race to 16, Misael Castillo for CTV3, and Juan Villatoro.
Though that constituency, Ranchito, is in the Corozal Southeast constituency. There are 4 persons contesting that, that division. Their total registered voters are just a little bit, tad bit over 7,000, right, with almost an even 50-50 split, male-female distribution. I understand that we have some footage from Port Loyola, and regrettably, again, our city people are not adhering to the social distancing. So
it's going to be hard
let's take a look at it. As we said this morning with the mayor, I mean, election is a special thing for us, and it's going to be very hard. It's going to be very hard for us to achieve total compliance.
Yes, that's true.
Apparently, it's not just the footage, I'm being told now. It's an interview completely with the footage attached corresponding. So let's go to our correspondent in Port Loyola.
Sahar Vasquez here for Channel 7 and KREM. We are here in the Port Loyola area, and as you can see behind you, the line is extremely long, and there is no social distancing happening there. People are crammed up one behind the other, trying to get in there to get their votes in. We are currently waiting for candidates to come out so we can give an interview, but we wanted to show you this line of no social distance. People are packed they're crammed, they're jammed. Sahar Vasquez here, Channel 7, KREM, Danao.
Thank you, Sahar, for that. I guess we can only ask that you yourself be safe and keep your mask on, keep your distance, sanitize, and make sure that you're reminded to do that as often as you can. We're going to go to Belize Rural North, and Rural North is experiencing, Jomo, this morning, quite a bit of challenges with data connection, and we know that that community is facing the floodwaters coming down to them over the past couple of days, so that could be understandable. We had the interview with Claire de Lancastro just a few minutes ago, and now we have Marconi Leal. Marconi suffered a bit of an unfortunate incident just prior to this election with the home break-in. But he's a first-timer as well for this constituency. Probably not new to politics, probably was in the background, but in terms of putting his name on the ticket. So let's have that interview in Belize Rural North.
Steve Anthony reporting for Danao 2020 elections. I'm speaking with aspiring Rural North, as the candidate for Rural North, Mr. Marconi Leal. Mr. Marconi, earlier I spoke with Mr. Belize, who said that the turnout has been magnificent in Rural North. How have you been seeing it?
Well, compared to 5 years ago, I wouldn't know at the moment, but it's looking good. I've been to Barrel Boom and Doublehead and Moscow and also Lucky Strike. I haven't been to Cookie Tree yet.
Yeah.
Planning to go there in the evening, but what I've heard, it's looking good in Cookie Tree also. But numbers-wise, I'm not sure.
Well, what we have, just to give you an update, what we have right now in Crooked Tree, 38.5% voted, according to Mr. Belize. In Moscow, 34% voted, 26% in Sand Hill, and so forth. So it's been a lot of people. What's your vibe?
Compared to 5 years ago at midday, I wouldn't know what would be the comparison.
Yeah.
But we're facing the COVID-19 right now. So, but here in Sand Hill, the turnout is looking very, very good. We're working early and people are coming out.
All right. And do you feel the flooding is going to affect you in any way and the voters?
I believe so, a little bit in about 3 different villages in the River Valley area.
Okay. All right. Well, I wish you the best, Mr. Marconi, and I hope I get to talk to you when you come into Crooked Tree a little bit later on.
Okay. Well, thanks, brother.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Brother Steve, you take care.
All right. Well, for the now 2020 elections, Steve Anthony reporting to you from Rural North.
Yes, Nuri, we just heard from Marconi Leal in the Belize Rural North constituency, and I was looking at the stats from the last election. They brought out about 69% of the voters. Last election, Claire DeLand faced off with Major Lloyd Jones, and there was a third-party candidate from the BPP also who was Sean Nicholas. This time it's Karen Banner. What is your feeling about the changes in the candidates from one election to the other, and the ability for the third parties to kind of hold ground and maintain the presence of a third-party competitor? I'm not sure that his audio is up. Can somebody help him with that technically?
I think my battery's gone down here.
See, technology again. Yes, I was asking you to comment on the sustainability of candidates in terms of when a party loses, particularly the third parties have had particular challenge on holding on to that candidate, and so it makes it hard for them to really dig in. But I would like your perspective on it.
Well, I think when a candidate loses, if I'm having some audio problems, Daedra. But if I understand you correctly, when you see a person lose, as in the case of Belize Rural North, you had Mr. Lloyd Jones that was the last candidate against Mr. Castro, and he withdrew. He didn't decide to run in this time. I am not clear as to the reason why he backed out. I know that Mr. Leal is very popular in that area. I lost my wallet. And I know that he has very good standing among the village in that area. But whether he could come up against an incumbent that has been successful for, I believe, 4 different rounds, it's a very, very difficult challenge for Mr. Leal. I'm not sure if that's the angle that you were asking me. As I said, I'm having a little bit of audio issue here.
You did hit it, Nuri.
What I did want to bring out, though, Daedra, is going across the elections and boundaries stats here. I noticed that we're after the halfway mark, which was at 12 o'clock. And I'm not sure if everything here is accurate, but we haven't really reached the 50 percentile mark in any of these constituencies. Am I correct in that?
You are right, Nuri, but if you looked at the previous elections, and if my memory served us right, we were worried about that very same thing in previous elections, that we were at the midday mark. Right. We were seeing 30, 35, 34. Maybe 37, 38, barely getting to 40%. And then by 3 o'clock, we were like, whoa, okay. Or by 4:35, we were saying, whoa, and then lines were long again. I don't know what will be the situation this time because of COVID. And I'm hoping that because of COVID, people make use of the time and come out leisurely and just keep a steady flow rather than everybody bunching in at the last minute.
I was thinking that because it was a holiday, and I thought that is one of the factors that had that large turnout this morning. If in fact the holiday gave people a time to relax, then maybe we shouldn't see the pattern that we've normally seen where people after work decide to go to the polls. In this case, there's no need to wait for an after work. But we'll see. We'll see whether or not there's this jump. I know that all the candidates, particularly, were talking about being excited about a record turnout, as if this was going to be a huge turnout at the end of the day. I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet.
I guess we have to just wait for time to tell. Jomo, you represent a more youthful part of this process.
Right.
What do you sense your peers will be doing? Do you sense that they're waiting? Do you sense that they will be leisurely coming out and keeping their flow? What do you expect from your population cohort?
I would want to think, I feel that the young people will be voting early. You know, knowing how antsy young people tend to be, you know, impatient, I feel they would want to get in the lines early to vote so that afterwards they could probably hang out with friends or look at the results on TV or social media. So in my opinion, I feel young persons will come out first, do what they have to do, and then leisure afterwards.
So you think that the afternoon, moving on to mid-afternoon, is more for the more seasoned voters who particularly have been playing this game or participating in this game for much longer?
Yeah.
One of the things that was concerning me, and I mentioned it to someone this morning, is we are in COVID times. The quarantine laws are still in practice. And to a large extent, the police, to my mind, look as if they are just observing what's going on. I don't see much engagement, at least in those two constituencies where I work. I didn't see much engagement. It's mostly officers standing aside and observing. But I asked one of the senior superintendents this morning, what if after the results, we end up having a similar situation as what occurred in the United States, where that change caused people to go into the streets? What would happen if the results begin to come in tonight and we cannot hold back a celebrating crowd, regardless of whether it's red, blue, or any other color? We can't hold them back. I asked the officer, and he said, well, you know, they're very concerned about that because their rules, their marching order is that they're supposed to keep the quarantine rules under control. But can you do that if there's an explosion tonight of people being joyous and want to come in at the streets? What's your thought about that, Jomo?
He was asking you, what do you think, your take on whether or not the exuberance of their party winning and it caused a flood to the streets, bearing in mind the curfew and the social distancing and the marching orders that the police officers have, what is your take on how that should be managed and what to anticipate there?
I think you have to use a lot of discretion in terms of, you know, dealing with our people. You know, election is something that's very exciting. We can't take that out of us. That's a part of our culture, right? So to have these new measures in place because of the pandemic will be hard. You know, I don't know how easy the job will be for the police. I know they have their jobs cut out for them. So I just want to say I hope that, you know, people do go home. But of course, I know there will always be those who break the law or those who don't adhere, and they will run into problems. So I just hope that it's not a large number.
All we have to do is look at nomination day.
Right.
Exactly.
If you look at nomination day, you see that people could not hold back.
Right.
Now, what will happen if they win?
Right. It's going to be really hard, really hard.
It is going to be very hard, and I think we will have to see the exercise of a lot of discretion. I think putting the curfew and COVID kind of boxed you into a position because if there's a swing, they'll say, oh, you're the pressure way because you lose. And if there's a letting them alone, they will say, oh, no, they let it slide because they want to win, you know? Right. So it's a situation that is going to be very much requiring of exercise of discretion and an exercise of how well of a police officer you are at policing and managing and crowd management, getting people to adhere to some degree in a kind of a break loose of emotions and celebration that we could well experience. I'm being told that we have Natasha live from Belize Rural South, that is? Yes, she's on the islands. Natasha?
Hi guys, hi everyone. So I just want to update you guys because I just got the official number for Keycocker as of noon. So the number is 617 voters. So that leaves Keycocker at 51% voter turnout as of noon. I haven't had an update from San Pedro this far, but I will say that this is a great time for people to come out and vote because there is no line here and there's no line at the San Pedro RC School either. So I just also want to remind people that people whose surnames start with the letters A to I are voting at the San Pedro High School, and voters with their surname starting with the letters J to Z are voting at the San Pedro RC School. And this is a great time to come and vote because there is no lines out here, and that's as far as everything going on. It's pretty quiet here in San Pedro as far as now.
Courtney, if I may just chat with you a little bit. This is your first time reporting on elections for this team, right? Natasha?
Yes, it is. It's my first time reporting on any team, actually.
So this is indeed your first baptism. What has it been like for you, and what is standing out for you as a first-time reporter? What is glaring for you?
Honestly, I very much in my mind, I prepared a lot every day, and for this moment, I'm honestly just very honored to be seeing things from this perspective for the first time. This is just it's you know, getting a behind the scenes look, so I'm very excited about that. It's not as intimidating as I thought it was going to be. Everybody's very willing to participate and give information, which I'm very happy about, and I'm actually really happy to see everybody social distancing. Actually, there's a line coming behind me now. But it's actually been a very great experience this far. It's actually been quite well, very much not chaotic here at all. So I've been on the beach. It's been a very beautiful day. I just had lunch on the beach. So it's been very nice, actually. It's not been chaotic as yet. I'm sure the counting is going to be a completely different story.
Well, we want to thank you. You're one of the, you're in the more youthful population as well. What are you noticing for the young people coming out to vote in your constituency?
Actually, you know, we were having trouble finding first-time voters, to be honest with you, because we wanted to have some interviews. I've actually been hanging out with people from Love FM and Channel 5 as well. And we've all kind of been wanting to find people who are voting for the first time. And that was kind of a task, which I'm surprised about. But for the most part, I feel like I'm in the 25, 34 range, and I feel like I'm seeing a lot of them out here. And they also do hold a huge amount in our constituency as well. So I'm seeing a lot of them more than anybody else. And a lot of the seniors are also coming out. They're getting their preferred treatment, so they're being able to be driven in to as close as possible to the voting area.
Well, thank you for keeping your eyes and ears open for us. Thank you for your reports. Stay safe.
Definitely.
And we'll check back in with you again.
All right. Thank you so much.
Nurit, she's reporting in Belize Rural South, where we have Manuel Junior Heredia facing a new challenger, this time from the People's United Party. What are your sentiments for that constituency? Last election, Manuel Heredia won it fairly well. 69.5% of their voters came out. What are your feelings this time?
Yeah. Well, Manuel is a barefoot fisherman, you know, and his people really, really appreciate him. If you saw him during his campaign time and negotiation, you know, to get out there and punta and different things like that to try to keep the sentiment of his people. But he has been there a long time. He has been the subject of some concerns. I don't want to jump directly into politics, but he has been subjected to some concerns recently. But he has been a strong candidate, as you know. And I don't know that the person who he's running against has that much experience, but we'll have to wait and see. You know? But I didn't want my time on to not acknowledge that today is Veterans Day.
Right.
And while we don't have too many World War I and II veterans left in the country alive, there are still a few of them who are here. And as you know, these are men who dedicated themselves on behalf of the colonial government of Britain to go and fight in their war in the theater of Europe. They were treated very, very badly. And when they got back, it resulted in the 1918 riots here in Belize City. But be that as it may, we can't let the 11th day of the 11th month pass without remembering that it is Veterans Day.
Indeed, Nuri, it is quite fitting for us to recognize that, especially since on every single election day, the ex-services league building plays a big role in terms of electioneering, because the building, the location is used, and it is a polling station. And so it would be very remiss of us if we do not recognize that today is Veterans Day. Because we're using a center that has been erected to the honor of their memory and their service. I'm being told that we have another interview. Jomo has another interview for us.
Right. Now we jump down to Dangriga for an interview with Dr. Louis Zabane.
Hello, everybody. I'm Daniel Ortiz, and I'm in Dangriga to bring you Danao Elections 2020, being carried by Channel 7, KREM, and our broadcasting partners. And at this moment, we're with the PUP candidate, Dr. Louis Zabane. Sir, you seem to be trying to make that transition back to the House of Representatives. Talk to us about how your bid in Dangriga, Hope Creek, and Sarawee has been going.
Well, it's been over 2 years and 8 months that I've been engaging on the ground with the good people of this constituency, my people. And today, well, we're here now, finally. They're getting their opportunity to exercise their right to vote. And so since very early this morning, it started out quite robust in probably the cooler part of the day. Now that the heat is on, it has gone a little more slowly, but we expect that around 2-3 o'clock it will build up again. No? So we're around somewhere in the vicinity of about 35%, it seems, at this time.
With a turnout?
Yes, that's what we're seeing.
Okay. Yeah. Now, sir, talk to us, without campaigning, of course, about what you guys did in that time, in the entire span that you made it known to the voters of Dangriga that you intended to offer yourself. What have you guys been doing to reach them, and specifically in these COVID times?
Right, well, up to around March, before COVID, we were able to go house to house and sit down and converse. But now with COVID, it has been more difficult. But yet we engage with our people. In fact, where we are, this is where I started my campaign about as I said, 2 years and 8 months ago. Because that's the only way we will find out what the people are really going through. When you sit with them and you listen to them, you try to engage the youth. The youth are far more shy when it comes to politics, so you have to really sit down and listen to them, try to understand what they're going through, right? And what we hear is that Dangriga, unfortunately, has been neglected over the decades. Little or no economic activity going on, little or no investment in our community, and the leadership has not been there, especially in the last 5 years or so.
You're the venture and not campaigning territory, sir.
You asked me the question and what I've been doing, and I'm telling you what I've been doing. But I understand. And so really, it's really to hear from the people, right? And now today they're here to see what they will talk today. This is their day to see to put into action what they feel, right?
No, sir. I've been watching the results of past elections in Dangriga, and it doesn't seem like one party or the other has like a clear foothold in this particular location. For you, in this particular election, what is the feeling like?
Well, there have been 5 polls, that have been done, and 2 of them have come from esteemed professor at UB, who is from Dangriga. And his 2 polls have shown consistently that we are, in the past 2 months or so, we are above 60% approval rating here in Dangriga.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for that interview with first-time political aspirant Dr. Louis Zabane. Louis is an economist by training. His family is no stranger to politics. If you follow the bloodlines, they are connected to the Usher family.
That's
we
true.
know about the Honorable Jane Usher, God rest her soul, the role she played in our politics. Her brother, who is the Right Honorable George Cato Price, father of the nation or first prime minister. Right. So it runs in his blood. Maybe this is the first time his name is on a ticket, but it runs in his blood. And we're going to go from that first-time candidate in the South to a first-time candidate, a female, who is the sister of the outgoing Prime Minister, Honorable Dean Barrow. So we're going to be interviewing Ms. Denise Barrow. And I would hazard to say that although she's a first time on the ballot, she knows that division even better than her brother. And she's no first timer. And she probably has that division down to a science.
That's right.
So her challenger, the young Alan Pollard, has a lion to battle. And then there's a third party candidate in the person of Gary Matos. So this is a first interview too for us to have Sister B on camera talking politics and talking her science of how she does her thing. So I really want to hear this interview.
Me too.
Right, we're here with Sister B. Sister B, how are you feeling today on election day? This year you are running, you're representing your brother, you're replacing your brother. How does that feel?
It feels normal. I'm so accustomed to doing it, even though I wasn't a candidate. I'm accustomed to being around the people. It's very warm, receptive.
Okay. And we were just talking, you were saying, you know, you wanted to be a peaceful movement. We have Alan Pollard running against you. He's new and he's young, and you said you're familiar with his father.
Yes, I am, very much so. The young man is vibrant. I enjoy him, and we'll both do our best, I'm sure. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister B.
Well, it was a short one. I was hoping for something more in depth, but I guess I can't get too greedy, right?
Exactly.
So from first-time candidate to first-time voters, we're going to head out to Belmopan, where Paul Lopez is talking with some of the voters who are coming out to make that X for the very first time, coming out to sully that finger with that indelible ink for the very first time. So, Paul, let's hear from you.
What we have at this time is we have a first-time voter with us in Belmopan, and to you, Chantel, so that you could speak to this first-time voter.
Good afternoon. Can you state your name for us, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Branton Cho. I'm a resident from Belmopan, San Martin area.
How does it feel for you to be exercising your democratic right in such a crucial time in the world, not only in the world, but also in Belize? We're in a pandemic. And how did you feel when you went into that polling station?
I didn't feel any way. I just needed to cast my vote for someone that will help the youth.
What are some of the expectations you are expecting whosoever is successful today to do in Belmopan that will affect you?
Just try to help everyone that needs, because some people doesn't have everything. Instead of thinking of yourself, think about the entire area of Belmopan.
Thank you very much, and I hope that you have a very good day. It's hot, so make sure that you keep hydrated.
Same to you guys.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
18. All right, Chantel. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You could have a wait. All right, Chantel. So there we had an 18-year-old. Just the youngest age you could have to vote.
Yes.
18. So just briefly as we wrap up this update, tell us what has been your view. I know that you've been in West Belmopan as well as in Central Belmopan. Tell us briefly what you've been seeing.
So in Central Belmopan, it has been a very, very busy day. The lines, I was in line from 6 o'clock this morning, so I spent the entire hour before the polling station, and the line extended from the gate of Garden City Primary School all the way to the middle of Palacio Street in the police housing area. A little bit of issues with social distancing there and prioritizing the senior citizens was some of the things that I saw there, but it ended up fixing itself throughout the course of the day. In Las Flores at St. Michael's RC School, which tends to the west of Belmopan, it has been very, very quiet. That's the smallest polling station in Belmopan. Very much organized there. The police have things under control. They're controlling the gate, controlling the lines. So as you go around Belmopan, you see different dynamics at different polling stations.
Now, I haven't been able to talk to John Saldivar and Anna Banner Guy? Because I haven't seen them. Have you seen anyone of them?
I have not seen any one of them. I have been communicating with somebody in the UDP camp, but not getting much information. And I only communicated with the campaign manager for Anna. I saw her, and by the time I went where she was, she disappeared. But I guess throughout the course of the day, we'll get that opportunity to get interviews and for the Belizean people to hear from them.
So reporting for KREM and Channel 7, I am Paul Lopez.
I'm Chantal Magdalena Petsoa. Danao!
Thank you for that, Paul Lopez, and that tag teaming with Chantal Magdalena Pitsol. We are teaming up with Plus TV in Belmopan, so that was good to see both of our correspondents together on the scene. Nuri, Jomo, we were talking about that constituency earlier this morning with the mayor of Belmopan, because Anna Banagai, ABG, as she's dubbed herself, is a former councillor of the UDP City Council under Mayor Belize. And he did indicate that he knows that she's going to get some votes. Where her votes are going to come from, whether it's from which area in the constituency, he is not able to quite say, but he does expect that she will garner some votes. And so, Nuri and Jomo, I'm not sure if that is why we're not seeing Mr. Saldivar and him being as accessible, or is it just because he and ABG are dug deep in that constituency trying to pull out their votes? You all's take on that.
Who knows? Who knows? I really don't know where they are, but you're right. It's going to be interesting to see how the numbers...
For me, that is interesting because it's a female who's on this ticket. So, Nuri, before we go to the Hosemai interview, I'd want to ask you, how do you analyze that female vote as it relates to female candidates?
We're not hearing him.
I'm not hearing you again, Nuri.
I don't know why.
Yes.
Now we can. Now we're getting you.
All right. I think the same dynamics that's taking place over the last few years in terms of female candidates. We've had many, many good, outstanding, brilliant, to my mind, female possible candidates. But for some reason, the inner party dynamics have not given them the respect that they are due. Either they don't allow them to run in the constituency that they prefer, or they don't give them the kind of backative that they need in order for them to overcome whoever is their opponent. But I believe there's an argument that part of the problem of female candidates are females within their parties not giving them the kind of backative that they give to male candidates. As I said, it's a long conversation. But I believe that the quality of female candidates is now being better appreciated than it was before. I don't think during the time of Dolores, during the time of Faith Bob, during the time of others who have been there going as far back as Madame Liz, I don't think that that level of appreciation for the uniqueness of what the woman brings to the political table has been there. It has been just a winner of that constituency rather than bringing the whole female or woman's agenda to the cabinet. It's a big argument. Closing, I would say that Anna Bana is a very good, intelligent contender. And maybe because people might be a little tired of the testosterone in that area, that they may decide to give her the run. But as you know, Daedra, to get an independent candidate into the House would change the entire dynamics of our democracy, whether it is a female or a male independent, because that would mean that we're dealing more with a minority government where more conversation has to take place inside the House, because you've got to get the vote of that independent or more than one independent candidate to go along with whatever decision is to be passed. So that may create more of a dynamics in our democracy. But you know, throughout the Caribbean, they don't like independent candidates because they think independent candidates slow down the whole process of getting jobs done in 5 years. They say, if I have to go to the House over and over and the debate and the argue, then my time to run out. So I prefer not to have to deal with independents.
Well, definitely, Nuri, if we get more of our third parties and independents in the House, it can't be just one or two. It has to be more, because you know that these major parties are going to co-opt them or try to co-opt them if they're just one or two. So we need numbers. Indeed. Just like with the women, we need numbers for there to be some sort of a dent in terms of the perspectives, in terms of how decisions are made, what kind of decisions are made, and how those decisions impact our populace. I want to continue this conversation because I really...
overcome the party affiliation? How would they overcome that? I mean,
we definitely do, Nuri, and I don't
seem to vote party.
I don't want to cut you over. That is a discussion we definitely want to continue. And I want to get the young people's view on how do they view third parties. But I have Giovanni live on Zoom, and I don't want to have him waiting for too long. So Giovanni, let's hear from you.
Go.
Oh, gosh, we lost him. He's back? He's back. Okay, let's get it.
He's back. Yeah.
Sorry about that, Giovanni. I had you hanging there for a minute. You're standing on your head, dude.
What, you got you upside down?
We have you on your head, dude.
Is it good?
Yeah, let's spin that camera around. You're standing on your head. Now we got you good.
All right, good.
Yes. This is Giovanni Brackett reporting for Channel 7, the Now 2020. Let me give you where I am standing on the corner of Freetown and St. Thomas Street. I just want to give you, like, I start off with, over here is O.J. Errington Camp. This is a very central location, Nuri and Daedra, because it borders Freetown. And you have behind me is Pigstock, that's Central Assemblies of God Primary School. There were lines all the way to Atlantic Bank earlier this morning. To my left is the Freetown PUP camp for Honorable Francis Fonseca. And so I have the latest numbers for Fort George and Pigstock. So when we last spoke up to 9 o'clock, 634 voters came out with 5 spoiled votes that participated at 9 o'clock. However, from between, which is interesting, folks, is that from 9 to 12, we saw a spike of 1,134 votes, and that is to the total plus a total of 1,768 persons voted so far until 12 o'clock, with about 7 spoiled votes. In the Fort George, which is interesting because this morning until 9 o'clock, I think we had a tally of 214 voters that came out. On 12 o'clock, we had 846 voters. And keep in mind that division has just under 2,000, I think it's 1,776 voters that is registered in that particular area. So it seems that there was a jump in the numbers for Fort George. We've seen those, but this lunch hour decrease. There's hardly anybody in line over at Central, and in St. Mary's in the Fort George division, it practically has been dead for the most part. But so far, those are the numbers for Fort George and Pigstock, Daedra and Nuri.
We spoke to both O.J. Elrington and Francis Fonseca earlier. They were both very comfortable about their ability to win this constituency. O.J. was banking on the fact that he's done a lot in terms of actions with the constituency, while Francis was saying, don't underestimate the power of my relationship with the people. For you as a journalist out there watching how things are, what is your read?
Well, I can tell you when Lee Mark Chan ran against Francis Fonseca, when I came out here and I covered that election, to be quite honest, if you had asked me to give you my thoughts, I would have said Lee Mark has won it, because I think they had different. It was Lee Mark camp over on this side, and when I looked at it, it was hundreds of red shots from early in the morning, and we know the story of that Francis Fonseca, he won that quite handsomely.
Is he intervening?
So, to me, the participants at this time, it's their time. They have until 6, you know, to brag. They have until 6 to speak confident. But we've heard of people who have had to go to the hospital when the results comes out. So at the end of the day, it is about the people, it's about the citizenry who will decide, not the hype from the political parties.
Thank you, Giovanni, for that interview. It's very interesting. Jomo, we have an interview queued up for somebody.
We do. We go up north to Orange Walk South for an interview with Jose Mai.
Okay, well, good afternoon, guys. Once again, Menelio and Mr. Vargas over there in studios, and everyone watching live. We're here at Orange Walk South, like I mentioned earlier, polling station number 63 at Agaspen Ridge RC School. And with me here, I have Mr. Jose Abelardo May, the man of the hour. We've been looking for you all day, and the people are out here excited to see you. How are you feeling today?
Well, quite comfortable. I think we have done our work. And so we are confident that at the end of the day, we will deliver our results out again for the PUP.
Okay, so how have you seen the turnout so far? Have you been at other polling stations? How are you seeing it so far?
Well, it is slow. It is slow, and there's a reason for that. COVID-19 is here. People are scared. But people are coming out. People are coming out. My people are coming out. People that we have vetted are coming out. Our lists are we have like at 50-60% right now. So I think as we're moving and as the day progresses, people start to come out more.
What percentage would you say would be the turnout at the end of the day compared to the previous elections?
Well, Orange Walk South historically has been 85% average. I think will be less than that, between 70 and 85%, I suspect. And again, I said there's a reason for that, right? But our street captains are prepared. They have their packages, sanitary packages, you know, to sterilize the vehicles, and hand sanitizers, masks, and so on. So we are telling them to come out. We definitely will look after the health.
That's right. And based on what the current situation that we're going through right now, the COVID-19, how do you think the machinery has worked so far, and what the turnout will be at the end of the day? You think people are afraid to come out? Did you think that people will continue to come out throughout the day? We know that at this moment right here on polling station number 63, we're about a 40% turnout so far.
I'm not sure. I haven't seen the numbers for this polling station here, but if that is 40%, I don't know if that is correct. I haven't seen it, right? But we will continue to take other people out as the day goes by.
How has your machinery prepared for this day?
Well, we have been preparing for a very, very long time. We walked every single street in the villages. We have campaigned 90% of the homes. We have been organizing very well. So I think that we definitely we are prepared. We are prepared.
Okay, thank you very much. And is there anything else that you would like to add to this for today?
Just asking people to come out and vote. We have everything prepared. We have hand sanitizers. Our vehicles are sterilized, so they can come out and vote and feel safe.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and I do hope to get to you later on after on the counting station.
Sure, I'll be around.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for that. Go ahead.
Thank you for that interview. That was Jose Abelardo May from Orange Walk South, and he's facing a female in the person of Guadalupe Dick Magana for the United Democratic Party. But they also have a third candidate, Eber Erardo, or Erador, a very new name, but I'm sure he's familiar to his people. Jumo, we have an addition.
So our viewers can see, you know, we're adhering to, you know, protocols. We have a plexiglass between us, you know. This is good, improvising the times we are living in, right? So let's go now to Belize Rural Central to have a numbers update.
I'll tell you what, we're out for a drive and we decided that we're going to take you along for the drive. But before we get into showing you where we're going, actually I'm coming back from voting. But I'm responsible for the information that you get from Belize Rural Central. Belize Rural Central is a constituency that has a lot of landmass. It goes from Ladyville all the way to Gales Point, Manatee, and a lot of places in between. The two areas that I want to talk about in this segment is Gales Point, Manatee, with 147 persons that could possibly cast their vote. And then we have Ladyville, the Ladyville RC School polling area number 30, with 5,090 persons that can possibly cast their vote. So we have 60% of the persons that can cast their vote in Gales Point has done so already, with 89 persons. So 89 persons in Gales Point, and in Ladyville at the RC School polling area number 30, we have 2,042 persons that they have casted their vote out of 5,090. That means that it is a little bit more than 40% that has done so. It's a little bit after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Nobody knows how the day is going to end, but what we can tell you is that we will continue to monitor it. What we can tell you that the lines are not as intense as they were this morning. They're very short, they're moving fast. So perhaps some persons were waiting for this afternoon before for things to calm down for them to come out. Well, I'll tell you, you don't want to wait too long, because the same idea that you have, somebody else might have or might have as well. So we encourage you to come out. Out of a total of 7,000, which is the entire Belize Rural Central, 7,449 persons that can cast their vote in that area. 3,307 has done so already, putting the overall total of 44.4% of the persons that can cast their vote. They have already come out to cast their vote already. So we need for more people to come out, because, you know, like we say in creole, they're not all day, they're only until 6 o'clock. So we encourage people to come on out. You know what the numbers are. You know it's important for any election for you to get the numbers up. And you also know that this is a very hot battleground, if you will, because in 2015, Beverly Williams barely inched out Dolores Balaramos Garcia with only 58 votes. So any number can play. I'm sure that all the sides that are involved today are doing their utmost to get out everybody, because everybody counts. And this evening, see what's going to happen. But the afternoon is early. The day is relatively calm. We encourage you to come on out, cast your vote, do the right thing, and then go home, sit down, watch Channel 7, listen to KREM Radio and or KREM Television, and wait for the final results. This is Rhonda Crichton for Channel 7, KREM Television and KREM Radio.
Thank you very much, Rhonda, for that report, and I appreciate to see you on the move, because she is really straddling two highways to get to that constituency.
They're stepping their games up.
Nuri, she is also looking in a division with 4 persons. There's a new name that is on the ballot, and I suppose this is the first time she has her name there. Luz Marie Hunter is an independent candidate. And then we have Leon Bennett, who is the BPP candidate in that constituency. So to see how that is, that turnout is pretty healthy. I'm being told to keep it short because we have to go to break. But we started a conversation.
Right. Okay. Yeah, Nuri. So just to pick up back on what you were discussing, what I find interesting is that if you look at the numbers, if not all, I can be stand corrected. There are more females registered. There are more female registered voters. You know, so you would want to believe then that you have to have more females that are registered to vote. Then they would want to see themselves being represented in political parties and in the parliament. You know, so I think that as time progresses, we're going to start to see more of that changing and more women coming to be a part of politics. Primarily, so when I look at young people, right, I find young people tend to be inclusive and there tend to be that equality among our younger generation. There's not that much of that male chauvinistic type behavior attitude among young people. I find there tend to be a level of respect between young males and young females. You know, so I think with time, as time progresses, as our country develops, we're going to see more and more women becoming a part of the political process, especially with the fact that their numbers are so high. Women need to be represented.
Well, that gives us hope, don't you think, Nuri, for us old folks who are heading into retirement right about now?
You know, I've got a line written here, and it says, "Let us keep hope alive." So in all of what we're doing now, I was struck by what the Prime Minister intimated last week, Saturday, when he said that we as a country are really losing it. And that if we don't get ourselves together and stop the internal bickering, we are going to lose. So I believe it is young people with a new thinking, with less baggage, entering into the governance process over the next 5 or 10 years will improve our situation. But I'm not looking for it to happen like a snap, because it's not magic. It's not Facebook. It's a long plant your seed, water the plant, let it grow over a period of time, and nurture it until it grows. That's what I see for people like you, Jomo, and other young persons entering the political fray. And I don't associate that, by the way, with the struggle of women, because women in politics is something that has been going on now for a good 30 years in Belize. And I would have expected that the female in our population would have been more vocative to the women who want to run. And I believe it's that missing link that still has to happen. Women need to really get behind women in order to make sure that they get into political office.
And Nuri, on that note,
I review old people thinking, so you know that's not necessarily relevant anymore. This is a new thinking. So I review old people thinking.
On that note, I want to give you a chance to recognize your sponsors over there at KREM. We will do likewise after you, and we'll take a break.
I'd like to do that. Our official sponsors: Smart, Oceana, Citrus Products of Belize Limited, Digi, Belize City Council. Our premier sponsors are Brothers Habet Limited, Freetown Drug Store, Pan American Health Organization, and World Health Organization. Our part sponsors are Delmart Hardware, Jaime Price Piling, Al's Upholstery, La Popular Bakery, Tipsy Tuna, Sports Bar, Brown's Butane, James Bus Service, Seashell Spa, Kahal Pitch Village Resort, VIP Wireless, and our contributing sponsors are Bea Suites, Crystal Auto Rental, Grace Restaurant and Hotel, Varilla's Auto Rental, and Tuani Garifuna, as well as Tony's Superstore in Independence. And we thank all our sponsors.
Thank you for that, Yuri. And there are some crossover even in our sponsorship. Responsible citizenship on the corporate side. So we want to thank Oceana Belize, Belize Telemedia Limited, Full Tech Systems Limited, Price Premier Products Limited, Brothers Habet, Full Tech Systems Limited, and Universal Hardware Company Limited.
And also PAHO, MacNav Visual, Crystal Auto Rental under the Shade Multimedia, Varilla's Auto Rental, VIP Wireless, Digi, and Smart.
And with that, we take a break and we will be right back. So don't you touch that remote one bit.
On Wednesday, 11th November 2020, voters in the entire 31 electoral divisions will be going to the polls to elect a representative of their choice to represent them in the House of Representatives. Be assured that the COVID-19 protocols for your safe voting will be in place. Let your choice be your voice. Voters must wear face mask or other face, nose, and mouth covering, maintain 6 feet social distancing, and sanitize hands before entering polling station. Having entered the polling station, the voter shows their voter identification card and announces his or her name in an audible voice. All voters will be required to temporarily remove their face mask or nose and mouth covering for the purpose of verifying the facial identity of the voter. The first poll clerk verifies the particulars of the voter on the voters list, while the second poll clerk verifies the particulars in the binder. The voter's name is then ruled off the voters list. The voter then proceeds to the presiding officer and shows his or her right index finger and directs the voter to sanitize their right index finger before dipping it up to the first joint in the indelible ink. Once the voter has sanitized and dipped their finger, the presiding officer initials a ballot paper and issues it to the voter, along with a sanitized pencil. The voter then proceeds to the polling booth and marks a cross on the right-hand side of the ballot paper, opposite the name of the candidate of their choice. With the ballot paper folded to conceal the vote, the voter shows the presiding officer her initials, places the ballot paper inside the ballot box, and the pencil in the container for used pencils for resanitization. The voter then exits the polling station. Remember, you are permitted to vote for only one candidate of your choice. Disabled, elderly, and pregnant women will be given priority. Let your choice be your voice. Always remember to follow all COVID-19 protocols to keep yourself safe. Electors are encouraged to take along their voter identification card to their polling station to facilitate the process. A message brought to you by the Elections and Boundaries Department.
Morning when you were over at Central Assembly School voting. What was it like this morning over at that side?
Well, thanks again, Giovanni. Like most of the residents of the city and across the entire country, I felt I wanted to get in very early to cast my ballot. At the Central, I spent approximately 2 hours in the lines. Awesome line, long lines. Clearly, that's an indication that people want to register their discontent and people want to cast a ballot. And so I'm very pleased at the outcome in the Central Division as well as across the entire city. I've been moving around the city since I came back in the city around 10:30.
Mayor, keep in mind that today is no campaign day. You're no stranger to politics here. However, let's start off. You're the mayor. You're the big man of the city. And so the party definitely will be looking for your support, whether it's logistically or natural in other capacity. But what role do you consider yourself playing in today's election?
It's essentially supportive role in terms of the party machinery, ensuring that like I always tell people, Giovanni, that I am not only responsible for constituents. Mayoral leadership extend to all constituents, and so you have to be across the entire 10 constituents in the city. And I've tried to be that type of mayor, but I know the responsibility that comes along with supporting your party machinery, and I'm on the ground today, working along all the constituencies. I've visited Queen Square, I've visited Caribbean Shore, Freetown. I'm now in Albert, and I have other stops that I plan to do throughout the course of the rest of the day. But certainly, I want to continue to encourage voters to register their vote and make sure you put that X where you feel it will benefit your country.
Daedra, do you have any further questions for the mayor or any of you in the studios?
You, and it's nice to have the opportunity to chat with you a bit. Last city council election, when the city was swept by the People's United Party, that was a shake-up. It was interesting to watch the city come in, People's United Party, in the last city council election. What are your sentiments as you said you walked around the different constituencies and knowing that several of your councillors are vying in these constituencies? You have a councillor in Collet, you have a councillor in Messop, you have a councillor in Queen Square. So I want to gauge your sentiments now as you look back to the past city council and observe now.
This time, Daedra, it's a bit different. That in 2018 we were new, and so we did not know what was the landscape. We didn't know essentially what to expect from the electorate. But clearly, this come 2020, I can see that people, by and large, are seeking change, and I believe that the platform that the People's United Party has put forward clearly has catapulted them into that type of environment going forward.
Well, if any of your councillors, if even just one of them is successful, you're looking at a runoff election to replace that seat, aren't you? How are you thinking about that as the mayor?
Okay.
Well, folks, there we have it. Giovanni Brackett reporting.
Oh, okay, we weren't able to get that question.
We'll be back.
Thank you very much. We weren't able to get that second question into the mayor, but Jomo, you and I can chat about that a bit, because if even one of his councillors should win the seat they're vying for, even though a city council is expected in March of next year,
right,
he's looking at trying to replace that individual, and so that team will have to be reconstituted.
Right,
so, what do you think about councillors, sitting councillors vying for general elections?
Well, I think a lot of, from our political, I would say, history or political culture, most often they use the city council elections as I would say, a stepping stone or a springboard into general elections. So it's nothing surprising, it's nothing new. You know, like you rightly said, what would be, for example, the dynamics now, losing these people who I would say are strong people that are part of the city council, going over, should they win, going over into being an era rep or a minister. You know, would he be able, or would the mayor be able then to get new persons to replace them? How well they will be able to work with these new people? You know, so it's going to be an interesting thing to look at.
Definitely, I'm sure himself as well as the party machinery is already looking at that there's the possibility that they're on the cusp of losing a councillor or more than one councillor, and looking at the eve of another election coming in March. Let's look at some statistics. I'm understanding that we have some updated statistics for early afternoon from Santa Cruz and several of our other communities and constituencies. So let's go over to Santa Cruz.
Good afternoon, Belize. This is Marco Lopez. I'm reporting for the Now 2020 General Elections coverage, and I'm here in Santa Cruz Village, down south. As you already know, this village has been placed under a total lockdown due to a COVID-19 outbreak in the Banana Belt. So we're here in Santa Cruz. This is polling station 106. It has about 626 voters registered to vote in this specific polling area. Behind me, as you see, there is no lines, literally. The lines are basically non-existent. We hear the returning officer, the officers in the polling stations shouting names every so often. But as far as a line, no line is out here whatsoever in Santa Cruz. So this is the report that we have from this specific division, polling station 106 in Santa Cruz Village. Reporting for the Now 2020 General Elections coverage, I am Marco Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you for that report from deep in the south. That is an interesting situation because we do have two of our southern communities who are on a COVID lockdown. And I wonder how that's going to affect their mood to turn out to vote, if they're going to be cautious, if they're a little weary of it. And so those are communities to watch, how it's going to impact that constituency.
If looking at, for example, social media and seeing how the people were, I would say, anticipating this day, I don't think that might have anything to do with their turnout.
Well, we certainly hope so because, I mean, this is a general election and it is important. We're going to go to Lekai now for some reports on the statistics in that constituency.
Okay.
This is Orson Picard and Trevor Yard reporting from Lake Independence constituency for the Now coverage for Channel 7, KREM Television and KREM Radio. Our last report was at 10 o'clock this morning. We have been running around trying to get those figures, and so we have an update for the two constituencies that I am tasked with covering, which is the Lake Independence constituency as well as the Collett constituency. But first off, we are here at Lake Independence at the St. Martin's de Porres RC School, which is the polling area. So we'll start with the latest update from here. So from 10 to 11 this morning, we had some 388 persons came out to cast their vote. From 11 to 12, we had 347. Now, the total number of persons at that time from up to 12 o'clock was 1,787 persons who came out to cast their ballot. That is representative of 36.7% of the total electorate in this division. We got the latest numbers from Ms. Rashida, who is the returning officer, which is from 12 until 1. And we have polling area 17 had 108 persons coming out. Polling area 17B, 206. That's for a total of 314 persons who came to cast their ballots. Now, adding that to the previous total, which was 1,787, we now have a new total of the amount of persons
probably one of the public servants.
Yeah, well, this
at 2,101 out of a total of 4,863. That is representative of some 43.2% of the electorate in the Lekai constituency. We were outside the fences just a while ago.
Santa Familia, which constituency that again?
The lines have significantly kind of tapered off, but yet still we're still asking the authorities to ensure that social distancing, physical distancing is adhered to, because even though the lines are shorter, we still have people immediately behind each other. So we don't want this event to become a potential super spreader. So the authorities need to visit Partridge Street and to make sure that the physical distancing regulations are being adhered to. We also spoke about Collett a bit earlier. That is the other constituency that myself and Trevor are covering. And We've been having consistent numbers out of Collet, 330 from 7 to 8, 346, 8 to 9, 395, 9 to 10, 312, 10 to 11. And then the numbers started to drop, obviously, because it was going on to the afternoon time. From 11 to 12, we had 237 persons who came out to cast their ballot. And from 12 to 1, this latest number in from Mr. Rodolfo Gutierrez, 282 persons came out to cast their ballots in the Collet division. That's for a total of 1,968 persons who casted their ballot, which is out of a total of 3,732. That is representative of 52.7% of the total electorate for the Collet constituency. So Leakai is at 43.2% from my numbers, and Collet is at 52.7% from my numbers. And so we're looking for the different candidates from Lake Independence and from Collet to have a conversation with them. We miss Patrick Farber this morning. We're going over to Diane Finnegan's office to have a conversation with her, and we're also seeking out Portal Hyde and Oscar Arnold, who is from Collet, going up against Patrick Farber. This is Orson Pickard, videographer Trevor Yard, the Now coverage.
Orson, thank you very much for that report. He's in Collet, and we've already passed the halfway 50% mark with voter turnout. That area has the new party leader for the United Democratic Party vying against a city councillor, a sitting city councillor in the person of Oscar Arnold, who was the former deputy mayor of the city. So that's an interesting matchup. He looked at Leakai, and we're approaching that halfway mark there as well. Quite interesting. Now we're going to go clear out to the west, Santa Familia, a community that experienced quite a bit in the flood just recently, just days ago, and get some statistics for them with Marisol Amaya in Cayo Central. Marisol?
Very well. The electoral division we're at this moment is Santa Familia Roman Catholic School, polling area 74 for the Cayo Northeast. And I will give you some information up until 12 o'clock midday. For alphabetical breakdown A to CA, we have a total of 170. Alphabetical breakdown CE to K, 128. Alphabetical breakdown L to P, 141. Alphabetical breakdown Q to Z, 141. I will now be giving you some information for Duck Run 2, which is St. Joseph RC School. That is polling area 78A for the Cayo Northeast. Alphabetical breakdown A to G as of midday, 195. Alphabetical breakdown H to PA, 160. Alphabetical breakdown PE to Z, 215. So that is what we have for Duck Run 2 and Santa Familia as of midday. Turnout is looking good. People are adhering to the social distancing because of this COVID pandemic, so everything is going very well for these two areas here.
But would you say that, as opposed to earlier in the morning, turnout has started to slow down?
That is correct. As of 7 o'clock, the crowd was here, and it's much more closer to midday that it slows down.
Thank you very much for that, Marisol. She is still out in Cayo, beating the zones, trying to get those statistics. We are going to go to Belmopan, our capital city. Chantal Magdaleno Pitsol has some information and statistics for us.
Good afternoon, Belize. This is Chantal Magdaleno Pitsol from Garden City, Belmopan. Danao! I am presently at United Evergreen Primary School. This is the polling station that tends to the people who live in Belmopan North. It's relatively quiet here at United Evergreen. When voters come in and they trigger into the polling station, they come out in seconds. The norm of Belmopan is that they usually come out in the afternoon to vote, but at the other polling station, namely Belmopan Central and Belmopan East polling station, they have been having long lines since polling stations have opened in the morning. I will be here for a little while to see what's going on here. I'm still trying to get an interview with Miss Anna Banagai, and I haven't seen the incumbent John Saldivar since the morning have started. So for now, I will be just looking around to see what is happening, and I will be back with you. This is Chantal Magdalena Petsoul reporting from United Evergreen Primary School, polling station number 86A, Danao.
Thank you, Chantal, for that. It is quite interesting that both our correspondents in Belmopan they have not been able to locate John Saldivar for an interview, and that they have not located ABG, Anna Banagai. I can understand for Anna Banagai because she's an independent candidate. She does not have the wealth of a machinery behind her, so she herself has to be out there beating to get the votes out. But I cannot understand not finding John Saldivar. And
could this be a sign of something?
Yeah, and that's what I'm wondering, because it makes me remember 1998 elections when I was not sitting on the set, but I was beating the streets. And I remember it was just before I went away to study. It was my last hurrah as a journalist. And I was looking for the Honorable Dean Barrow all day long. And it wasn't until the voting was about to wrap, the evening close to 5 o'clock, that I found him, and he looked tired, he looked weathered. And I remember clearly him telling me, it is amazing, Daedra. I went to sleep in the night and my signs were safe and my boys were out here. And I came back in the morning and it's a totally different story. And we know what happened in 1998. I'm not saying that that is going to happen now, but not being able to find the Belmopan stronghold candidate, it makes you wonder where could he be? I'm sure she's visited his office. I'm sure she's visited his camp. Where could he be at a point like this? And we're already past the half-day mark. Right. But nevertheless, that's the story. We are going to go now for an interview with a third-party candidate from the Belize Progressive Party here in the city at Port Loyola, Evan Thompson. And we know the story about Port Loyola. Boots retired, stepped away, handed it over to Philip Willoughby, and only to come back in a new creation of himself in Pickstock.
Only in Belize.
Only in Belize. Let's see what Evan Thompson has to say with his third-party experience.
Good day, Belize. We're here in the Port Loyola constituency, and we've got Evan Thompson from the Belize Progressive Party. You know, this is the first Senate bearer that we found in Port Loyola, and we've been all about. So, Mr. Thompson, you know, is this your first election running?
Yeah, this is my first election. It certainly won't be my last, you know. And I like that you said I'm the only one that you found. It already shows that I'm already easy to find, right? So.
Okay, so first time, and you know, you're going up against Mr. Usher and Mr. Willoughby. What's the feeling like?
Well, I was excited. I was having fun all day, you know, just picking up people, dropping people off, you know. I was running my own race, you know, so I'm actually enjoying it, you know, and I'm just waiting on the results, you know, and just to see how much the people have been feeling me and how much they really want to change, you know.
So what's been your strategy to mobilize your people to get those votes? Because, you know, third parties aren't really Belize's favorite parties to vote for.
Yeah, well, the problem that we had in the past, we weren't doing a lot of campaigning, and I tried to make that my priority this year. So I went out and I saw a lot of people, and I got them on board to actually come out and vote for me, you know, and some of them gave me their numbers. I went and picked up people. I'm in the middle of picking up people right now, but you got me the correct time, right? So I've just been playing the game, you know, doing everything what it takes, you know.
Okay. So what do you think, or what's your expectation for when those final results come out?
Well, I know this is a very unpredictable election. So any number can play, anything can happen, and I'm hoping for something positive, you know. So we just have to wait until the ballots are counted and then see the results, you know. But to me, anything is positive, right? So that's what I'm looking forward to, just getting the results.
Okay. And so, as a first time running for electoral politics for central government, What's that like? What's the energy like right now?
Well, to tell you the truth, it's very uplifting because I've been getting messages from a lot of people, younger kids telling me that, you know, I'm the role model and they look up to me, some of them, you know. And getting into this, I never expected to get that kind of feedback, especially from the younger people, you know. And some of the older heads, you know, they're telling me that they're proud of the journey that I choose and that I'm starting on neutral grounds and just let it take me where it could, you know. So I like the energy, I like the feeling, and it's just the beginning of something good that's gonna progress into the future because I'm not planning on giving up anytime soon, right? So it's just a building process starting, you know.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Thompson. You heard it, BPP's standard bearer for Port Loyola, Evan Thompson. As we said before, this division has 3 candidates, POP's Gilroy Usher, UDP's Philip Willoughby, and BPP's Evan Boo Boo Thompson. We'll continue looking for the other standard bearers because we're not having much luck finding them. We're going around all the polling stations, but we'll continue. The Now Belize General Elections 2020. I'm Courtney Menzies.
Thank you for that, Courtney Menzies. We appreciate that interview. And to give space to our third-party candidates, it's a yeoman's task that they take on when they decide to go up into these elections. They're not moneyed like the main parties. They don't have the machinery that the main parties have. And we have another third-party candidate interview coming up, this time for Belize Rural Central, I understand?
So we are going to Belize Rural Central for an interview with...
Sorry, Belize Rural North.
Belize Rural North. For an interview with Lan Bennett of BPP with Rhonda Crichton. Go.
We are in polling area number 30, and this has been the most active area in Belize Rural Central. Out here you see representation from everybody that is looking to be elected in this year's election and in the Belize Rural Central area. We've now been joined by Mr. Lyon from BPP. Mr. Lyon, good afternoon. How do you feel today?
I'm feeling excited. I believe today is going to be an unprecedented day in election history in Belize.
What would make it unprecedented?
Well, from what we're seeing since the polls were open, from 7:30 at least up to 8:30, we have already had over 2,500 people came out to vote, and that is telling me something that they're tired and they're frustrated and they want change.
Well, you know, this is the day that people will come out and make their choices. What the 2,500 people actually, so far, we've had about a little bit more than 2,000 persons that have come out to cast their vote right here in this polling area, and that is a little bit more than 40%. However, polling area number 30 is responsible for a huge majority of the possible voters, and 40% is a lot, but it's not enough. There is a lot more that needs to come out. What kind of preparation did you take for today?
Well, the preparations that we take, we try to went out and campaign to as much people as possible. But because of the COVID situation, we couldn't have met all these people. So we did signs, I did door-to-door, I did media ads. So I'm feeling confident that we did what we could have did, what was in our power to do.
How's your machinery? Are you getting people out, or are you just hoping that your people will come out on their own?
I'm getting some people out, and majority of the people, they're coming out on their own.
Mr. Lyon, all the best, and we talk to you later.
Thank you so much.
All right, no. What I want to do, Drew, is I want to go across the street. For people that traverse this area, you will realize that this is where you see what the Mennonite man. He sells pepitos or peanuts, and he has something else. But this guy's not shy. This guy will walk in the middle of the traffic and stop to get that bag of peanuts going. Not only that, I noticed I don't know if he went across the street to sell or if he went across the street to buy. So let's see if we can get out. See, I tell him about this guy. He's not shy about the traffic. Tell me your name. Tell me your name. Your name?
Name?
Yes.
Oh, and Peter Ruben.
Peter, where are you from?
Ruben, I said Lulan.
You're from where?
Lulan. From Santa Marta, Lulan.
You're from Lulan? Where is that?
Santa Marta, Lulan.
Oh, it's in Santa Marta. You come from far. Today busy for you? Is today busy for you? Is today more busy than normal? Oh. I wanted his story, except we speak 2 different languages. Many sell today?
Today,
no. Many? You have many?
No, one more.
You have more?
Yes.
When are you done? When will you be done?
5.
5 o'clock you done? All right. What is this?
Cooking.
It's cookies.
Galleta.
¿Usted habla español? No inglés. Mi español no es bueno.
Alemán, sí.
Do you vote? Do you vote? Do you vote? No. No voting. He's out there to sell peanuts. All right, so this is what's happening out here. Everybody has a voice today, and they come out and use their voice. And one of the ways that they additionally use their voice is to cast their vote. I always find it interesting how these guys come out here and they just sit down, sell their buckets and stuff, and go about their business. It's the life.
Thank you, Rhonda, for that interview, and a bit of humor at the end because she doesn't speak the Spanish, and the gentleman is a primarily Spanish speaker. But that was interesting. So, Rhonda, you have to, broke up the palabra, forget crass. We have a video right now with Earl Trapp, I'm being told. Earl Trapp is the mayor of San Ignacio. He just faced a real challenge with the flood in his municipality and the environs. And he was calling for, suggesting that maybe there should be a delay of the elections because of the complication it would present to bring people out. So let's hear what his view is. The water did recede quite quickly, surprising to us. And he did get on the ball quite quickly to get that mud and whatnot off the streets of his main town. So let's listen into his interview.
Okay. All right. So, Mayor, you're on the ground here, close to the polling station or outside the Sacred Heart polling station, and I'm sure you look at the dynamics of the ground. We've seen what is supposedly being called as a safe house, where the allegation is voters who reside out of the division in Kyle South, Unitedville, have been brought to vote here, and they are supposedly being paid at this supposed safe house. Have you observed that? What can you share in that regard?
Well, I'll be honest with you. Personally, I don't know everyone as such, face to face. I've seen some other faces, but I'm not sure where they're from. But about a safe house, I'm not sure. And to be honest and sincere, I have done several elections as well, and I had to pay people transportation to come from Belize, San Pedro, Placencia, and different areas. So if that is what you are alluding to, maybe people came and they may have been elsewhere to collect their passage fee or something.
How are you feeling? It would have been you had you won against Zanaga in this division. How does it feel for you today?
Well, politics, in my humble opinion, is always a challenge. In politics, it's never 100% certain, because I have seen where politicians have done good for their community, and yet when the people decide that they want a change, they want a change. You know, so far, in being fair to both parties, I've seen both parties bringing out their positions. So on both sides, I've seen. I believe so. I believe so.
All right, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that interview. She did get a chance to discuss within the allegations. Joma, this morning we were receiving allegations of one party paying persons, particularly the United Democratic Party, paying persons for votes, and there was some sort of a safe house of some sort where people would go to collect money after they voted. But we did not get a chance to really test those allegations by getting a response from the United Democratic Party. The mayor is responding to that. And it seems to me he's indicating that if there is any of that, it is because they've had to reimburse persons money for traveling long distances to get to where they need to vote. And you may have some wide eyes about that, but I think if we're going to be fair on both political sides and in many elections, you will know that there is a manning station, there's an anchor station that is watching those numbers, and where people know, listen, if I am in San Pedro, but I need to get to Orange Walk or Corozal to cast my vote, I can go either to the UDP or the PUP to get some assistance. And it has happened before.
Right.
In fact, I have witnessed it, and I have seen how they facilitate the movement of these voters, whether it is to give them the money to pay for the bus or to charter the plane or the boat to get them to vote, because things are so tight, numbers are so tight. So it has happened. Yeah. Whether or not we should stop that practice is something that can be debated. Whether or not it can be seen as paying to get a vote, it can be debated. At the end of the day, what I say is, in a situation like that, the voter still has the independence to do what they want to do when they step into that vote.
Right.
And maybe we need to have clear indications of rules of what should be done, what can be done, what is frowned upon, what looks like voter fraud or voter manipulation or outrightly breaking laws by offering payment for votes. Maybe we need to tighten up our system. Maybe we need to be a little bit more careful and above board, but it has happened on both sides. It's not something, if that is the case and if that is the reason why, it's not like it has happened on one and hasn't happened on the other.
That's true.
And it's one of the things that put third parties at a disadvantage, because they don't have the money to do that. They don't have machinery to do that. They don't have cars lined up to drive somebody to another. So is it okay to pay for the bus? Is it bad to pay for the bus or the boat or the plane, but to have a car or maybe even a boat that will take them?
Exactly.
I mean, one is you're giving the cash for that purpose. The other one is you're using your transportation that you pay for to get them there. So I'm not sure what that is here or there. And maybe we need to be clearer with our guidelines. And definitely that points to campaign regulations, campaign financing regulations, all of those kind of things, right? But let's go to Placencia. I understand we're heading back down to Stand Creek West for a Placencia voter perspective and what's happening there. So.
Having seen him be in the House of Representatives representing Stand Creek West, how has he represented the district in government? What have you seen? What are some things you've seen him do in this position?
Well, to be honest and to be word up, what can he do with the little bit he have? He can't do as that much, so he have to do what he got to do. He can't like make blood out the stone. He try to help everybody out a little he do have, right? So I see this man like he would go from village to village, house to house, talking to the individual, asking them like, how can he be of help, you know? And the villagers can do as well, because his door is not closed at all. You can walk right into his property and ask for him, and he would come.
Yes, we are going to cut that interview in the interest of being fair, in the interest of following the rules. It appears to be campaigning. It can be perceived as campaigning. She is promoting this candidate and his inability to operate in her view. It can be seen too as us being fair, because I'm understanding that something occurred similar to that on the opposite side this morning. So tit for tat, butter for fat, even the playing field as it relates to that. So we apologize for that, folks, but we had to end that interview. Jomo, we were talking a little bit about young people and their role in the vote. And we were also talking... Right, we were also talking about gender perspectives, but before we get into that, let's get deep south. Yaya Marin Coleman has a report for us.
Leader District reporting for KREM Radio, KREM TV, Channel 7. Brother, tell me your name.
Ludwig Palacio, E.G. Born and bred.
How are you doing?
I'm a veterinarian artist, and I work quite a bit with the communities. Over 20 years in developmental work, mostly with the indigenous Maya communities, assisting with livestock and farming systems.
Respect. Your question today. What characteristics you look for in a one candidate for seriously consider voting for them?
I look at wisdom, intelligence, savvy, somebody who is able to negotiate and demand our piece of the pudding.
So I believe that you find such candidates before. Can you vote, right?
Yes, I voted. I voted for, I think, almost all the range of colors so far. And still, it boils down to a personal touch, because the way I see the political system in Belize, it is still pretty much capitalistic and neoliberal. There isn't anybody that comes with strong social radical changes to change our colonial mindset and colonial antiquated economy.
You think any chance of that happening anytime in the next 10, 20 years?
All things are possible. Toledo is rich, the country is rich, and if we consider what we have in terms of natural resources and let go of the colonial machinery, our people have the intelligence, they have everything that make them resilient and also that could lead to them becoming much more productive and wealthy. Wealthier than Singapore, wealthier than Taiwan, wealthier than all these countries because they don't have the natural resources that we have. We are rich and blessed.
Dano!
Thank you for that, Yaya Marin Coleman. I really thought that question was rich because the guy says he looks for wisdom and she said, you want me to believe that you found that candidate because you voted. We're going to go up north now. We have one of our correspondents bringing us some reports from Orange Walk. Orange Walk is one of those areas that is energetic.
Hotly contested, always.
Contested, energetic, energetic supporters, energetic party folks. So let's see what that energy is like. And we're almost at the mid-afternoon mark. So let's see what that is.
A pleasant good morning once again to all our listeners and viewers. Welcome to Belize Votes 2020 Race to 16. Kirani Anderson here again, and at this point in time I am located in front of polling area number 55. This is also known as polling station number 2 at a chapel school located on K Street. This is part of the Orange Walk North Division. In this at this particular polling station we have a total of 635 voters, of which 313 are males and the remaining 322 are females. At this point in time, we're not really seeing much people coming out. The people are coming out slowly but surely. We were told that before the polls opened this morning, we had people lining up ready to cast their votes, but that has simmered down, and of course we have a very long day ahead of us. The polls will not be closed up until 6 p.m. so we will definitely be seeing how that will be turning out. From the information we have also been gathering is that at this particular polling station, this is usually a norm to see people coming out slowly. We are being told that approximately over 130 voters have come out to cast their votes, and the PUP camp is reporting that majority of their people are actually coming out, given the fact that they have been seen wearing the PUP shirts. So definitely once again we will be bringing to you those live updates, and we'll see how this unfolds at the end of the day. This is Belize Votes 2020 Race to 16. Thank you
very much, CTV, for that interview. As we mentioned before, we have a collaboration with several other media houses, plus TV out in the west. Up in north, we have CTV. That was Kirani Anderson, and she was discussing what is happening at one of the polling areas in Orange Walk North. You will know, Jomo, that was the constituency that Gapi Vega had contested. He's a deputy... Former Deputy Prime Minister. He's also the former Deputy Leader of the United Democratic Party. And when he pulled back after the leadership race, the second leadership race, a new candidate was installed in the person of Carlos Cetina. So it would be interesting to see if he's working the area, if he still has the influence of the area, and if that influence and that
then
support
transfers over into Mr. Cetina.
Exactly, exactly. We are going to keep going north and go to Corozal Southeast now to have some reports from that constituency. So let's roll that.
Good morning, Belize. Good morning, Belize. We're here live from Ranchito Government School grounds, polling area number 45. And this morning we have a pretty warm morning. As you can see, the voters the voters had been coming in a good amount, and long lines had been taking place at this time, and from even at this time earlier, from 6:30 this morning, according to the returning officer, that the voters had been waiting before even the polling area had opened their doors as well. And we have the candidates for the Corozal Southeast for this constituency, which is Florencio Marin Jr. From the PUP, Tony Herrera from the UDP, LM Ellis from the BPF, and Edna Diaz from the BPP. Let me mention to you all that the Ranchito Government School will be the counting station for today. So all votes will be, all boxes will be delivered here, so that the final count and we can know who will be the successful candidate for today, and it's a successful party as well. And the number of total voters for the Corozal Southeast are 7,012 voters for the entire Corozal Southeast, which is expected on polling area number 45, which is in the Ranchito Government School, expected to be delivered 1,181 votes for today. And as well as we go along, we will keep you updated. And as well, let me mention that there was a fight in between the both party supporters earlier this morning, whereby from the PUP and the UDP as well, where the returning officer had to call in the special forces to place order here at the polling station number 45 at the Ranchito School grounds. Belize 2020, race to 16, Misael Castillo for CTV3.
All right, well, all right, good. Thank you for that interview. Now we go all the way down south with Yaya Marin Coleman for 2 interviews.
Please identify yourself for me.
My name is Glenn Logan, also known as Ukombozi. I live here in Punta Gorda town in a St. Vincent Black property, Garifuna communal land to be specific.
So you're known as a land defender?
Yes, I am known as a land defender and a advocate for land rights for the citizens of this nation.
Respect. Where you want all of the candidates, where they run for 2020 general election, know as one land rights defender, especially when it comes to Cerro St. Vincent Block, which is our ancestral Garifuna community, right behind the airport?
Yes, the airstrip in Punta Gorda.
Right there, the airstrip at Punta Gorda. Where you want the candidates here?
Well, this goes out to all candidates, whether red, blue, green, whosoever may win the seat. We are all one people at the day after the election. And the people in St. Vincent Black, the Garifuna people in my community, have been suffering a great neglect from ever since the property was purchased. St. Vincent Black is over 100 years old, and we don't have a school, we don't have a church, we don't have a library. So my message to them is that we have voters out there, 300 plus voters in the community, and the Garifuna people need roads, we need libraries, we need schools, we need the same resources and the same attention as every other ethnicity and group of people in this nation. So I would hope that whosoever wins the seat pays a special attention to St. Vincent Black and help to develop that community.
For people who want to know with the next minute or so we are going to left, tell them about St. Vincent Black Cerro.
Well, St. Vincent Black Cerro is a Garifuna communal land that was collectively purchased by our ancestors, the Garifuna people of Paine, you know. And they foresaw that one day their children's children would need land. And I don't believe that they knew that the lands would be sold out. And what's happening right now, all around Punta Gorda town, all the land has been sold. There is nowhere for the community to grow. And you have one person owning thousands of acres of land, and then you have the masses of the people living on a single lot space. So their children don't have anywhere to expand. So this land was purchased by the Garifuna people back then to secure the future of their children. And right now we have over 200 families out there, everybody living in harmony. However, the resources do not get to the community. And that has been a problem throughout all the administrations in this country.
Thanks very much. Now, Yaya Marin Coleman reporting for KREM Radio, KREM TV, and Channel 7 at Toledo District for 2020 general elections. Sis, identify yourself for me, please.
Good afternoon, Miss Marin. I am Curlet Ramclam Palacio. I am very active in my community when it comes to culture work.
Now, the question I have for you, you that third or fourth generation Indian, the Toledo District?
I had a fourth generation Indian.
Fourth generation Indian. And so I'd ask you, how has voting for all the years impact the lives of Indian women in the Toledo District?
To be honest with you, I don't know how it impact the women because based on what I see my great granny do and my granny, my ma and myself, I don't see much changes at all here. I don't see much changes at all.
We talk 4 generations, you know.
Yes, ma'am. I don't see much changes at all because we still have to sacrifice and do the things we do every day. I don't see much changes. But tell you what, I think in this country, I believe we need industries. We need to be more productive. And I think that is the time when there will be a big change for us here in Belize, especially women.
Thank you, sis. Dano!
Jumo, I enjoyed those 2 interviews so much.
I did too.
It anchors on 2 things that we've been discussing since you joined me on set. The youth perspective about elections and everything else relating to governance,
right.
The gender female perspective.
Right.
I want to hear how you process that, especially the first interview.
I don't know if Yaya mentioned his name, but I would really want to congratulate him because I feel that is what our young people, that is a reflection of our young people today. They are more conscious, they are more aware, and they are demanding more. When the time of, for example, our representatives would just give us the basics, those times are no longer. Young people are cognizant of the fact that they want to be included, and they're seeing how they are somehow in a position of a disadvantaged position. And by his interview, it really highlighted the position of young people to say that, hey, we are here. We see what happened. We see how, there are certain people who have so much, and there are others who don't have enough. And it's not good enough. And he even went to say cross party lines, and he took that party politics out of it and to say, whoever wins, we need to realize that we are Belizeans, and I think that is very, very, very important because in this election, that is what to me ultimately will be the most important thing. Whoever wins, you have to take the party politics out of it, realize the state that we are in, and realize we are all Belizeans and work, hard to put all Belizeans going forward. So that young man he was excellent in his interview, and I really applaud him for his level of consciousness.
And I have to agree with you because he stood in his space and
yes.
he knew the information.
Yes.
He knew what is affecting him as an age cohort, but he also had the perspective of the culture and what is happening with the people who live in that area and what the people need in terms of the services, in terms of access to resources for them to be able to develop. Equally, the female voter saying that I don't know what it has done for us, and Yaya insisting that this has been 4 generations. And she says yes, because I don't see a change. And for me, as a voter, for me as a citizen, those 2 perspectives are very pointed because we need to start looking at governance decision-making, development decision-making in relation to how it impacts the populations and the different cohorts of the population, that it is no longer for you to have a one-size-fits-all program or a one-size-fits-all policy, because development does not happen in one-size-fits-all.
No, it does not.
And so you need to look at the female perspective and what do single female-headed households need to advance and to be able to raise their children and their families, or what do females on a whole need to be able to step to that plate and be able to perform. Equally with our young people, because with such a young population, and the gentleman touched on access to resources, how do you make that available to them? And once they have the access to the resources, then are they able to improve their livelihoods and their life? And so I thought that was particularly pointed, and I appreciate it. It's very powerful indeed. I'm being told that we have we're talking about female perspective, we're talking about youth perspective. We have an interview with a female who's vying in a constituency where I think she's up against a real stronghold. She's in the Lake Independence constituency,
Right.
Diane Finnegan, and I would want to hear how she's feeling today after the months of work in that constituency. So let's turn to that
This is
interview.
Orson Picard and Trevor Yard reporting for the Now Election Coverage 2020. We are now joined with the UDP candidate for the Lake Independence constituency, Miss Diane Finnegan. Miss Diane, we've passed the hump for the day, which was 12 o'clock. We're at 1 o'clock now. Talk to us about how your machinery has been working since the polls opened, since 7 this morning.
Well, it's been non-stop from 4 this morning. We are out here. You know the drill. Get your people together, bring out the pledges, bring the people out to vote. There were some glitches along the way because of the changes due to COVID and whatnot. But I think at the end of the day, it's the people who have the say. So I'll just continue to journey on, hoping, praying that they saw the importance of moving from nothing to something.
Earlier today we were out here and we saw where the lines, there was no physical distancing being adhered to in the lines. What have your campaigners and your supporters been telling your people been doing when you bring out your pledges?
Well, our focus is self-protection. So they all have shields, they have their masks, they all carry their sanitizers with them, they all have their Lysol spray with them to sanitize the vehicles. Our priority is keeping our voters safe and ourselves safe. So we've put in place the necessary measures to maintain that. And even though in the line, as you rightly said, the challenge of the fact that no social distancing, many of them chose to just kind of stand off away from that and meet the line later on as it gets closer, so as to avoid that stuffiness in the line. You know, with the sun and everything, I think enough is said that the corona not really like the sun. So the Father is like none other. Only he can do what man can't do, right? So what he did, he knew this will happen. So he bring on the sun for beat way. But it's not because he does not love us, it's because he's protecting us.
Thank you very much for that. I got caught off guard. I didn't get a count there. But I know that we have Candace Pitts coming up with Courtney Menzies very shortly, but we have somebody else before that. Could my studio please let me know who's coming up now? I don't think they're hearing me. Anyway,
They want us to jump back in our conversation.
Yes, let's go back into our conversation because they're not getting me. But you saw Diane Finnegan there, and she is a female who is contesting in an important constituency, right, and in a constituency where the poverty levels are pointed and would seem to indicate and again underscore the importance of making decisions that are not one size fits all. As you listened to her, what were your thoughts?
We have our kids with Kenya and Daedra.
Okay. Okay, I understand that we need to take a pause on that discussion. Ortiz is in Dangriga with an update from his constituency.
Good afternoon, viewers and listeners. I'm Daniel Ortiz, and I'm here in Dangriga to bring you the Now Election Coverage 2020, being carried out by Channel 7, KREM, and our broadcasting partners. And at this moment, we're about to interview Ms. Rutilia Gabriel, the returning officer for Dangriga. Ma'am, talk to us about the latest voter turnout and what the numbers look like.
Well, up to 1 o'clock, for the Dangriga division, we had a total of 2,288 voters. out of the 5,482 registered voters for the Dangriga division. That is about 42% of the registered voters up to September 11th, those that qualify to vote today.
Okay, what were the times that you saw the most traffic, and what time of the day up until this point that you're seeing very little traffic?
Well, the highest voter turnout was from 7 to 8 this morning. Then it started to slow down, but up to like between 1 and 2, up to 12 to 1, it picked up a bit again. Okay, yes.
So you're expecting an evening rush?
Yes, usually on elections, yes, the morning, early morning, and the late evening. Yes.
Ma'am, are you guys, is there any consideration that maybe Dangriga voters might not come out due to the different challenges, COVID, the floods and all that stuff?
No, we don't have any challenges with respect to the recent floods in Dangriga. Our polling areas are very good. We had our Ministry of Works colleagues assist us in dumping the areas that, for example, here at Holy Ghost, yes, and at the Bengoshe Preschool. So we accommodated the voters in terms of their access to the polling stations. With respect to COVID-19, our officers, we are being strict with the voters that they have to abide by the COVID-19 protocols. They have to wear the mask properly, sanitize. Every voter that enters the polling station and has to get sanitized. So, but I don't see the COVID-19 as a real challenge.
A really good job.
Thank you very much for that interview, Daniel Ortiz. We are going to go for another female perspective in the person of Candace Spitz the doctor. Yes, she is facing the division. She's in the division that has been recently vacated by a stronghold, a stalwart. She's also a sitting city councillor.
Right.
But she's also very vocal.
Right.
So let's hear that interview with Candace.
Hello, Belize. Mesopotamia, we've got PUP standard bearer Candace Spitz. Now, Ms. Spitz, for the past 2 general elections, Michael Finnegan has held this division, and by a lot as well, because in 2012 he won by over 80%, in 2015 he won by over 70%. What's your feeling and what's your strategy to take over?
Well, as I've always said, when I hear those kinds of references, that this constituency is a UDP stronghold, that the UDP has been boasting that they have held control of this constituency since 1984. I've always maintained that that's a poor reflection of not just the former era representative, but also this administration, because this entire constituency is in a state of social and physical decay. And since I became the PUP standard bearer in the constituency, I've been visiting the residents, the houses of the residents, and listening to their concerns, listening to their needs. And I have, with very limited resources, been able to assist them to address some of those concerns and those needs. And they have been very receptive to the kind of politics, the new kind of politics that I am bringing in this constituency. For far too long, they have been exposed to a politics that has been grounded in disrespect and in insults. When they try to speak to their representative for basic services that the state should provide. And so my kind of politics has been grounded in care, in genuine care for the residents, and in genuine service to the community.
Now, you're a sitting councillor. What's that like, moving from city council to electoral politics for the central government?
Well, it's the same ball game, but of a bigger magnitude. When I was campaigning for municipal elections, I had an entire slate that I was a part of. Now it's you in the big leagues, but the service that I have been offering at the local level and what I am doing in the constituent in Mesopotamia is consistent. So it's not at least not now at this point any great major transition. I think that transition would take place once the PUP forms a government. Yeah.
And now you're one of the few females who has entered for the running for central government. Do you feel like that puts you on an advantage with female voters?
That's a very interesting question. I don't know if it's accurate to say that the first thing that the residents see is gender. I think a part of perhaps gender, if they do see that, is the character and personality and how and the services that the individual is able to offer, and how sincere and how genuine the person is. And I think that they have been able to make that contrast between the two candidates in Mesopotamia, the one for the UDP and the one for and myself. And so I think those are the basis on which I think they're making their judgment and making their choice on whom they're going to vote this election.
As you make your way around the polls, what has been your observation?
Well, my observation is that many the residents who have said to me that they will come out and they will vote, I have seen them, and there are others who
passed over to his nephew and the son of the outgoing prime minister, and that is quite a challenge in front of her. Are we ready with Jolene or the live? Okay, well, we're gonna go all the way down to Stan Creek West with Jolene Pollard.
I'm here with Emrys Linares. Emrys is from Placentia, and she has been here at the PUP camp all day. Emrys, what time did you come out?
From 7 this morning.
Wow, 7 o'clock. So right now, a lot of people are talking about, Belize having this elections while we are seeing a rise in COVID-19 cases. How do you feel being out here all day while this is happening?
Well, I feel pretty good because I'm keeping my distance from people, and I think everyone should do the same, self-precaution, and everything should work out fine. I mean, COVID don't have nowhere to go, and if we wait till COVID go for the election, then God knows when election will be. So my thing to Belizeans that go out and vote, wear on a mask, keep on a distance, and self-precaution.
And, right now we are seeing videos of voting lines around Belize where the lines are packed and people aren't abiding by the distancing rules. What have you noticed today so far in Placentia?
Well, here in Placentia, we don't have much of a large majority of voters. So It go pretty good for we right now. Everybody they keep their 6 feet distance in the lines and everything they work out perfectly fine.
Alright, so what time do you think you're gonna go home today?
I should be home at say by 6 p.m. later on this evening.
Alright, so you're really dedicated to your
Yes,
cause
of
today,
course, always.
Alright, thanks, Emery.
And we're back. We thank Jolene for that interview there with a voter in Placencia. We are finally going to get an interview with Anna Banagai.
Right.
So we're heading out to Belmopan
This should be good.
to hear what Paul Lopez is bringing. Paul, do I have his last name correct? Paul has her for us. Go ahead, Paul.
Hello? Can he hear us?
Can you hear us, Paul?
We're not hearing him.
Hear you clearly. Can you hear me?
You now.
All right. Awesome. So welcome back to Belmopan. The sun is out in Belmopan, which is a good sign. The mood is high right now. The energy is high, at this time in Belmopan. We moved from the Belmopan Comprehensive Polling Station, which is the East Polling Station, and we came to the Central Polling Station, the second biggest polling station in Belmopan, and that is at Garden City Primary School. And guess what? We finally get to hear from a second candidate in Belmopan. So all morning, we've been hearing from the PUP candidate, Oscar Mira. Well, now we have with us this second candidate, the only woman candidate in Belmopan, as well as the only independent candidate in Belmopan by way of Anna Banagai. And so I will bring Miss Anna into my shot at this time. If you just step back a little bit, thank you. Let's try to maintain a little social distancing. Miss Anna, good afternoon.
Hi, Paul. Thank you.
How are you doing? How are you feeling? The polls have been open now for 9 hours. Wow.
It's a lot. We are energized. My team and I, we have been preparing for this for months. And so the day is here. So we are very excited about seeing the results. I'm looking forward to, of course, and being very hopeful that the people of Belmopan understands why I'm running and the need for it.
Now, Miss Anna, we've been trying to get a hold of you since this morning, and you've been pretty busy. So speak to us about what has it been like for you and your team in trying to mobilize voters and bring them out to vote.
Paul, apologies, I'm sorry, but today my main concern is just what you explained. Getting our voters out, ensuring that our team are just really organized and tight, connecting with the voters. And that's something that's, that I was focusing on today and still am up to the end of today's event.
What are some of the challenges that perhaps you and your team have faced over this morning? We know that the COVID-19 pandemic is a reality, and then we also know that some residents in Rivera were affected by the recent flooding.
Paul, those are major concerns for our team, and those two, the flood and COVID-19, pose tremendous challenge on our campaign. We have a lot of people who would want to come out to vote, but they are experiencing other health issues, so they're at higher risk of contracting the coronavirus, and so they are saying that they're not really comfortable. As much as they want the change, as much as they want to come out, they don't want to put themselves at risk. So we need to understand that as a campaign, and that is something that's a great challenge. And we are hoping, and we are also hopeful because we have seen now pledges and
All righty, we lost that interview. We've been waiting to hear from her pretty much all day because it is a situation that even the mayor this morning commented about, in that she was a former UDP city councillor and now she's running independent. She was commenting about the impact of COVID and the flood on being able to energize people to come out. And we know that the COVID would have been some real challenges. She sounds a little bit beat because I'm sure she doesn't have the money and the machinery, and she probably has to be out there doing a lot of the lead work on her own. But let's go to the islands, San Pedro. Natasha Stewart has a report for us. I guess we're not. That is not. Well, you know, we're dealing with technology, and so technology has a mind of its own. Murphy takes hold sometimes. We're coming back to Paul in Belmopan. I understand we fixed that glitch, and we may be having him with us again. Paul? No such luck. All right, they said we're back to Natasha. We're on a little seesaw here. Paul, Natasha.
Let's see who wins.
Let's see who wins. We're up, we're down. Natasha, it seems Natasha won, boy.
Yeah.
Okay, Natasha, come in. Can you hear us, Natasha? Natasha, are you ready to come in with us? It seems that she's not hearing us.
I'm muted.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we're getting you now.
Okay, so I just want to give you guys a quick update from here in San Pedro. So as of 2 p.m., San Pedro has 3,555 voters, which leaves us at 48%. That is actually not the best voter turnout or what we expected at this hour, where we have 3 hours left in the day. There is no movement really happening out here at this moment. So we're hoping that in the next 3 hours we can see more voters out here. I will take a drive over to the RC school to see what it's like over on that side. But as far as now, San Pedro has a 48% voter turnout, and that number was 3,555 voters for San Pedro. I don't have a new update on Peacocker, but last I checked at noon, they were at 51%.
Well, thank you, Natasha, for that. I think once she merges those two numbers together for that constituency, she might see a little bit of a difference in the 48% that she's saying right now for San Pedro, because Peacocker is at 60-something%. So there might be some...
Right. For Belize Rural South, yes, but usually for San Pedro, we see around a 70% turnout for the entire day. So we can still... There's potential to see that today within the next 3 hours.
Okay, Natasha, get hydrated, sanitize, be safe, and we will check back in with you.
Definitely.
I think we really have to, at this point, recognize the effort of our correspondents, because they've been out there since 6 o'clock this morning, and while we here in the studio, we get a relief after a few hours, they run the course for the day. I also was remiss in recognizing Slingshot.
Right.
For our partition here, keeping us safe in the time of COVID. And so I have to give kudos to them for providing that for us and for the team. I want to go to Rhonda. She is doing Belize Rural Central, and it's a huge constituency. And the last time we checked in with her, she was on the move. She was in a vehicle.
Let's see if she's in Gales Point now.
Let's see where she is now.
Where is Rhonda now?
I've left Belize Rural Central and I've come to the Belize River Valley. I am on the Muscle Creek Bridge. This is a creek. I'm not sure where this creek empties out into. But what I can tell you that the flooding is here. There is floodwaters to my right, there's floodwaters to my left, and the water is right up under the bridge. For the people that are familiar with this area, normally this creek is practically empty. Today, that's not the case. Before, for us to have gotten here, we had to cross over some treacherous waters. But if you look behind me, you will see that there is, in the middle of the road, that there is a lot of water behind me, causing it to be a little bit complicated. So if you notice, we did not go that way because we were, well, I am very concerned on how I'm going to get back, because this water is not going down. If it is high now, when we're turning back, it's going to be higher. So if you're coming on this road, I would recommend you only come if you need to come. Some people might find it necessary to come and vote, but I will tell you what, you have to be cautious, and this water is not going to be going down in the next few minutes. This is going to be high for a while, and it's only going to get higher before it gets lower. So approaching the Muscle Creek Bridge on both sides of the road, there is flood water. I'm not sure if those people that were here earlier are going to be going further. Let's see if they are going to go any further and if they can make it. I am not going to be going any further. I think that I have come far enough. If you notice that I've taken my mask off, yes, I'm out here. It's just us. It's wide open. We're definitely social distancing, and the sun is hot. All right, so I thought I'd take a break from my mask just for a little bit. I don't want anybody calling and railing up at the station when I have the mask off. She know I have the mask off. She can stand on top of the bridge, and I need my balance and my everything. Hey! All right, so I'll tell you what. Let me see if I can get back here. Let's find out how these people cope with going through that side. But you know what? What we're going to do, we're going to send this back to the studio, and when we come back, we will be documenting our ride back through the waters as we came.
Thank you, Rhonda, for that. I guess we have an answer to the question on where in Belize is Rhonda. She's out there giving us a perspective on what the voters are facing when they try to get to the polling station. You saw me on my phone just now, Jomo, and it's because both camps in my constituency has been, they have been texting me that I need to come out and vote because I have not voted as yet. Jules tell me I'm going to be relieved from here at 4 o'clock, and then we are going to go and vote. And I say we because my husband is waiting for me to get home so that we can go and do our deed. Yeah. Now we're going to go very deep south back to Yaya. She gave us some very... Okay, boy, we're moving very swift because they said we're not going south again, we're going west. We're going to Paul. So let's hear what Paul has to offer us. He's live, and we do give our lives priority because they hang on. So Paul is with ABG.
Yeah. Yes. So we just wanted to ensure that we conclude the interview with ABG so that our viewers are able to get a sense of what's happening in her camp. So, Miss Anna, the last question that we had while we were on our live.
Again?
Seems we've lost them again. No. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Unfortunately, we lost Paul again, and we really would want to complete that interview with Anna Banagai, but we'll have to go back. Technology is wreaking havoc on us. I think we're going to go south now, guys. Am I right? We're going to go to Yaya Marine? Okay, definitely. I was confirmed we're going to go to Yaya Marine, and I think after that we'll take a break.
Okay. Is that I believe is affecting not just me here in Belmopan, but all the candidates. But what we have done is just find innovative ways to work around those so our campaigns still reach our voters. For example, we have a phone bank that we have been working for months. We have a team of volunteers and workers at the phone bank reaching out to all our voters as much as possible. We have people bringing in information as much as they can in terms of where the voters are. You know, people move around.
High vibration space, because one of the candidates from Toledo West, that from this community, Dr. Cock, is from this community. He made a brother with a principal of Julian Cho High School for 19 years. So people that adhere to social media criteria and they face covered, then they space out on a constant line. And so there are San Luis Rey RC School, San Antonio, polling station number 3. So after 2 polling stations open at 7 this morning, I will close 6 o'clock tonight. Remember, curfew at 9 o'clock tonight. So people, if we're not done vote, come out and vote.
Thank you, Yaya Marin, for that. Yaya is straddling the entire Toledo district, the two constituencies in that district. And that is, it's kind of challenging traversing that, just being a one correspondent, because the areas are so sparsely laid out. No? We're going to go to a break, but before we go to break, we'd like to recognize our sponsors. And this is only done by broad collaboration and collaboration with sponsorship as well. So Oceana Belize, thank you. Belize Telemedia, Full Tech Systems, Price Premier Products, Brothers Habet, Full Tech Systems. I have you twice on your list. Universal Hardware Company. Who else do you have there?
We have Paho, McNav Visual, Crystal Auto Rental, Under the Shade Multimedia, Varella's Auto Rental, VIP Wireless, Digi, Smart. You?
We have Bea Sweets down in Toledo, Tuani Garifuna Restaurant. The food is great there, people. If you ever get down to that, you gotta try it. I love it. I love it. Love it.
And the view.
Yes, the view is awesome. Grace's Restaurant and Hotel, Crystal Auto Rental. And with that, we're out done now.
No problem. I enjoyed it.
On Wednesday, 11th November 2020, voters in the entire 31 electoral divisions will be going to the polls to elect a representative of their choice to represent them in the House of Representatives. Be assured that the COVID-19 protocols for your safe voting will be in place. Let your choice be your voice. Voters must wear face mask or other face, nose, and mouth covering, maintain 6 feet social distancing, and sanitize hands before entering polling station. Having entered the polling station, the voter shows their voter identification card and announce his or her name in an audible voice. All voters will be required to temporarily remove their face mask or nose and mouth covering for the purpose of verifying the facial identity of the voter. The first poll clerk verifies the particulars of the voter on the voter's list, while the second poll clerk verifies the particulars in the binder. The voter's name is then ruled off the voter's list. The voter then proceeds to the presiding officer and shows his or her right index finger and directs the voter to sanitize their right index finger before dipping it up to the first joint in the indelible ink. Once the voter has sanitized and dipped their finger, the presiding officer initials a ballot paper and issues it to the voter, along with a sanitized pencil. The voter then proceeds to the polling booth and marks a cross on the right-hand side of the ballot paper, opposite the name of the candidate of their choice. With the ballot paper folded to conceal the vote, the voter shows the presiding officer her initials, places the ballot paper inside the ballot box, and the pencil in the container for used pencils for re-sanitization. The voter then exits the polling station. Remember, you are permitted to vote for only one candidate of your choice. Disabled, elderly, and pregnant women will be given priority. Let your choice be your voice. Always remember to follow all COVID-19 protocols to keep yourself safe. Electors are encouraged to take along their voter identification card to their polling station to facilitate the process. A message brought to you by the Elections and Boundaries Department.